The Taxidermist by this X account. Chapter 25, Catharsis.
Screams, deafening screams. Heartbreaking. Cries imploring help. Unbearable, I covered my ears immediately, pressing my palms together. I was hoping to mitigate the volume, but it was useless. They didn't stop. They stood strong and clear. I heard them inside my head, shaking my chest with the echo of their pleas. They came at me like waves in a gale. The screams were heavy. They were thick, dark, and they had rocked my insides.
Help me. No.
It was overwhelming. They all rumbled inside me. I felt like I was drowning in the resonance and vibration of each scream. It was very cold, an unnatural cold that dug into the skin of my trembling hands. I took a shaky breath, but I coughed profusely right away. The frigid air dried my mouth instantly, and the stinging in my throat accentuated the pain. It was still pretty sore from my uncle's hands and from all the smoke I had inhaled from the burning house. Then I tried to open my eyes a little to look around, but there was no change. I had to blink several times to make sure my eyes were open. The darkness was absurdly enveloping. Too loaded. It seemed tangible. It vibrated. I tried to stand up, resting my forearms on the ground. Immediately, my body felt heavy. I continued to crouch on the ground, as if I had countless cold and thick blankets on my back. My clenched hands sensed that the smooth, icy ground was different from dirt or grass, but soft enough as a tan leather rug. It seemed to throb, as if it were alive. I raised my head slightly. I tried to locate Alastor's burning house, but it was not in sight, nor could I find the headlights of Penchas's car, which should have remained static, with its driver passed out. With a spark of dread blooming in my chest, I noticed that Alastor was missing. The emaciated figure of my uncle had disappeared from the scene. With effort, I looked up, and I couldn't even make out the night sky with shy twinkling stars or the moon peeking through the clouds. Nothing, just the heavy, suffocating darkness that hung over me. The screaming went on and on. Desperate, agonic. My headache returned, more intense than before. It was getting more worse by the incessant noise. And it didn't help to try and clarify my previous steps. I had no idea where I was or how I got there. Had minutes passed, hours, days. The last thing I remembered was being devoured by Michael Magnus' shadow in one bite and then waking up here. Then panic began to rise from my stomach to settle in my chest like a heavy stone. What if I was already dead? Was this hell? Was I doomed to listen to the cries of the souls of the fallen, suffocating from my senses for all eternity while unable to stand up? Was that my fate for dying as the owner of the grimoire, my face contorted and swallowed hard? I felt pain again. Pain. Then a small glimmer of hope settled in my head. No, I couldn't be dead. I could still feel pain. I moved my tongue against my palate and sighed in momentary relief. The taste of blood in my mouth and the smell of herbs were still too strong. I must still have my physical body, at least.
Help.
The screams took me out of my concentration. They were terrible. They hurt. Everything indicated that I was still alive, but the situation I found myself in was desperate. I couldn't move. My hands were numb with cold. Everything had hurt, and I didn't know where I was. My eyes stung because of the overwhelming desire to cry in despair. I stayed on all fours, with my forehead pressed to the ground and my eyes firmly closed. I didn't want to hear those screams. I felt lost.
No. I beg you.
I ground my teeth. My tears wanted to spurt out from fear, from impotence. But I needed to keep my composure. I had to keep a clear mind. I pressed my palms even closer to my ears, digging my nails into my scalp. The wound on my temple throbbed to the touch, reminding me that it was still there. I felt how the sound vibrated in every part of me, like a tuning fork, reacting to that spectral chorus. Let them stop. Let them stop. Don't yell anymore. It hurts. I don't know how long I was in that same position, wishing they would stop screaming. But there was no truce. They didn't stop. One after another, they came to me, different voices, acute, invasive. I didn't want to hear those desperate cries anymore. There was nothing I could do for them. I couldn't do anything for myself. I can't even see them. I don't know where they are. They are everywhere. I wanted to wake up from that damn nightmare, to open my eyes and be looking at the ceiling of the hotel where I had stayed with Alistair the night before. I wanted to retrace my steps and redo that day completely. Not having gone to get my bag at Mimsy's palace, not to go outside until Alistair came for me after his work, and return home together under the protection of the night, with a shadow as a faithful escort, sharing the same roof again, looking forward to the days to come, playing the piano and singing during the afternoons, and feel excited about the new and interesting paths we could travel together. The calm, hope, and security I felt that very morning almost seemed like another Charlotte's sweet, fleeting dream. One that glowed and wasn't covered in blood, pain, and submerged in darkness.
What are you doing?
I didn't know where Alistair was. I didn't know what would become of us from this moment on. It was clear to me that he was wounded and exhausted enough to have needed my intervention in the fight. I had to get up. I had to go help him, but his silence scared me. I couldn't see him, and I couldn't hear him either. Where was he? Where was everyone? The dire possibility that Alistair might have died while I was there had made my stomach twist. No, 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 that couldn't even be a possibility. There was no discussion. He had to be alive. He needed to wait for me to come to his aid, but damn it, I couldn't even tell where I was. I opened my eyes again in a vain attempt to find something in the terrible gloom around me, but I couldn't see the tip of my nose. Where are you, Alistair? Guilt ate at me at the thought of him. In all that Alistair had done and lost because of me, he had saved me from the kidnapping orchestrated by Michael Magna and Katie Killjoy. Because of me, Alistair had lost his house to the fire in an attempt to eliminate my uncle. Alistair had tried to make me run away with Pontius to try and face Michael alone. My chest tightened with anguish at having involved Mr. Pontius in this whole affair indirectly. In his bravery for trying to be present, he had been shot in the back and seriously injured.
Who are you?
I was beginning to lose air. It was all my fault. For not being enough, for not being brave enough or bold enough, for trying to be something that was out of my league, for having faith that things would get better. Because I had to lie to myself and invent another version of myself, one that could do things that the real me couldn't, nor would I achieve being alone. Trying to be strong and lively, only by pretending to be someone else could I advance. Because Charlotte Magna could never achieve her goals on her own merits, what am I doing here? I said with my voice cracking, I'm a big lie.
You are a farce.
I'm not even sure who I am. I exhaled finally in a shaky whisper. I'm a mess. I dug my fingernails into my palms. I then felt my eyes beginning to sting, and a sob that I had held in for too long had now escaped from my throat. I was completely useless, a complete failure. I was a fraud. I wasn't half as strong and brave as everyone thought I was. I had to dress up as the Orange Plants to be able to face the stage, my problems, like a pantomime that diverted attention from the person behind the character. Having that momentary feeling of power and security that invaded me and invited me to fight against whatever it took. But Charlotte Magna was not like that. The person behind the character was very different. She was much more fragile and sensitive, trying to justify her existence, trying to be helpful and useful, and under the constant threat of getting hurt for wanting to fast. But above all, cowardly enough to not have the guts, nor the strength to face my own past. Being unable to reject the life that my parents gave me by sacrificing their own time of life. Nothing bad would have happened to any of those who had had a relationship with me if I had ended my days myself.
Everyone would be better off if you had never harmed their lives.
I whispered, unable to continue because of the lump in my throat and without taking my forehead off the ground. It was true. I wasn't supposed to be there. I didn't belong there. I shouldn't be breathing. I had a life. But it was cursed, subject to forces beyond human comprehension, dealing with powers that no person should wield, carrying an inheritance that I never asked for and that complicated the existence of those who got too close to that power. But the fact was that I should be dead. That cruel truth that I had tried to avoid acknowledging. My bones should have been resting together in the tomb with my name in bronze, in the Magna Mausoleum, and that was the truth. My body had succumbed to disease at a very young age, in foreign lands, and everything that was Charlotte Magna must have died that day, nothing else but leaving memories of her ephemeral and happy passage through this world. That must have been the natural course of things, without the hand of my parents in between.
This is how it should always have been. You shouldn't be alive.
That's right, I screamed with my voice cracking with anguish and rage. I shouldn't be alive. My heart contracted and I cried. I cried everything I had accumulated, everything I had repressed, everything I tried to avoid showing. My loud crying coursed the spectral screams that vibrated around me, uniting into a single wail. I was tired, sore, and lost. Everything was overwhelming. It was too much. The weight of the truth was more than he could bear. I immediately thought of Alistair and everything he had told me the day I ran away from his house. His words had been locked away in my head, wishing they had just been lies from his hurting heart. Holding on to the hope those were malicious inventions, to hold back my attempt to leave that cold night. Running away from both him and that painful story. Spending weeks of constant denial at Vaji's house, of keeping those words from branching out into more and more elaborate questions, and sending each one to a dark place in my head. To not think, to try to forget, and I did everything by hand to continue. I had become obsessed with my job as a singer at Mimsy's Palace, staying up to unlikely hours at rehearsals, going over every letter and dance step ad nauseum, only to end up so exhausted that I didn't give myself a chance to ramble by the time my head hit the pillow, ignoring the insistent specter of memories that wanted to manifest in my head and thus not dream. I wanted to believe that Alistair was a liar, but I gave up after everything I had seen and experienced. I had to accept defeat. It was so heartbreaking to accept, but the explanation that Alistair had given me made sense of all the misfortunes that had occurred, and that no one had deigned to give me a coherent reason for my own story. And the sad truth was that I should have died when I was a child. And that was it. Nothing that I was living belonged to me. I feigned in everyday life and the normality of days like a tangible ghost, without a real purpose, like an empty promise. Displaced by wandering in a world where I should no longer belong, and I did nothing but complicate the existence of those with whom I reached out to, my crying did not subside. I felt my tears burn as they passed down my cheeks. I regretted not having invoked death myself, as I thought so many times and did not dare to do during my adolescence. I had as many opportunities as reasons when I was locked up in Magna Manor. But my bond with existence, music, and my desire to live was superimposed at the last moment. I've been there more times than I'd admit with my trembling hand gripping a sharp metal blade, barely touching the skin on my wrist and regretting it, because I still had hope. I still believed that my life could be a pleasant one if I could find my own rhythm of doing things. To have the opportunity to spread my wings and show who I was. There was still a lot that I wanted to experience in my passing through the crazy world that was still unexplored for me. And death always remained spiteful about my tendency to reject her, as tempting as her invitation was. The figure of Alistair came to my memory, and how his life had been complicated since the day he met me. Everything for him would have been much simpler if I hadn't run into him back in that snowy afternoon years ago. If I had not been present, he would have married Nimsy, and his life probably would have been settled financially, and he would have lived peacefully, emerging gracefully from the poverty that devastated the nation. He would never have had the need to risk himself in the dark alleys of New Orleans on my behalf, nor of adopting an alter ego that masked his double life and stained his hands with the blood of criminals. And his house would still be standing, intact, his sweet memories, still intact, in the framed photograph over the fireplace and in his mother's dusty dresses, stored in an old trunk in a room without an owner. And there I was, at the end of the road, not being able to sit up and whimpering pathetically, resigned to the end of my days, unable to summon the strength to fight all that I had done, all my dreams, all my goals. Everything that had encouraged me to continue had disappeared in just a few hours. Between the screams, there was something. The heavy darkness seemed to call to me, enveloping me and whispering my name to go with death, who continued with her hand outstretched in front of me. Was it time for my imminent end? Here, like this, After a few slow minutes, I tried to control my own sobs, but I wanted to cry. I needed it. I was scared. I was alone and frightened by those horrible cries that surrounded me. I could feel the brush of the violent shaking of my hands rubbing against my earlobes in a futile attempt to silence them.
Hey, you didn't pay to me for the...
But the whispers between those screams did not stop. Somehow, they managed to be more powerful than those pleading voices, because they seemed to be dedicated only to me.
Fake, humbug, liar.
What was all that? Tricks of my tired mind. I wished I was someone who could overcome all of that. I wanted to be the Ange Blance again. That woman confident and strong enough to stand up, no matter what challenge was imposed on her. Always worthy, always calm to think clearly, even in the most difficult moments.
You shouldn't be here. You don't belong in this place.
I needed to be the Ange Blance again. Only then could I get out of this situation, someone who walked without fear. I needed her to imbue me with her presence and give me the courage with which she faced life. I wanted to be her, but she was unattainable for me. She was someone better than me. I couldn't be her. I couldn't be like her. Was this so? Was she even me?
You are not Charlotte Magna.
Charlotte Magna. The Charlotte Magna who died. The original. That girl who was just a mere anecdote in time in the lives of those who knew her. That Charlotte Magna never grew up and she fell in love with Alistair. That Charlotte Magna never sang under the spotlight on stage. That Charlotte was different from me and the Ange Blance.
You are a fake Charlotte.
Wait, no. Something wasn't right. There couldn't be 3 Charlottes. It was just a single body. What was the limit of what I believed was real or not? Who was the Ange Blance? Who was Charlotte Magna? The original? The adult me? Who was I? Which of all the versions was the real Charlotte Magna? I could almost hear Laster's subtle chuckle in my ear, and the clarity of his eyes giving me an indulgent look. The one he dedicated to me when he thought I was overthinking things. Yes, I said slowly while my voice was hoarse from crying. I'm not coming to any answers like that. I sighed and inhaled, trying to regulate my breathing. I had to get my mind back in order and not break down. My eyes felt swollen and my cheeks soaked, and the pain of my injuries was still present. But I tried to clear my head and calm my heart, just like the Ange Blance did before going on stage. I thought of those who had allowed me to be there, those who had given me the opportunity to stay alive and to continue and achieve my goals. A token of true unconditional love, the one that only parents could give with closed eyes for their beloved daughter. And I also thought of myself too. I wanted to take care of myself. Those important people that mattered to me, and especially that man with whom I was willing to share my days with. Something akin to relief fluttered in my chest and I smiled weakly. Maybe it's much simpler. I told myself. Something in my neck vibrated, and my chest swelled as I felt a special kind of epiphany coming over me. I am no longer a child, but everything I was is in my memory, I said to myself in a tired but constant tone. I remember the times that Dad taught me to read Latin, and my dance classes with Mom, the times we went to the circus and on road trips together, the bedtime stories, and the nights little devil was my bedfellow until it was burned in the fireplace. I sighed, amazed at my own words. I didn't want to lose that path. I knew I was delving into something forbidden. But I didn't stop. The Ange Blance is a beautiful and confident woman, I continued. A singer who loves the stage and shine without fear. She is the one who is able to stand up to the public, and she was the one who talked to Alistair at the hotel. I swallowed hard and narrowed my eyes, trying not to lose track of my thoughts, and what remains is the everyday Charlotte, I told myself with a hint of nostalgia. The Charlotte who wakes up early, who loves to dance while she cooks, the one who has very dear people who take care of her. She has scars on her back in a life diary where she writes down her trivial days, and she has an idiot, brilliant, sweet, and eccentric partner that she had chosen. I closed my eyes, feeling an unexpected wave of peace running through my body. And Alistair has chosen me too, I said. He chose all those versions of me. The one who was brought to life in a sacrifice for love, the one who can dance and sing in a dress of sequins and feathers, and the one who makes him laugh with a joke over breakfast on a Sunday morning. I inhaled and sighed, feeling that it wasn't so hard to breathe anymore. And unexpectedly, a slight smile curved my lips. Maybe I should stop trying to separate them, I concluded, resigned. And there never were others. And the answer I've been searching for during these past weeks was finally within my grasp. And quite simply, I am Charlotte Magna. Then I felt the weight on my back decrease. The air thinned and the cold receded. I opened my eyes, startled, and then I saw it. A bright, very reddish thread, undulating, where one end started at my neck and the other was lost in the dark. It looked extremely fragile. What? I said with my voice hoarse. I uncovered one of my ears to try to touch it, but I immediately regretted it and returned my hand to its place to avoid the loud screams that still did not stop. That super reddish thread was suddenly cut. It writhed like a leech and disappeared, barely leaving a trail of glittering dust that disappeared from sight. What had that been? What was happening? I closed my eyes again, tightly. I needed to concentrate, even with fresh tears between my eyelashes and feeling my heart pounding in my throat. I knew I had to stay calm, but I needed silence. I couldn't think of anything in those conditions. I wanted all that noise to stop. However, those people, or I thought they were people, seemed to be asking for help. Without realizing it, their voices gradually became clearer. The same screams were repeated over and over again. There were even small word gaps that weren't low. I had to help them, and they would stop screaming. Something hurt them. Something subdued them. My body was reaching the limit of imminent collapse. I complained out loud, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Every muscle felt sore. I no longer wanted to know anything about the world. I felt exhausted, small, and broken. The pain of my wound, at the height of my ribs, resented it with each small movement. And the blood that was now dried had stuck the fabric of my dress on my skin. It was a complete disaster. I wanted to close my eyes and sleep. Escape from reality, until I was ready to face it.
I'm not going alone. You fucking son of a bitch.
Everything around me was a chaos of shrieks and wails that never abated, that also had clouded my own senses. They cried out for help over and over again, but I couldn't do anything for them. They may forgive me, but I couldn't even think straight. I was not able to save myself in those conditions. Forgive me, I replied with a small voice. I took a deep breath and held it, before letting out a soft moan. Silence, please. I pleaded with my voice hoarse and trembling. My head hurts, and then there was silence. I opened my eyes little by little, surprised by the sudden change in the environment. I could not believe it. The unexpected silence was so terrifying, and now surprisingly my hairs on the back of my neck had stood up. I uncovered my ears little by little, fearing that the screams would suddenly return. But I waited a few moments, and nothing. The silence was so eerie that I could hear the fabric of my clothes rustling. With a supreme effort, I carefully sat up, feeling every bruise and the pulling of my tired muscles claiming me. I managed to stay seated in the dark. I took a deep breath and exhaled so I could collect myself and run my forearm across my eyes to dry my face. I swallowed and snapped my fingers. A familiar whitish orb of light manifested before me, causing me to blink several times from unaccustomed to the brightness. But as soon as I managed to get over it, I could make out everything around me. Suddenly, everything began to vibrate. The darkness moved. It seemed to be writhing in pain. I had to hold back a scream. There were bright, extremely reddish threads. A lot of thick threads that intertwined and tangled all around me. They stretched over my head, as far as my eyes could see, like a great, chaotic scarlet web. But more importantly, it was the figures who were crouching on the ground around me. They were people, or at least, that's what they seemed. Their whole bodies didn't seem real. They were undressed, emaciated, their skin exposed and fuzzy like gas at the edges. But their eyes were no longer human. Oh, they were bloodshot, pupilless eyes gazed at a lost point in space. Their cheeks were full of tears, and their inconsolable expression could break your heart. Some of them looked much more consumed than others. I counted 21 of them around me, but their most striking feature was on their necks. They had what looked like a thick, shiny red dog collar. Each necklace was tied to one end of the threads that made up the intricate web all over the place, and that, without a doubt, caught them. They spoke again, in a hurry and in a voice as soft as the icy wind of January.
We will no longer longer shout, madame. Please forgive us, madame. It hurts. Help us, madame.
They weren't screaming anymore. They were faint murmurs filled with fear and urgency. They looked completely helpless. The residual fog of my own terror had lifted, and my attention focused on them. With surprise, I noticed that two of those figures looked frighteningly familiar. In front of me was the thin, emaciated figure of my Aunt Magna. I hadn't seen her in over 2 years, but I was sure it was her. Next to her was a lady who looked familiar to me from somewhere, and closing the circle was the unmistakable Katie Killjoy. That specter had a bloody hole in her forehead, and she was the one who seemed to be in better shape than all the others. Who are all of you? I asked cautiously. They all shook their heads fearfully. Their names, their identities, seemed unpronounceable. There was fear on their twisted faces. Two of them began to sob loudly, while another widened his eyes significantly in panic. "What happened?" I said, regaining the notion of urgency. "Where are we? How did I get here?" They all shifted uneasily. They looked at each other, confused, as if they had never been addressed directly. I waited expectantly, hoping for some clear answer, but none of them seemed to dare to talk about it. They were so terrified that they were unable to speak. A skinny young girl hunched over on the ground, beginning to sway back and forth, and the girl next to her looked around elated, almost like a paranoid delirium, and covering her mouth. "Are you trapped here?" I tried to ask more kindly. There were slow nods, vigorous nods, and a terrified murmur of little yeses. Even in my condition, all those people there, so at the mercy of an imminent and hidden danger, were asking me for help. I had to, at least, try to help them. "How can I help you?" And simultaneously, they all pointed their fingers at the red collar around their necks. It was creepy to see them all there, sitting on the floor, naked and making the same hand signal. That sparkly necklace was joined at a really reddish thread and went up. I looked up. The network it formed gave limits to that place. I realized that this site was much smaller than expected. Just by raising my arm and stretching enough, I felt like I could reach the ceiling. "Does this have you trapped?" I said, inspecting the thread more closely. "The imposter holds us captive, madame," someone suddenly said, and that was the familiar voice of my Aunt Magna. I turned to her. I didn't know how to feel looking at her in such a vulnerable state. She looked so vastly reduced from what she once was. Memories of my elusive Aunt Magna and my dealings with her in my time at Magna Manor came to my mind. She was always aloof and too busy in her own world for her to want to be interested in what I was doing, and even she didn't seem to be interested in her husband's affairs. Aunt Magna was not much of a conversationalist, talking to me for what is strictly necessary, spending hours and hours in silence as I embroidered with her every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon the intricate patterns of little houses with flower gardens and a cutesy statement on top. I hated them because I knew she was watching me. She didn't even try to hide the suspicious look she gave me between stitches. She kept her jaw clenched, and she had a permanent and palpable distance between us. She was the only female figure I had, not counting the older teachers who instructed me in my education. She was the one who taught me what to do when one day I went to her desperately scared when I had blood for the first time. She had froze in place with her brows wrinkling in honest confusion. She regained her composure and silenced me, indicating prudence that this was a woman's secret that no one should know of, especially my uncle. She was too secretive of her hobbies, keeping her profile low and aristocratic, but from time to time a wistful air would invade her dull eyes. And yet, she kept a scandalous secret, which, as far as I knew, only I had been able to discover: her private library, which she guarded jealously, on the loose fourth step of the third-floor staircase, with flashy and unseemly titles that neither she nor I were allowed to consume like the ladies of good families that we should be in. But she never noticed me taking books from her collection because they never changed places. Thus, I discovered through those obscene stories of what two or more people could feel intensely through her body, beyond the gentle dance of tender words. I discovered the desire for the touch. I began to look at myself in the mirror of my room in my underwear, contemplating the fine curve of my buttocks, wondering how kisses would be marked on my fair skin, brushing my nipples with my fingertips, fascinated by the new tingle that it produced. My curiosity to experience and touch my curves accentuated by the years increased over time, culminating in letters to no one, and night writings were loaded with my most passionate thoughts, and then I burned them in the candle flames. But there were nights where my midnight moans were muffled by the pillows and gave me vibrating sensations as I used my fingers in a sinful, new way. Those novels were my only guide to try to understand what I was missing from the world. And without realizing it, they fueled my desire to go out. The desire to be free and to want to live had kept me alive. But now that my Aunt Magna was in front of me, she did not seem to be that proud and the prim woman of years ago. This was what was left of her. And as much as she hadn't been really close to me, and her treatment of me was so distant throughout my life, seeing her in that state made my heart squeeze with sorrow. Then I noticed that, unlike Katie, who had a hole on her forehead, or the boy who had a cut across his throat from side to side, my aunt's face was a shade of blue and her eyes were slightly swollen. I wet my lips restlessly. I had to try and keep my composure. "I need you to tell me what's going on here in Magna," I said, controlling the tone of my voice as I looked at her. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, just before she reached out her arm and offered me her pale hand. Her tears fell nonstop, splashing on the ground. "Please, madame," she said in a tired and pleading whisper. "Let me show you the truth." I had my reservations for a moment, but looking at my options, that seemed to be the only option left for me. Finally, I reached out and touched the tips of her fingers. Everything began to appear in my head from Magna's eyes. Staying silent with her ear pressed to the oak door of my father's office, eavesdropping on the discussions of the members of the Magna family. The image moved forward until it looked through the small crack between the two oak doors. Then I started to hear my aunt's worried voice in my head.
"Your father and uncle had an argument the day when you and your parents came back from India. The day when all we realized that you had arrived alive."
"What did you do, Lucifer?" Michael yelled, banging on the desk. "I haven't done anything I regret, Michael," said the unmistakable and implacable voice of my father. "All the expenses that were made for the funeral, you can give them to me and you can deliver the flowers to the nearest hospital." I felt my heart jump with joy and pain listening to him. I wanted to open the door and see him, reach out to him and hug him with all my might. But my hands and legs seemed not to be attached to me. There was nothing I could do but watch and listen to what Aunt Magna's specter was showing me. "Don't change the subject." Michael rubbed his hand over his face roughly. "Do you realize that you condemned yourself?" Michael refuted with powerful indignation in his voice. "You condemned Lilith, and you brought that what you are calling daughter, and—" "It's Charlotte, Michael," interrupted my father firmly. "I'm not going to let you question it. It's Charlotte. We managed to stop her from leaving. She's back and that's it." "Are you listening to yourself?" Michael said, almost horrified. "Lissy, understand that this is not natural. When have you been worried about going against nature?" My father hissed coldly. Michael looked at him with indignation. "She should have died, Lucifer." Michael was bursting out loud. "This is the natural course of things. What are you talking about?" Dad's angry voice was rising. The chair creaked as he stood up to face his brother. "It was a disease that she contracted there. There is nothing natural about the sudden death of a child. It was an oversight on our part to not take enough care of her, and we were able to remedy it. We will never neglect her like this again. You used the grimoire," Michael accused. "We sought help in the grimoire to bring her home where she belongs. You can't point the finger at me because we took up the resources we had at hand and were able to bend the hand of the natural course of things." He paused before continuing and facing the contorted face of his twin. "We knew what we were facing, Michael, and we didn't hesitate for a second to be sure that we were willing to sacrifice ourselves for her." Hearing my beloved father defend his position and offering his own lifetime for me had moved me deeply. But the guilt was expanding in my chest. It was true. Alistair's words, if there were still doubts, were real. My parents' price for my life was gladly paid for love. "That you had no doubts," Michael answered, sore and exasperated. "What kind of sick answer is that?" "It's the one a father who loves his daughter gives you." My father exploded, hitting something, and there was a sound of glass crashing to the ground. Then he started to cough very hard, the kind of relentless and suffocating cough that I had only heard of from one other person. The image moved a little closer to the crack in the door, and I managed to see part of my father sitting hunched over and coughing nonstop. Michael was next to him with a restraining hand on his brother's shoulder, offering him a white handkerchief. My father took it, and to my horror, he removed the handkerchief that was now covered with blood from his mouth. I wanted to cry. Watching my father as if he were alive in that state set off all my alarms. I wanted to go help him. I wanted to scratch and kick this door that prevented me from reaching him, but I could only watch him helplessly. "Wait, Lucy, I'll go for help," Michael said seriously while he was heading towards the door. "Whoa, wait," my father said urgently, only to keep coughing some more. "Don't try too hard, Lucy," Michael said in a monotone voice. "I don't want Lilith to find out," my father said as he threw the bloody handkerchief into the fire in the hearth. Michael watched his brother for a few moments, before reaching for a glass bottle of amber liquid and pouring the contents into a glass. Shards of glass from a broken cup on the floor were scattered in a slow wander around the room. "A whiskey," he offered. "No, thanks," my father answered while he was clearing his throat. He put a hand on his forehead and leaned back on the table. His face was pale. I was barely able to hide these coughing fits on the trip. A dense silence took over the room that was interrupted only by the crackling of the fire, and Michael's thoughtful sigh after taking a drink. "Did you tell me the truth, brother?" Michael suddenly said, annoyed. "Did you prefer to use what is left of your time to live in, to try and revive your daughter?" "I revived her, Michael," my father said, annoyed and stressed. "It is a fact. She is now outside playing with Gilbert's hound." Michael looked at his glass with a frown. "How did you explain to your lawyer that the girl who died suddenly turned up alive hours later?" Michael asked skeptically. My father drummed his fingers on the surface of his desk, not looking at him. "Gilbert didn't need too many answers," he answered. "It was enough for him to see her alive and healthy to be happy. He was really affected to find out what happened. He has known Charlotte since Lilith was pregnant. The tension did not subside. We said we'd find a cure for both of us, Lucy," Michael said, annoyed. "Now that you'll have less time. Do you even know how much longer we'll be able to keep trying to keep ourselves alive? Spells only have an optimal result if the owner of the grimoire is the one who casts the spell. And without you here, it will be impossible for me. I know, you have a huge trophy room with dozens of animals that you have slaughtered to improve our health, but it's still not enough, and you know it." "I know," my father repeated, stopping him in his tracks. "But it's clear for you that I am the only one. The beasts with the best results are not in this country. In India, I hunted a bloody Bengal tiger for a sacrifice on behalf of the two of us. But with everything that happened there, I couldn't do the spell. I didn't even bring the skin to send it to a good taxidermist. The last one left my buffalo cross-eyed, and it lost one of its horns. Lissy, I'll go with you to hunt a couple of deers right now," Michael countered urgently. "But the journey has weakened you. You have to be okay for the both of us. And I've done my best to keep your health up to date, brother. Understand that you are the sole owner of the grimoire," Michael exclaimed while he raised his arms dramatically. "You were taught to use it. You were taught to understand it. I barely know the basics of how to use that thing. You should be more responsible. If something happens to you, it also happens to me. If you're already going to die, what will I do if I'm not even the next to inherit it? And yet, you risked too much." My father pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. "You don't get it. If you had children," he began, but he stopped. He looked at his brother wearily and closed his mouth. "Michael, but I don't have them," Michael said dryly. "It's already difficult for the Magnus to have children. Much less for someone like me." They were both strangely silent for a few moments. "You know you can keep trying," my father said in a more conciliatory tone. "You're still young and—" "Stop dreaming, Lucy," interrupted my uncle. "That will not happen. Dad died. There is no use trying to give him a grandson." My father looked at him for a moment, seriously. "Your partner has 17 siblings," my father reminded him on a conciliatory note. She has a good family background. And Charlotte would be happy if she had a cousin or two to play with. You just need to. If you put in a little effort, Michael ran a hand through his hair. He leaned back on the edge of the desk and sighed in frustration. That's why Dad chose you, Lucy, he said, annoyed. He made sure that the healthiest and normal of his sons stayed in charge of the estate and the grimoire, to the one who was going to give a grandson and to be able to continue with the family legacy. My father looked at him disapprovingly. I never had a chance when he found out who I was. Don't start with that. My father refuted with disgust. You know, Dad only wanted the best for us. He was ashamed of me, Lucifer. Michael yelled, and he turned to look at my father. The pain and resentment that man had felt had began to overflow. Remember when he humiliated me for going to a local gentleman's club when I was 17? Gentleman's room? My father said with a confused face that bordered on indignation. You went to ask for services from a prostitute in the red light district. We went, Michael said, clearing it up. You also paid for sex that night with a pretty popular girl from the area. Did you forget little brother? My father was silent, biting down his rage. Did you forget what happened that day too? The old man showed up and dragged me out into the street. He hit me with his cane on the ground, and he called me a faggot in front of all the people passing by. My reputation was destroyed. They talk about it to this day. Michael gave a light and bitter laugh. He downed another swallow of whiskey and cleared his throat. His gaze was contemplative on the glass. You say he loved us equally, huh? And yet he wasn't able to use the grimoire and cast the same spell that you used out of love for us. My father stood still and regarded him sternly. You can't compare the circumstances, Michael. He rebuked him. You know, we limit ourselves to animals, and that's it. Michael turned and looked out the window at the patio. The screams of a girl and a barking dog had reached me. The use of the grimoire is prohibited unless there is a life or death situation, Michael said, narrowing his eyes. The spells are completely restricted to what is strictly necessary. But your daughter dies and you use her grimoire to revive her, giving half your life for her. Michael... But did our father use his own lifetime for our health? He asked in a higher tone. Of course not. He limited himself to use stray dogs, sheep, and rabbits to improve a little, to lighten this disease a little and make it more bearable. What I don't understand is why it always seemed like my health has been failing since we were young. Didn't he make the same number of sacrifices for both? Was the effect different for the son who wanted less? Michael, your health has always been a little more delicate than mine. Tried to refute my father. Even with the sacrifices, you had very ugly relapses as a child. You can't blame Dad for that. And didn't his weakest child deserve better sacrifices? Michael responded with a wrinkled forehead in disbelief and a hand on his chest. There's no way he couldn't tie a bear to a post and pull a damn trigger, if it was so hard for him to hunt in his decrepit state. Both looked at each other with the tension of years of resentment and pain in tow. My dad fiddled with a pen, twirling it between his fingers absently. Is it because we are two people? Michael continued. That's why he wasn't able to try to use the real magic of the grimoire to save both of us? Is it because just one was enough for him? Michael, Dad already made enough animal sacrifices to keep us alive. My dad pointed out with a hard voice. Were it not for that, both of us would not have reached 15 years of age. You know that the only thing that has better results is out of the question. And you can't expect him to have dedicated himself to killing people to keep us alive. He ended on a note of indignation. And what would have been the impediment? Michael said, shrugging his shoulders. We were his children, damn it. You yourself said that a father would do anything for his children. If he did not do it anymore, nor did he exhaust all possible instances, it was because he did not appreciate us as much as he said. He made animal sacrifices whenever he could. My father emphasized, thanks to that we are here. But they weren't enough. Michael said, turning and opening his arms, exasperated. The old man died thinking that by keeping us alive and giving us a roof over our head, he had already fulfilled his duty. All he wanted was to die to be with Mom. He was already tired of dealing with two sick children. You know he suffered from the same thing too, brother. My father snapped. Nobody better than him to understand what we were going through. I'm sure he did what he could with the strength he had. Another silence. They both looked fed up. I didn't know how many times the two of them had reached this impasse in the conversation. Brother, there is something I need to talk to you about, Michael said seriously. With all this Great War stuff, a lot of people have died. What does it have to do with any of this? His brother answered suspiciously. Come on, think about it. People are dying everywhere. The graves are overflowing. There are people who lost their legs and are lying on the streets. Nobody would miss them. Don't you think it's a waste not to act with such a good opportunity? And no, exclaimed my father, pointing an accusing finger at him. No, Michael, don't even think about it. We will not kill anyone for our benefit. Those people are already dead, Michael exclaimed, angry. The horrors of war killed them inside. They just need a coup de grace to end their suffering. We'd be doing them a favor? No, Michael. We cannot become murderers to improve our own health. My father rubbed his hands over his face and looked at his brother disappointed. Killing humans is out of the question. That's not what the grimoire was left to us for. He left it all to you, you mean? Michael pointed out. My father had sighed weary. Let's not start this again, Michael. The old man died and he left me nothing. But you weren't here, my father exclaimed. His voice was scratchy. Dad knew he would die soon and you stole from him. You ran away to France and then you came back married and penniless after 2 years. We never heard from you. You can't claim anything if you didn't have the dignity to let us know you were still alive. Dad died of sadness knowing that one of his children had scorned him and might be starving in some alley. Michael had threw a vase to the ground, making it shatter. The old man was not able to use his own life to save ours. Michael was hissing furiously. Had he truly cared about our well-being, he would have not have hesitated to trade his own health for ours. Dad tried his best to stay present for us and for Mom. He had to maintain the farm to ensure our future as a family. Michael rose menacingly across the desk. My father did not back down. Keep Mom out of this, Michael said, clenching his teeth. She was the only decent person in this whole damn affair. She is the only one who I'm sure would have given her life for us if Dad had proposed it to her. I studied the damn book with him, just like you did when we were young. My father said, each damn spell one by one. If Dad could have, he would have given his lifetime for an only son. But by doing it for 2, he would have died. So he took to making animal sacrifices to prolong our stupid lives. If he died and left everything in my mother's hands, she wouldn't have known how to run this place, least of all us. He worked like hell to make sure we weren't lacking and we were old enough to take over. You can't say that wasn't an act of love. The only thing he achieved was not that we lived longer, but that we did not die soon. Michael said with a mocking laugh. We're still sick, Lucy. He didn't solve anything. But now the one who takes care of the grimoire is me, Michael. Dad said in a threatening tone. And if you wish to use it, you know that our father's will stipulates that I am the current owner. And whatever you have in mind to do with the grimoire, I am not interested in participating. Michael looked at his brother with displeasure. He drank what was left of his whiskey glass, and then he turned his back on my father. You know what I think about that? He said, heading for the door. Everyone's problems would have been solved if you and I hadn't been separated in Mom's womb. He turned to the door and started to leave. Also, you're the owner of the grimoire, yes. But from what you've told me, it won't be long before it stops being like that. The image was now suddenly changing.
With the years that he had left, your father took it upon himself to teach you Latin, and he tried to instill compassion and good manners into you. He wanted to use all the time in his favor to spend educating and pampering you. But there was something that your father was worried about.
Knitting sticks were in front of me, spinning something in red wool. The image drifted from there and went up to another part of the trophy room, continuing to weave. I could see my father sitting on the big couch in front of the fireplace. Next to him was a small version of me who was no more than 11 years old. Dad had the story of Little Red Riding Hood in his hands and looked at little Charlotte fondly. And then the bad wolf was found by the hunter in the forest, and he saved Little Red Riding Hood from being eaten. Dad said with a sweet voice. And she, very happy, managed to survive, and together with the hunter, they held hands and went to a safe place, and she lived happily ever after. The end. Dad closed the book, giving a small sigh. What did you think, little apple pie? He asked with a smile that the wolf deserved it. The girl said, frowning, he deserved to die like this. My father looked at her surprised for a second before regaining his smile. Oh, but that's not the point. He tried to explain Little Red Riding Hood should not have gone alone to such a remote place. She met the wolf, who was hungry, and he did not discriminate who he would meet. He just wanted to eat. So he just tried to take advantage of an innocent girl to satiate himself. How despicable. My father cleared his throat, visibly nervous. Well, the wolf is an animal little apple pie. He doesn't act out of evil, but he can talk in this story, yes. And he was able to dress up as Little Red Riding Hood's granny. So he's smart and he thinks that's true, but... So it wasn't a normal wolf, it must have been a monster. She said, looking at the illustration in the book, and he's already dead, right? The hunter did well. The wolf deserved it for killing cute Granny and trying to do the same to a little girl. He won't hurt anyone else who comes across with him because he's dead now. The tranquility and simplicity of my own sense of justice at that age had bothered me a lot. And it seems that my father was bothered too, because of the dismay in his eyes. That's not the point, treasure. My father tried to refute with a tense smile. She is safe in the end. But what if there were more wolves? She said, distressed. What if the hunter hadn't been there? Little apple pie. My father said with a firmer tone in his voice. The thing is that the hunter was able to save her from dying. Now she must live happily and peacefully like a good girl. I don't think so. There is more than one wolf in a forest. I know they live in packs and there must be a lot more bad wolves then, but only this one was bad. Interrupted my father with a note of severity. Only he wanted to be bad. There were no more bad wolves in the story, then the other wolves may be good. She lowered her head thoughtfully. He stood up and put the book back on the bookshelf. He turned, giving little Charlotte an animated smile. Do you want to go see Uncle Gilbert's puppies? You might want to adopt one, and Daddy, young Charlotte said seriously. Can people choose to be bad, or have they always been bad? That question seemed to throw him off. He walked over to her and knelt down to take her hand. Child, I don't think it's something you need to worry about right now. He said uncomfortable, but without losing his smile. Little Charlotte hugged Little Devil tightly. Maybe I won't meet hungry wolves, but I know there are bad people. Like the ones that shot your friend in the Great War, not caring that he had his wife waiting for him at home. Or those who dropped bombs and killed my Aunt Magna's entire family in France. The image of my Aunt Magna winced and returned her eyes to the knitting. There are bad people, yes. I heard from my father, but it's not always their fault for being this way. Sometimes they turn bad because of the experiences they had to live and how they deal with them. And those attacks, most of the time they were just following orders. It's not that they had something personal against them, or that they were bad people. If you follow someone's harsh orders to kill another person, is it no longer your fault? Said the sincere and anguished voice of my past self. Killing others because they order you to do so, does it make you bad? And if it's to save other people, is it valid to kill someone? Little apple pie. When is it fair to call someone a murderer? The vision had suddenly dimmed. You don't have to worry about death, my love. My father assured her, I promise you that Dad will always be there to take care of you. And if I ever have to go on a trip, Little Devil will be my representative, okay? Aunt Magna's eyes lifted slightly to the scene. Little Charlotte looked at her stuffed toy for a few moments of thought, and then she smirked. It's okay, Daddy, she agreed. That's my girl. he replied, unable to hide an expression of relief from his gaze. He tenderly kissed her daughter's forehead. I love you, my treasure. Now go and brush your teeth and put on your pajamas. I'll be over in a few moments to say goodnight. The sound of the child's graceful steps had moved away, and the door of the room had closed behind her. The image lifted a little, and my heart skipped a beat as I saw Dad through Aunt Magna's misty eyes, looking me right in the eyes with genuine concern in them. Magna, excuse her, please, he said, concerned. She's just a girl, and Aunt Magna had stood up and walked past him without looking at him. She went out the door of the living room and met the distant image of her niece, walking quietly to her room, carrying her strange stuffed toy in the form of a little devil.
Your words have reminded me of my miserable situation. I was trapped in another country, tied to a man who didn't love me and without a home to receive me. I had the need to take revenge on you because you were a happy little beast to me. And the best way I could think of that was to destroy that toy. It was a few months later that I plucked up the courage to burn it in the fireplace.
The image changed. I was in one of Aunt Magna's rooms. She always had her rooms separated from her husband's by order of him. She watched Michael walk like a caged lion from one place to another. He rubbed his ears violently. Shit, my ears hurt after, he mumbled. Calm down, Michael, said Aunt Magna's voice. How do you want me to calm down? He exclaimed, upset. Didn't you see what happened? That girl, that thing. You saw what she did with just a tantrum. He ran his hands nervously over his face. I know, Aunt Magna shouted in horror without taking her eyes off her husband. All the heads of the animals fell off when she cried. But her eyes were, and that shine, oh God. There is something very wrong with her, no matter what my brother says. The man said with conviction, that is not Charlotte. And that's all. Michael sat down on Aunt Magna's small flowered sofa and clasped his hands together. He began to tap his foot anxiously. I'm sure Lucy will take care of pretending that it didn't happen. And that monster will remain on the loose, completely free. The image focused on a rosary with a silver cross that was around Auntie's neck. She began to pray in French. You don't have to do that, Magna, Michael said, interrupting her. If she got to the other side and she came back, maybe she saw the God you're praying to. My goodness, Magna exhaled. You mean she could have been in the presence of the Almighty or something? Is she some kind of saint? No, the man cut her off. She, whatever she is, should have died many years ago. She does not deserve to be revered. Michael. Aunt Magna's voice sounded really affected. He told me that my brother-in-law and her wife did some kind of black magic on her daughter and brought her back to life. But it's one thing, I think, that a person who died is also a person when she comes back to life. Maybe she is a person, but a bit special, and Michael turned to look at her. The indignation and anger in his eyes silenced Aunt Magna on the spot. He jumped to his feet, walked toward her with a firm step, and took her by the shoulders tightly. Seeing my uncle's face of hatred so close ignited my primal instinct to back away, but there was nothing I could do but stare. Magna, understand, he said, spitting saliva in the face of his wife. She is not a child. She's not our niece. It doesn't matter if she, after being revived, became God's chosen one. It doesn't matter if she is the Antichrist. She should not be among the people. And I don't want to think about what that monster will turn out to be if she becomes the next owner of the grimoire. He moved a little closer to my Aunt Magna's face with a note of madness in his eyes. Listen, Magna, I am the elder brother. I should be next in line for heirs before she can have it. I just have to make sure my brother isn't there to show her the book. It can't be, said the cautious and terrified voice of my aunt. Do you really think? His grip on her shoulders doubled in strength. He was hurting her. If you want to stay alive, Magna, I recommend that you don't say a word of this to anyone. Her husband threatened her. I had been thinking about it for a long time, really, and I think this is the right time. Besides, his and his wife's lives are supposed to be short. perhaps it is my destiny to end both of their existences for the sake of all of us. I just have to plan it very carefully and no one will notice. And you, as a good wife, are going to remain silent, do you understand? Aunt Magna was beginning to tremble to me.
My brother-in-law died a little over a year later in a car accident that Michael had caused. And since then, I had to follow Michael's orders. When we got married, he assured me that he was the rightful owner of the cotton farm in New Orleans. He told me that if we got married, I would be a very wealthy woman and I would never have to worry about anything. I just had to give him a son as soon as possible. He wanted to show his father an heir. My family was elated, and my sisters were dying with envy. I felt like the most powerful and fortunate woman in the world. The wedding was in a small chapel, and then we had traveled to the new continent just 2 weeks later. We had a fleeting and an awkward intimate encounters. I attributed it to his shyness and inexperience, and I then hoped that things would turn out for the better. But when we got to New Orleans, I realized that my brother-in-law had inherited everything. The Magnus attorney saw to it that you had received the education your father had asked for you, that you were well fed and clothed. But above all, you had to stay alive and in perfect health. If you died, all the money and properties will go to charity for the benefit of widows from the Great War and orphans from the Spanish flu. And what they called that book, the grimoire, would be left without an owner, and if you got married, you would inherit everything. In both cases, Michael and I did not benefit. So Michael began to use the money from the farm without measurements. He was spending most of it for his free life and for his gamblings. He knew deep down that his lifestyle had an expiration date. But he took it upon himself to delay as long as he could for you to find a suitor, so he kept you locked up in the big house. Only old ladies had attended you, and visits from old friendships were forbidden. Every letter that was arrived for you had went into Michael's hands, and he was in charge of burning them all. And since he had no choice but to keep you well healthy, so that he can keep continuing to use most of the money at will, he then had assigned me to keep an eye on you, because if you ever had left the house and went anywhere into the city, he would turn you into an escort, just like how I was one, because Michael had turned me into a floozy for more money and for other things too. But ever since when you had managed to destroy everything in the trophy room in that fit of rage that day, I was very careful not to exalt you in any way. I knew that there was something strange about you, but I could never get to see the demon that Michael's words had promised me so much. Day after day I had watched you carefully, waiting for another fit of rage like the one that had destroyed the trophies in the room that day. But that rage never had happened again. Then, some time later, you came to me scared and shaking like a leaf. You were telling me that you had blood for the first time. You didn't know anything because you were a young girl who had never been properly instructed about her growth. I saw you so defenseless that I had began to doubt that you were so human. There was something so tragic and melancholy about you. You were so lost and fragile as anyone else, and that had caused a break in me. I immediately told you that this had to be kept a secret. I told you what to do to keep it under control and to never talk about it with anyone. That event had awakened in me a new fear. You were getting taller and prettier. You were transforming into a delicate and exuberant young lady. You shone and illuminated where you had passed like a ray of sunshine. You were so attractive, and I was afraid that sooner or later he would find out. For that very reason, I made a decision. I dedicated myself to increase Michael's fear of you. I lied to him about you every time he asked me if I have seen anything weird about you. So I made up stories to him. Things like how I could see your fangs getting much sharper, and your fingernails growing in moments of exaltation. Or that you had started talking to me about your intentions to kill him. I made up a cruel story of you wanting to sneak into his room and stab him in his sleep, because that way he was more defenseless. And continually I also told him that some voices told you that he should die soon, because he was represented as a threat to those voices. Because he hid things that only you knew about him, and it worked. Michael almost never wanted to get close to you from then on. And his paranoia about being watched and discovered had kept him on constant alert. I did it to protect myself. I was lying to avoid him having thoughts about turning you into a floozy for himself or for more money. I also wanted to avoid something more worsening for you. I wanted to avoid at all costs letting that thought cross his mind to want to marry you. I didn't want that possibility to be raised, because he would want to kill me and clear the way, and being with you would give him a greater opportunity to be the owner of the grimoire. When he was widowed for the second time, I knew that in that time when he was full of vitality and health, it had not been for the simple fact of feeling free to use economic resources as he pleased. No. I was very aware of the horrible things he did to the servants, to the people he made disappear for his own benefit, the nights when he had arrived back with his face healthier and more cheerful than that same morning look, the nights when he took off his bloody clothes and burned them in the fire of the hearth. But it was better not to look. Don't inquire. Don't argue. This is how calm was kept at home. The policeman who came to investigate the disappearances of people inside the farm left quickly, without asking too many questions, and with their pockets fuller than when they had arrived. The claims of the workers were not heard. It was a rumor that people disappeared from the Magna estate. Their bodies were taken to the police morgue and filed away. But the strong suspicion in the new head of the Magna family had been installed. Only someone with power could keep the law at bay. But it never went beyond whispers without evidence, until the number of murders increased considerably, and the claims of the relatives began to do echo in the city. But Michael had it covered. He took it upon himself to finance an unscrupulous and rookie reporter named Katie Killjoy to write columns for an independent newspaper. She lied to wash Michael's image. She gladly wrote about generous donations to charities in Michael's name that were never made, in return for a hefty payout. She was also in charge of inventing some sensational news at the same time that workers' protests were held for the disappearances at the Magna estate, as a smokescreen to disperse the attention of the city's readers. And it worked pretty well for several years, until the stock market crashed and, with it, all that was left of the money. We lost everything. What little money was left was lost. We were already in debt long before, and we no longer had the support of any of our old business colleagues who could give us a hand. Almost all the entrepreneurs we knew had fled to Europe, and Michael decided that we should follow their examples. The day we fled to France, I was afraid for you, because Michael regretted taking you at the last moment. With no money involved, he wasn't interested in keeping you alive. He still had half the grimoire, and he had a monster who was of no use to him dead or alive. When he was cornered by the workers, who wanted to get revenge on him, Michael put them into a trance. He forced them to take that freak instead of him. That you were the cursed one, that you would accept all the punishments in his name. I don't know how long the trance lasted, but they took you away without asking. You screamed for help. I was hoping you would do something to free yourself. I expected the same strange and divine attack that I saw you do once. But it didn't happen, and Michael took me to the ship bound for France. I thought that I would never see you again. We stayed at a cousin of mine's house for a while, He gave us shelter for a couple of months, and after that we went from place to place until money started to run out. In addition, Michael's health was getting worse. He had grown accustomed to the vitality that he had maintained by drawing on human lives, and he no longer had servants to spare. It didn't compare to the little energy that he had gained from slaughtering chickens and rabbits. He was decaying faster than he was healing. He was desperate. He didn't want to die. And he knew his time would run out at that rate. He knew that if he owned the grimoire, there should already be a better effect on the few spells that he had managed to decipher with much effort from Latin. And he didn't understand why it was like that if you were already dead. He should be next on the list of heirs. Because he didn't kill you, he would say. He didn't break Lucy's will, he would say. What happened to you was no longer his problem. If you had died from those men or from the cold, it would no longer be counted as his fault. So, by using the last of his savings, we had traveled back here by a boat. He wanted to find you, and I was a nervous wreck. I didn't know what to do. And Michael was getting more worse and even more worsening. But in the middle of the trip one night, he woke me up with a pillow on my face. That bastard had suffocated me to death. And then I had showed up here. Every one of us here had died at his hands. And we have to obey every order that Michael had gave us with great agony. We are all part of his shadow now, Charlotte. We are all that remains of what we once were. We had been consumed in our essence over the years. I could never stop Michael from hurting you. I only had managed him to cause more damage to you. And I'm so sorry. But when we confronted the vigilante in that alley a few weeks ago, we knew by smelling your blood on his jacket that there was someone harboring magic more powerful than the masters. Someone whose very essence was charged in a few drops of blood. Someone who could break the curse that had been binding us to the shadows could set us free. And the scent of your blood had confirmed that it was you. That's why we had brought you here. Please help us escape, Madame.
I blinked. I was back in that dark place. No, Michael's shadow. My head was spinning. Being aware of where I was again had disoriented me. I looked at my Aunt Magna, who was sitting on the floor with her arms still outstretched and crying, not taking her eyes off me. My parents aren't here, are they? I said with a small voice. Aunt Magna silently shook her head. She made a complete turn, observing each of the captured souls under the dim light of the summoned sphere. Everyone was looking at me with hope and impatience. They expected me to do something for them. They were all Michael's victims. What should I do? I spluttered nervously. I don't know what to do. Their high expectations of me were making me uneasy. I didn't know what to do to free them or become strong enough. I was still exhausted, sore, and barely upright. They touched my feet, hungry and disoriented. Please, madame. We beg of you, madame. Release us, madame. I mumbled uncertainly. I pondered for a few moments before feeling my head light up with an idea. Maybe I can try the release spell that Alistair uses from the Grim. Move on. A loud voice had suddenly shouted out loud, and it had rumbled all over the place. My uncle's angry voice was heard everywhere. The air vibrated. The atmosphere had become thick and heavy, as if it were charged with something powerful and malicious. Souls had begun to scream in agony, and they had writhed on the ground. They had scratched the dog collars that were tied around their necks with their decrepit hands in a futile attempt to tear it off. The necklaces and threads glowed a brilliant crimson. All the souls had begun to writhe on the ground, trembling violently. The screaming returned to its previous volume, and I covered my ears. What's happening? I said, scared to see them in that state. Are you no longer following my orders? Michael yelled furiously, even louder. The muffled sounds of banging echoed around me. I sensed that Michael was hitting the shadow from outside, demanding obedience. The threads shone incessantly, illuminating all of us inside the shadow with crimson. I watched as all the souls were losing the battle by resisting as they looked at me. Their forms began to mutate. Quickly, their pale and emaciated bodies was beginning to take on the appearance of a quadrupedal animal, and their faces were stretching like a snout. "Please," Aunt Magna whispered while suffer was drawn on her face. I didn't know what to do. Michael's power was taking them away from what was left of humanity. If I released them in that state, I didn't know what would happen to their souls. I gasped in shock, seeing myself surrounded by large, angry dogs. "Obey," I heard Michael say. Everything around me vibrated, and I fell to the ground on my knees, unable to continue standing. I covered my ears, and the sphere of light that I had summoned had vanished, leaving only the reflection of the red light on the furious dogs, which they began to walk in circles around me. Their eyes gleamed, and their utterly savage guttural growls told me it was no longer safe to release them. I didn't know whether to risk trying to free them in that state. I didn't know if it was before either. Then an image began to form in front of my eyes like a movie projection in the dark, going from a blurred vision to a much clearer one. "LeBlance must be dead already. You useless thing." Michael shouted.
"Eat him. Now."
I heard many voices ordered. In the middle of the night and illuminated by the flames of the house, the eyes of Michael's shadow dog were looking at the lying and inert body of Alistair. He was lit by the incessant fire of his own house. Unprotected and without his smile, everything had moved slowly for me. The dogs surrounded me, wanting to devour the intruder in their domain, the one they had been ordered to devour and had taken too long. I felt my breath catch in my throat. The image of Alistair had shattered my last pillar of hope that I felt I could lean on. The hunter was injured. A herd surrounded her in the dark. The girl was going to die. But that wasn't Dad's story. Wild animals were about to devour me. They had turned evil. There are bad people, yes, Dad had told me. But it's not always their fault being this way. Most of the time they were just following orders. Not that they were bad. No, they weren't bad. There was someone behind everything. Someone who had chosen to be evil on his own and succumbed to the pettiest of practices for his own benefit. It was only one who was giving the order to all the others, forcing them to do something they didn't want. They wanted to be free. But they were already tied by the neck to Michael's evil harbored in his shadow, butchered by his greed and fear, consumed and almost destroyed by he who took advantage of them for years. In life and after it, releasing them from Michael's magic would not be enough to save them. I looked at the beasts for half a second and felt compassion for them. It was not fair. All of them had had a future. They had all had dreams, hopes, fears, and joys. They were all people. They were not to blame for everything that happened. They didn't deserve to be in that state for running into someone who hated himself because of circumstances of his own existence. Poor creatures. It was not fair. It was not fair.
It was not fair.
They were about to jump at me, but I felt at peace. A tranquility that spread through my body. "Alistair, I can't let Michael get to you. I won't let his shadow do any more damage. You've been through so much to take care of me, my love." My heart ached. My eyes hurt and my mouth fell open. Everything stopped. That moment, lasting less than a blink, was silent and clear. Something forgotten, ancient and painfully pure escaped my lips in a whisper that was as powerful as all the voices in the world at once, in every language living or dead. As subtle and strident as the dance of the galaxies, reduced to a single word. Wonderful and terrible in equal parts. So I said it. Light came out of my mouth and liquid gold fell from my tongue. Tears of blood ran freely down my cheeks, from my nose and ears as well. The wind around me was as strong as a hurricane. I couldn't breathe, but it didn't matter. Nothing hurt at that moment. The ground shook from the power of that word that human ears were not capable of hearing. The light that was projected from my mouth dispersed all the darkness and red threads around me, making them disappear on the spot. The dogs shimmered in golden light, turning into what appeared to be 100 fireflies which were lost in the firmament. Not before hearing soft, happy thanks in my ears, to be gone forever. I watched Michael, standing petrified without taking his eyes off me. It cannot be. Again, Charlotte. He said, terrified. But his words were drowned out.
Stay away!
I ordered with all the vibrating power of a voice that did not belong to me. The projection of Michael's shadow that was tied to me began to disintegrate into specks of light that spread until they reached him. And from Michael Madness' trembling body escaped not one, not two, but dozens of spirits of different shapes and sizes, completely terrified. But being caught up in the sheer magnitude of the potency of such a masterful cleansing spell. Michael's cry of agony was drowned out by a faint murmur among all the voices. Then the world made sense again. And all was silent. Michael fell to the floor with his eyes lost in the void, and with the light sigh of his last breath escaping from his mouth. Michael Magna had died. Time and reality regained their course. I was sitting on the damp grass outside of Alistair's house again with the natural chill of February hitting my cheeks. The light went out and all the pain that had vanished for a few moments came back stronger. I released all the air I had held, and then I began to cough forcefully, crouching down, covering my mouth. It looked like I was going to vomit. I felt too lightheaded and dizzy. I turned on instinct and saw Alistair lying a couple of meters from me. With the little strength I had left, I crawled towards him. With the strong taste of iron in my blood on my palate and every part of my body screaming for me to stop trying. I finally managed to reach and crawl to Alistair. I caressed his face with my bloody hand, staining his cheek in the process. He was very cold. "Wake up," I whispered with my voice cracking. "Please." The sound of sirens grew louder. I stayed very still where I was, with my eyes glued to the peaceful face of the man I loved. The sound of cars braking, doors slamming open, and footsteps rushing toward us didn't faze me at all. "Charlotte!" I heard in the distance the cry of a familiar voice. "Alistair!" Someone approached us, breathing hard, his shadow covering the light from the burning house. I barely looked up. He touched my head and looked at me. "Damn, what the fuck happened here?" Husk muttered, visibly affected. He stood up and shouted instructions to the people who came with him. We have injured here. Bring the first aid kit and prepare for an emergency transfer to the nearest hospital. Check the Bentley. See if there are more people here. Be careful not to contaminate anything. Charlotte, hold on." My eyes could no longer be open. My eyelids fell and I sighed. The only thing I remembered at that last moment was the last word I said before letting myself be dragged into the abyss.
Alistair!
Do you know what I saw, Daddy?
What did you see, my little apple pie?
I was in a very bright place, full of very tall people who expelled light from their chests and who formed like wings on their backs. I think they were angels, because they guarded a path to another side. It was like a tunnel of light, but I couldn't see through it. And they welcomed me, that I should continue on my way forward. And I heard the same name over and over again. They sang it, and I felt better every time I heard it. As if everything bad were gone forever. I still remember that name, but then, this child appeared. He was very pale. He told me that I was dead, and that he had come looking for me, because you and Mom wanted me to come back. I took his hand and walked in the opposite direction of the tunnel, and I woke up, and I saw that you were there, crying and happy that I was okay. It was very strange.
I see. Surely this must have been a vivid dream.
A vivid dream.
Yes, the ones that seem so real that it's easily mistaken for reality. Do you understand?
I think so, because I don't think something like that can really happen.
Little apple pie.
Yes, Daddy.
Don't ever tell anyone about this, okay?
Okay, Daddy.
I opened my eyes lazily. A white ceiling had welcomed me to the world of the awakened. The sound of cars on the street came to me through the window to my right, and a bunch of yellow daffodils on a cabinet was next to me. Slowly, I began to have a notion of my own body. I felt as sore as if I had been beaten to a pulp. My right side was pulling me, and an acute pain in my temple made me reflexively close my eyes. I tried to move my fingers, but just trying to make a fist hurts. Parts of my body felt tight with bandages, and the thin white coverlet on the bed had been reinforced by an elegant, fluffy dark green blanket with flower patterns. I groaned loudly as I was turning my head slightly, and almost immediately, a chair moved and heels came rushing toward me. A gentle hand from a friend caressed my head. "Rosie?" I said weakly with my voice scratchy and weak from lack of use. "Charlotte, my sweet little girl," she said with an affectionate and excited voice. "How do you feel? Please don't try too hard to get up. You have to recover well and rest." Her eyes were filled with tears, and her relieved smile betrayed the scant makeup on her face. She looked much more disheveled than usual, but without losing the elegance that characterized her. "Rosie," I repeated, trying to concentrate. "Where am I? What's going on? And where's Alistair?" Her expression darkened, but she did her best to give me a reassuring smile. "You're in the hospital, my pretty," she responded motherly, continuing to caress my cheek with the back of her fingers. "I will be able to explain everything to you in more detail, but the important thing now is that you rest. Do you want me to get you some water? Where is Alistair?" I interrupted her a little more clearly with a spark of impatience. "I need to know where he is." "Don't you worry about anything," she suggested anxiously. "I'll talk to the nurse and tell her that you're awake." "Rosie," I said, the most emphatic that my state allowed me, "I need to know about Alistair. He is here, right?" "He was next to me on the house." Rosie looked at me fearfully. She removed her hand from my cheek and began to wring it nervously. A pang of fear had then tingled through my body. "Rosie?" I whispered cautiously. She took a deep breath in courage before beginning to speak. "Charlotte, listen. It has been 4 days since the police followed up on a lead of your abduction." 4 days. I felt dizzy just listening to it. It was the first time that I slept so much after a strong experience. The police found all of you injured and unconscious, in front of Alistair's house on fire. Rosie went on, her tone grim. "As I learned, the owner of Mimsey's Palace confessed that she was involved in your kidnapping, and she gave directions to where you were. They found her car there as evidence. Penchus was also in his car, unconscious. And now he's on the mend with a broken arm. Only God knows how he got there." She paused and looked at me, letting out a sigh. "And also they found your uncle dead." I held my breath. Michael Magna had really died. It was confirmed to me and I couldn't believe it. And honestly, I didn't know how to feel about it. "You were rushed here," she continued. "You had to have minor surgery and a blood transfusion. You lost a lot. Luckily, I was able to donate mine, being compatible. But the doctors can't explain how it is that you had bleeded everywhere when they found you. That remains a puzzle. Also, they say that you heal quite quickly, and that will be an advantage for a good recovery." "And Alistair?" I said in a small voice for fear of the answer. Rosie took another breath and looked at me, almost breaking. "He hasn't woken up," she said, overwhelmed, but trying to keep her composure. "He had no more serious injuries than you, but he shows no signs of waking up. He also does not respond to stimuli. And the doctors fear that he may have gone into a deep coma." My heart sank to my feet. "No, it cannot be," I said with my voice cracking. "He must wake up. I want to go see him. I have to go see him now." I made a great effort to get up. Rosie put a hand on my shoulder and looked at me sternly. "Charlotte, listen, please," she said. "You have to stay calm. You can't get up like this. You have stitches on your abdomen." But, I wanted to argue. I was beginning to feel despair rising in my chest. Which room is he in? What state is he in? "I don't know," she said sadly. "In all this time, I haven't been able to go see him." "Why?" I said, wanting to burst into tears. Rosie took my hand that was closest to her and squeezed it. She looked me in the eyes with great sorrow. "Charlotte," Rosie said with her voice trembling. "Alistair is under police suspicion of being the vigilante."
Chapter 26, Eros.
The hours passed slowly, heavy, desperate, only becoming aware of the existence of time by the weight of the constant sound of the clock and the slow withering of the daffodils in the vase in the hospital room. Every second, it stuck like another thorn in my chest, another second wasted, another second where hope escaped me. The faded, whitish ceiling of the recovery room stared back at me. I had run my eyes over every relief, stain, and pothole, hoping to find some answer among the old wood. I desperately needed a clue to get ahead, but I could only be motionless and powerless. What I was looking for slipped through my fingers, as impossible as catching a black thread in the dark, and the truth is that I no longer knew how to move forward from that point. Everything had become uncertain, diffuse, and horrifying, as if the floorboards of my stage had been removed and the curtain lowered without warning me. Too puzzling and too scary. 2 days had passed since I woke up, and 6 since Alistair hadn't woken up, and that reality had become too heavy to face. The memories of Alistair's caresses and kisses, with promises in our eyes, seemed so far away. My state had been almost exactly the same since I opened my eyes on my second day. Dazed, my mind floating somewhere between unreality and nightmares. My appetite had vanished. My eyes were swollen without tears to cry, and I could hardly say a word. Keeping myself in a borderline catatonic state, I felt like a bird with broken wings from a hard fall, and my heart irretrievably broken. Everything that had happened during the first day I woke up was repeating itself in my head. Rosie, when I woke up, must have been the ungrateful bearer of such a cruel truth. Charlotte, she said to me with a trembling voice, Alistair is under police suspicion of being the vigilante. There were so many questions. I know that Mr. Pentious has already been questioned. She continued. He is the only witness to everything that happened, but I don't know what he would have said to the agents. Michael Magna. They found your uncle's body, she explained to my troubled face. The press says that he had cuts from a knife on his body, but the police said that the real reason for his death was that his lungs exploded from the inside. They are still investigating what could have happened, although they assume that a fight with Alistair could have been involved. He had his bloody knife in his hands. She paused. And the house. Alistair's house was burned to the ground. She exhaled regretfully. It couldn't be saved. When the firefighters were able to control the fire, it was already almost completely consumed. They say that it took almost all night, and they attribute that all the flammable elements that were in the basement were responsible for making the fire spread faster and be especially difficult to put out. But they found the charred body of Katie Killjoy in the basement. They recognized her because of her missing tooth. But, I said through a tight throat, why is Alistair under suspicion? Why him? It is a hypothesis that was raised shortly after all this happened, she said with raw concern in her eyes. The vigilantes stopped acting after more than 2 weeks in a row. More than 24 victims have been counted in those few days. All criminals on the run or under suspicion were found with their mouths sewed. And what the police saw when they went looking for you was Alistair with a gun, 2 dead bodies in his house, in a fire that could destroy any evidence, and they only realized that with Alistair here, the vigilante stopped acting. She concluded, closing her eyes tightly. My world sank. The wave of murders of the vigilante had been so notorious and mediatic that his sudden pause must have astonished everyone. He had been intensively searched by the entire police force, and Alistair knew how to dodge them with skill. And this could be a desperate assumption by the public force that would be fruitless. But this time, with 2 murders in which Alistair seems directly involved, they set off all of the alarms and had a backup on which to base an investigation. This was a disaster. The press had also done its thing during those days. Tom Trench wasted no time and had personally taken it upon himself to try to get a photograph inside the hospital of both me and Alistair. But the police standing guard prevented him and the army of vicious journalists who yearned to have an exclusive of the peculiar event. It was huge news, involving the kidnapping of the Angeblants, the death of the disappeared head of the extinct Magna family, the owner of a popular restaurant, injured in the burned house of a well-known radio host, with the charred corpse of a reporter with a dubious reputation inside. At this, the entire city went crazy. From news to rumors, from rumors to theories, from the theories to trying to find out which one was closest to reality. And all the malicious articles that came out during those stormy days were filled with exaggerated sensationalism and without exhaustive corroboration, which only blew people's imaginations uncontrollably. However, a curious effect was produced in the community as a result of this. Rosie had told me that many who heard of Alistair's work on the radio became supporters of his innocence, and those who did believe that he was the vigilante also defended him. Rosie also told me that she had to sleep in an uncomfortable chair for the last 2 nights because the constant protests had grown. People who expressed their support for Alistair from the different edges had gathered around. Whether or not he was the murderer of the New Orleans criminals, it didn't matter. They raised their voices together. And since it became known that possibly they have captured the real vigilante, an absurd number of people kept blocking the entrance, and more than one altercation was generated by preventing the route of officials and patients to the premises. The shouts and banners of support for the life and freedom of Alistair intensified. The police were in charge of dispersing the people and doubling the security of the hospital. And to some extent, I could understand that reaction. If Alistair wasn't the vigilante, he couldn't be imprisoned. And if indeed he was the vigilante, and if he had finished off Michael Magma and many other despised in the community, the justice of the voiceless would have came to give thanks to him. So he was a hero who should not be punished. It seemed ridiculous to think so, but people didn't care if he was the New Orleans killer or not. As long as decent people could live in peace, nothing mattered. But there were also altercations between the protesters who did want Alistair's execution, without evidence and without trial. They had trapped the alleged wanted criminal for more than a year. Many of them were conservatives who thought that someone so dangerous on the loose, regardless of what moral compass he had, was a threat to anyone he came across with. Relatives of the victims of the vigilante, who claimed the innocence of those killed, demanded someone to hate and condemn. They only wanted a culprit. And several violent disputes occurred not only in front of the hospital, but in various parts of the city due to these conflicting opinions. Everything had turned into chaos while I was asleep for days. Rosie had been a true angel with me. She was religiously by my side from the first day, making use of the hours that corresponded to the visits, and helping with my cleanliness and surveillance. The nurse in charge of me had become familiar with her, calling her Charlotte's aunt, something Rosie didn't even bother to correct. Fortunately, the police had allowed her to be the only person in contact with me, exclusively and with restrictions, as long as they couldn't question me. I was a valuable witness, and I had to be cared for by a family member, and Rosie was the closest thing I had to one right now. She gave me as much space as she could that first morning awake, so I could think about what she had told me. She retired to her house once visiting hours were over. I was in such a shock that I didn't even feel when the nurse came to check on me and told me something I don't remember. Rosie came back that afternoon in a different dress, her hair damp and scented. She also smuggled some fresh cupcakes into her bag and a couple of newspapers. Newspapers that I didn't even want to touch. I was about to go to sleep the night that all of this happened. She told me suddenly with her face twisted with concern. A couple of police officers came to my shop and they informed me that you and Alistair were in the hospital. I didn't know details. I barely got dressed and they brought me here and I just saw you bloodied and beaten on the bed, unconscious, with your little swollen, and her voice cracked and she covered her mouth. She took a few moments to collect herself and continued, after swallowing. I couldn't believe it was you, Charlotte. She barely whispered. She gave a shaky breath and looked at me. I don't know how they knew I knew you both, she said, but they told me that the person in charge of the investigation had asked them to come find me. And I imagine someone told him that I was trusted by Alistair and you. And I feel like I should thank him when I meet him. Being here, at least I don't have to find out everything from the press or from the gossip of my clients without knowing if they're telling me the truth or not. She sighed again. And the only thing I have been able to do here has been to close my store and be able to help you as much as I can," she whispered, taking my hand. "I'm sorry I can't do more. It hurt in my chest to see her like this." The elegant and brave Rosie apologized to me for not feeling useful. I wanted to tell her so many things. That just knowing her with me, I already felt much less alone. But all words of gratitude fell short. I could only caress the back of her hand with my thumb. She seemed to appreciate it because she tightened her hold on my hand a little more. "Do you know how Mr. Pentious is?" I murmured after a few moments of silence. "Oh, Pentious has been doing his thing around here," she commented, straightening up a bit. "He's fine. He was discharged the next day. The bullet hit him in the scapula. He won't lose his arm, don't worry, but he will need some exercise sessions to recover well. The nurse who treats you, she also had to see him. She rubbed her right temple with her fingers and closed her eyes, as if trying to repress an annoying memory. What a noisy man. He desperately wanted to come see you, but the nurses wouldn't let him. He can't come visit a convalescent lady's room whenever he feels like it. He did not go through that door. I was surprised you didn't wake up to all the fuss he made. In a completely different situation, I would have laughed at Rosie's outburst of impatience with Mr. Pentious. With the incredible temperance and strong self-control that Rosie used to project, it was hard to imagine her facing someone who could get on our nerves so quickly. Rosie had taken it upon herself to keep me informed as much as she could. She even told me that the police had contacted Mr. Gilbert Brown, the Magna's attorney. Given the recent death of Michael Magna, he had to be notified of the death and all the legal procedures that involved it. He wasn't in New Orleans at the time it all happened, so as soon as he found out what had happened, he was ready to return as soon as possible. I wanted to know more, but she also wanted answers. However, she had to wait for the right moment. The treating doctor went to check me out and do motor tests. He flexed my legs and raised my arms, indicating the level of muscle pain I felt. They asked me to answer basic questions, to rule out sequelae from the blow to my head. And also they made me move my fingers and toes. The doctor seemed satisfied and left. After Rosie helped the nurse wash me up, change the bandages on my sutured wound in my abdomen, and arrange the clean sheets, we were finally alone again. "Charlotte," she said, very tense, "I need to know what happened. I wasn't ready to remove my still fresh wound, but it felt like that I needed to share it. Take out the fragments and shape them." I told her everything that had happened. The meeting at the hotel, the closing show, the altercation with Trench and how he followed us and did a story for his stupid paper. My visit to Vadgi's house and then going to Mimsy's palace for my bag and meeting Mimsy, and from that point on having been hit on the head. Rosie seemed on the edge of the seat and looked at me indignantly. "Was it that woman who hit you?" she said through clenched teeth in anger. "No, I think not," I said, straining my memory. "From what I understood, it was Katie." Rosie looked at the side of my head resentfully. She took a couple of breaths to collect herself. "Keep going," she asked me. Then I told her everything I remembered about the incident at Alistair's house, how I woke up in the basement, how Michael Magna and Katie were still there, and how they gave me a glimpse of my father's old office. At this point, Rosie was already shocked. "Can you?" she said, scared. "Is it possible to create something like that?" With a simple nod, I continued my story. It was like a running faucet that I couldn't turn off until it all flowed out of me. I told her about how they almost made me destroy myself with the doll, how Michael Magna almost strangled me, and how Alistair saved me in time. My heart contracted when I remembered that hug. He was there for me when I needed him most. I paused my story for a few moments before continuing. No, I still couldn't cry. I had to let it all go. "There was a fight," I said slowly with my sight stray. "Michael Magna killed Katie with a gun. Alistair threw me out of the house and he fought Michael. Mr. Pentious helped me back inside. I helped Alistair and we were able to get out. Then, the fire, it was him?" Rosie whispered, very confused. "Did he try to kill your uncle with fire?" Everything had gone into the fire. His photograph, his past, All of it. He must have felt cornered to come to do something like that, Rosie said thoughtfully. But Michael survived and left the house, I whispered, opening my eyes wider. He shot Mr. Pentious and tried to attack Alistair and me, but Alistair was already exhausted and we couldn't escape. Then my voice started to crack and I squeezed my eyes shut. Charlotte? Rosie asked, alarmed. There was a boy. I stammered out of breath, feeling the tears rising in my throat. He told me that my inheritance was ready. I have seen him before, I'm sure. I don't know who he was, but it was so cold. Memories. They were there. In the shadows, I said, beginning to hyperventilate. Michael killed so many people. Charlotte, Rosie exclaimed and hugged me tightly. Rosie, Alistair was lying on the ground when I got out of the dog. I screamed, feeling my chest ripping apart. Why didn't he wake up? And I cried. I cried at the top of my lungs. I cried and hugged Rosie, trembling, with little strength in my arms and despite the pain in my body. She was trying to calm me down by stroking my hair and I was splashing tears on her chest. I felt that what little composure I had maintained had crumbled. Too many unanswered questions. With the impotence of feeling useless and succumbing to the weight of a terrible reality, Alistair did not wake up. Alistair was in trouble and there was nothing I could do for him. The nurse came a short time later and helped Rosie try to calm me down. The nurse said I should take a barbiturate, but Rosie refused. Just let her take out what's in her chest. She yelled at the nurse over my yelling. But she's scaring the other patients, she told Rosie. Then they should cover their ears. Rosie objected in a bossy tone. Rosie hugged me tighter. Calm down, sweetheart, she told me firmly. You are not alone. Cry all you need. The nurse left when she felt she wasn't needed anymore, shortly after. And I cried until I felt like my throat was going to bleed. It was quite a while before I could calm down. I refused to eat anything and remained almost motionless for the rest of the afternoon. Rosie tried to keep my spirits up. But even for her, it was difficult to maintain an optimistic tone as the hours passed and the options were few. Because nothing seemed to have a viable solution. Alistair was the sole suspect in the murder of dozens of people. And that first night awake, I had the opportunity to begin to digest, little by little, what had happened in my absence, and to look at the facts squarely. Alistair did not wake up. Why didn't he wake up? Rosie looked through the shutter at the outside of the hospital. There are still people standing guard at the entrance, she had said, worried. It's already been 5 days, for God's sake, she gave a frustrated sigh. Although the truth is that all this does not surprise me, the police will continue with this farce, unfortunately. Without the statements of the only suspect, people will only jump to conclusions without all the information. The police want to give the community the false feeling that they have the guy who's been outwitting them for a whole year. And the press doesn't help. The only advantage is that they have no way of verifying the veracity of everything that has happened. A shadow of concern crossed her eyes. Although I don't know if Pentious told them something I don't know. There was a knock at the door and a round-faced nurse entered the room. Good night, she said kindly. I'm here to remove the tray of food. The nurse observed the intact metal tray with the dinner that I refused to try. You have to eat, Miss Charlotte, she said with a stern tone. This way, you won't be able to regain the weight you lost in all the days you were asleep. Tomorrow will be a better day, Rosie assured her without much emphasis. Are you staying with her, miss? Yes, you can sleep in the chair for tonight, the nurse told her. It's the end of my shift, but at 7 in the morning, a replacement will come with breakfast. I will let them instructed that they bring something for you as well. Thank you. Good night. The nurse said goodbye and closed the door. Rosie sighed, breaking the silence. There's nothing worse than hospital food, right? She paced in the tiny room and thoughtfully moved the vase a little to the right. It's nice to have some privacy, Rosie had said, giving a half smile. With all the intruders bothering you, at least they had the decency to give you a private room, right? I did not answer, but she was right about that. I had been in a recovery room with more people, it would have been really uncomfortable for both them and me. To begin with, the scandalous news that the Ange Blance was injured and hospitalized caused the bland avalanche of gifts and flowers that had arrived from my admirers to begin disturbing in the corridor. The nurses didn't want to bring the presents into the room because there was barely room for the bed, a piece of furniture, and a couple of chairs. Rosie had donated, on my behalf, the bland amount of flower arrangements to the maternity section, but they had been in charge of collecting a considerable mountain of letters and stacking them on the side of my bed. Rosie paid attention to these letters for the first time since she had arrived and read the names of the senders. William McDougall. He bought me a tailored suit a couple of months ago. This other one is the milkman's son. There's one of the owner of the Magnuson hat shop and Donati and Francois. God, that's a fish with a very strange reputation, sweetheart. She opened one of the letters and began to read it aloud. She emphasized the corniest paragraphs of The Idiots in Love, Dear Ange Blance. My heart sank with sorrow, knowing that your angelic presence had been profaned by a heartless man. Rosie said in an overly dramatic tone, Your wings will be withered. But what? I don't care if your face is beat up, as long as your armpits are intact. Ooh, this one has a problem. She gave a forced laugh that I couldn't keep up with. She read a couple more where one trumpeted his love for me, and he hoped we would meet so that together we could take care of his grandmother. And yet another from a widowed man who hoped that I would be the mother of the 5 sons he planned to have and support them with his salary as a pharmacist. Her clear attempt to distract me from my own thoughts was ineffective. Seeing my lack of interest, she quickly lost heart and kicked the letters under the bed. Since the end of my outburst of tears and hysteria, I'd remained still and silent. Nothing more than the whisper of my expiration and the fluttering of my eyelids confirmed that I was still alive. You could use some sleep, Charlotte? Rosie said finally as she stood up to turn off the light switch. The good thing is that you have healed well. Although it will take a few more days to close the wound on the side, according to the nurse. With a little ingenuity, I can make your suits cover that scar. Light from the hall filtered through the bottom of the door, and the dim lighting from outside allowed me to see Rosie. The antiseptic scent of her was nauseating. I know you have slept for several days, but everything you have heard today must have left your mind exhausted, she said, regretfully. It was too much. You should rest for today. Yes, it was too much. Everything hurt. Thinking hurt, and my own heart was a heavy rock in my chest. I wanted to believe that it was a nightmare. I wanted Alistair to be there with his unmistakable smile, holding my hand and not in a deep sleep that separated him from reality. There was no way to get to him, and I wouldn't even be allowed to see him. Alistair wasn't there. He soon wouldn't be there in any form. Soon his life would slip away, and there was nothing I could do. Each prayer in me was repeated in a painful and throbbing cycle that accumulated in my heart, promising changes, good deeds, pieces of myself if that long-awaited second chance was granted. Why? I whispered with my voice cracking. Rosie hurried over to me. What is it, dear? She asked anxiously. Why? Why doesn't he wake up? I concluded, feeling tears stinging my eyes. Rosie sat next to me. I don't know, she said, defeated. The doctors don't know what exactly happened, so they can only speculate. But they think it must have been something in his head. Only he would know how to answer that. She massaged her eyes with her fingers, frustrated. That idiot always ends up worrying us, doesn't he? I said nothing. My tears wet my vision. Rosie heaved a long sigh. She turned on the nightstand lamp, took her handbag and rummaged through it. I have. She hesitated. I mean, Alistair has something for you, she concluded, finding what she was looking for. Without further ado, she took my hand and slipped something onto my left ring finger. I gazed at the precious ring, raising my illuminated hand with a glimmer. I looked at Rosie. Her soft smile was overshadowed by the melancholy in her eyes. Alistair asked me to order it for you, she whispered solemnly. He said that I would have the good taste for this important work. Besides, He was sure that he had given me the task of taking the measurements of the circumference of your fingers. And he was not wrong. I always knew they would come in handy for when that idiot was finally brave enough to ask you to be his life mate. Although it took a little longer than I thought, she sighed in resignation. It was the same day of the kidnapping that he called me. He said that he trusted my good taste and asked me to choose a beautiful ring for you. One that would do you justice. I was so happy for you that I closed my store and went to the best jewelry store I know. And I didn't focus on choosing just a pretty one. Oh no, I ordered one that would perfectly match you and your entire wardrobe. She played with the fold of her sleeve. I went to pick it up yesterday, she said with her voice watery while struggling to stay calm. He was supposed to give it to you and propose to you like only a man as ridiculous as he knows how to do it, but under the circumstances, I thought you should have it in case things don't work out right. She dabbed at her eyes with her handkerchief. I couldn't get out of my stupor. Please, Charlotte, Rosie pleaded me softly. You are an extraordinary woman. You have done fantastic things, even impossible for the vast majority. I know it's hard to ask you to keep the faith right now, but it's the only thing that can get us through this. I couldn't answer. I just stared at the fine edges of the silver ring, with small hand-carved flower reliefs around the circumference. It was an engagement ring, a ring from Charlastor. Something so simple that said so much about him. In that ring was Charlastor's heart and Rosie's hopes, and it was beautiful. I stared at the ring until I fell into a restless sleep, oscillating between reality and nightmares full of shadows and meaningless whispers. That ring could have been considered as a kind of signal, something that life gave me so that I wouldn't turn off the little beacon of hope in the storm. And I clung to it with all my might. It was at dawn that I received a surprise. I had been awake since very early. I saw Rosie sitting in the chair with her arms and head perched at the foot of my bed. And slowly, so as not to wake her up, I covered myself up to my head with the thin sheets. Since I was a child, I had always felt safe under the covers. It made me feel protected from monsters when I was a child. I could see the silhouettes through the fabric as the room lit up in the morning quite clearly. I heard a knock on the door and pretended to sleep. Rosie woke up with a jolt. She groaned loudly and she rearranged her hair as best as she could. She grumbled when she stood up to open it. "Good morning, Miss Rosie," said the gentle voice of a nurse. "I've had better days," Rosie exhaled regretfully. "You should change that chair for something more comfortable." "I've brought breakfast for Charlotte," the nurse answered, ignoring her complaint. "And I brought coffee for you. Charlotte is still sleeping," Rosie replied with weariness in her voice while stifling a yawn. "Do you have to have such a strict schedule to bring the food?" "Those are the rules," the nurse said with a more serious voice while placing the tray on my nightstand. "Patients must eat well in order to recover. Although, Miss Charlotte seems to be doing quite well. A couple of hits weren't going to stop her," she said with a note of pride. "I know it's rash, Miss Rosie, but there are some gentlemen requesting to speak to Miss Charlotte." "Gentlemen?" Rosie was outraged. "Yes, well, do you know what time is it?" Rosie interrupted, beginning to raise her voice. "I know, but I have had a very bad night, my back hurts, and I look horrible. It should be illegal to have visitors this early. By the way, please don't tell me they're from Charlotte's terrible fans, because I thought the hospital made sure none of them got in." "No, miss, it's..." The door opened and I saw a tall, blurry figure enter. "Good morning." I listened to the cheerful voice of Mr. Pentious. "I've brought Baines for breakfast." I then heard a paper bag clattered. As it landed on the breakfast tray, "Mr. Pentious?" Rosie said, shocked. "Oh, Miss Rosie!" Pentious exclaimed with cheerful cordiality, shaking Rosie's hand with his good hand. "How small is the world! Have you been taking care of Charlotte all these days?" "Oh, what a blessing for this girl." "Yes, but..." "Oh, I shouldn't have worried about this then," he said, in a good mood. "She was in the best hands all this time. Not for nothing that I leave my hat to be repaired in her sole care. As I see that you know each other, I withdraw. With your permission." said the nurse as she left the room, walking quickly. Wait. Rosie protested, but the nurse had already left. Rosie sighed in exasperation. How is Charlotte? Penchus said with concern, but not daring to approach my bed. Did she had a good night? I didn't think she could sleep after several days without waking up. They told me yesterday afternoon that she had opened her eyes, so I took advantage of the first hour of the afternoon visit. What? Rosie tried to say, do you want to bathe me? Penchus interrupted her, polite, as always. Fresh out of the oven. They will be perfect with coffee. Do you really take that in the mornings? Rosie cleared her throat loudly. Mr. Penchus, what are you doing here? She demanded curtly. Oh, I came to get the bandages on my arm changed. Penchus replied simply. And I took advantage to bring Charlotte something from my restaurant. These are the specialty of my restaurant. I think it's a better option than terrible hospital food. A good breakfast helps replenish energy to face a bad day. You were seriously allowed a visit to a lady's quarters before 8 in the morning? She said, incredulous. It took a couple of bribes with free dinners from the guards on duty, he said politely. But yes, Rosie let out a weary sigh through her nose. You will know that it is a rather great imprudence to arrive without warning, Rosie objected. Oh, that's why I brought the Banes. There is no worse manners than coming to visit without bringing something to eat. Also, Penchus's voice lowered, suddenly crushed with concern. I have been very worried about her these days, after everything that happened, he said. And I need to ask Charlotte some questions. Rosie took a deep breath to say something, but then she sighed. You could have at least waited until she was awake, Rosie debated him. No longer in the mood to argue. I couldn't let another moment go by, Penchus said vehemently. I need to know a lot of things, Miss Rosie. That night is still very hazy in my head, and I'm not sure what I saw. But I know that Charlotte could explain to me what happened in Alistair's house, and why Michael Magna had her kidnapped. Even without a good look at her, I knew that Rosie was worried. Penchus knew too much about that event. He had taken a risk by being present, not really knowing what he was involved in. He didn't have all the pieces, but he was a smart man and you wouldn't buy a simple excuse to make sense of it all. Whatever happened, I don't think this is the time or the place to clear your doubts, Mr. Penchus, Rosie said, straightening up. Charlotte is asleep. Or she won't be soon with all this noise. Rosie gave me a quick look at my face sternly. Would she know that I was awake? Penchus was silent for a few moments, looking at his bandaged arm. Then he looked at Rosie. Do you know anything? Penchus said, very slowly. What do you mean? Rosie sputtered defensively. I know you are friends with Alistair as well. He always walks around with coats from your local. You must know something about what? Well, you might think me crazy if I told you what I think happened that night. I could let it pass off as one big crazy hallucination. But the shot in my arm tells me it was quite real. Rosie took a deep breath before answering. I was not there, she said slowly. And what Charlotte managed to tell me doesn't make much sense to me either. Rosie rubbed her hands together anxiously. Just give it time, Mr. Penchus. Charlotte went through something really terrible too. She only found out yesterday about the condition in which Alistair is in, and that left her very bad. Trying to ask her for explanations right now would be very painful and exhausting for her. Penchus had sighed. Slowly, he took out a bamie with a napkin from the bag. The truth is that what scares me is the thought of having misjudged Alistair and Charlotte, he said regretfully. Yes, maybe they're not what I thought they were. You know them well enough, right? I can trust that you already knew. What do you mean? Rosie said defensively. Alistair, he told me that Charlotte is Apple Daddy's daughter. Penchus muttered, sadly. My heart clenched a bit. Yes, Rosie admitted. I already knew. The first time Alistair took her to my place, after Michael Magna left her here in New Orleans, at that very moment I recognized her. She had already grown a few inches since the last time I measured her for a dress. But those little brown eyes were unmistakable. The truth is, I feel like a real idiot for not noticing it when I saw her, Penchus said sadly. I lost track of her many years ago. Also, she cut her hair. In my mind, Charlotte had always had her hair below her waist. How was I supposed to know that I was in front of her? Don't be so hard on yourself, Rosie told him. Even if you didn't recognize her, she didn't want you to know. Perhaps she would think of telling you one day. But she's been going through a lot. Mr. Pentious sighed heavily. That's true, he replied. Just seeing what her uncle was capable of trying to do to her, no wonder she wanted to keep a low profile and that Alistair kept her safe. But I still don't understand how she is with him from the beginning, though I'm glad it's that way. He seems like he took good care of her. I think it was the other way around, Rosie contradicted. Mr. Pentious laughed lightly, but soon returned to seriousness. I still can't believe I ever thought the terrible rumors about Michael Magna were real, he said, in a somber tone. He himself confessed that night. He caused Lucifer and Lilith's accident. I had to use all my self-control to keep from making a sound. The painful memory of my uncle shouting with pride about being the author of that terrible event burned in my chest. Did you tell the police? Inquired Rosie. Oh, yes, he assured her. Mr. Pentious groaned in frustration. I took care of making it clear of who the victim was here. If only Charlotte had told me everything he did to her earlier, I would have believed her. I could have helped her. I could have warned her when Michael Magna said that he would come again. We could have prevented all this. Mr. Pentious, I know I'm not the right person to provide you with the answers you want, Rosie said with determination. And to be honest, I don't understand what's going on either, and maybe I won't be able to fully understand it. But I share your concern for them. Rosie sighed, and I saw her hug herself. And while I'm not much help, I know Charlotte needs me here, she continued. And I'm sure she appreciates what you've done for her. She requires all the support we can give her at this time. How do I know if I was right or wrong to get involved in all this? Pentious said sincerely, how can I trust that what I saw that night was something extraordinary, or an absurd invention of my head, or... Rosie took the bane from Mr. Pentious's hand, and I could hear the smile in her voice. Mr. Pentious, I know you're confused right now, but I know that even if you don't understand what happened or what you saw that night, I'm convinced that you continue to trust them. You may know the reasons why you helped them. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you hadn't been there, I'm sure Alistair wouldn't have been able to save Charlotte in time that night. Pentious looked at her, expectantly. Alistair and Charlotte are also very dear to me, Mr. Pentious, she said wistfully. I have known both of them since they were little kids. Oh, yes, Mr. Pentious accepted, more animated. Those two have given me more than one headache. And, well, I'm sure you were as happy as I was to know that they were together. Only the blindest of men would not notice that they were made for each other, he assured her with a note of pride. And believe me, I knew it from the moment I saw them having dinner together at my restaurant. I have a good eye for these things. Rosie did her best to stifle a small laugh. I don't consider myself a romantic person, but... Rosie said solemnly, looking up at Pentious, they're living proof that love exists, that it can come to us at the moment when we least expect it. And we saw in firsthand of the trouble an idiot can get into, who didn't realize he had the love of his life right in front of him. Rosie took a bite of her beignets. Dear Lord, she said nicely. Delicious. Oh, Mr. Pentious blurted out like an epiphany. Are you all right? Rosie said with a note of concern. Yes, he said, running his good hand through his hair nervously. Do you need some water or... Miss Rosie? Ahem, do you like eggs? Huh, Rosie said confused. Well, yes, of course. Oh, Pentious exclaimed, delighted. Oh, how wonderful. One of these days I can go drop some off at your place. I have a chicken farm in my yard, so I can assure you of the quality. If you don't mind, of course. Well, thank you, Rosie replied, confused but cordial. Pentious heaved a pleased sigh. Wonderful. And then he turned to look at me. Perhaps it was unwise to come so early. Penchas said quietly. I should better go. I leave the Banes here for her for when Charlotte wakes up. They are for you, too. Of course. They have the seal of quality of my restaurant, Mr. Penchas. Yes? He said, too eager. If you already gave statements to the police, Rosie said urgently. What did you tell them exactly? Penchas snorted as if he had been told a bad joke. I guess what sounded more logical, he said. A deranged guy who broke into Alistair's house, he kidnapped her niece and tried to kill her. That I took Alistair there in my car in an attempt to go save her, and all of that ended in a big fight in self-defense because Michael Magnus started shooting. Anything else? They wanted to know why I didn't call the police the moment we found out about the kidnapping and how we found out where Charlotte was. But that, as I told you, is not something that I know of. Alistair is the one who should tell you that part. I just drove there. Everything else is already confusing. After fainting in my car, I didn't know anything until I woke up in the hospital. Rosie seemed less tense. But what about those strange things you tell me you saw? Rosie inquired. Did you mention them to the police? Mr. Penchas rubbed his eye with the palm of his good hand. With all due respect, Miss Rosie, he began. Could I ask you something? Sure. Telling the police that I think I saw a bunch of shadows fighting in front of a burning house and a possessed man. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? He said, shrugging his shoulders. Rosie just made a sound of agreement. Yes, right? Penchas said. Have you told anyone else? I mentioned it to the nurse who had to attend to me as soon as I woke up, and she said it was bad dreams, a fit of hysteria, combined with hallucinations from the blood loss, the smoke from the fire, a mind trick game of shadows with fire. There are many more adequate explanations to what I'm sure I saw, but they don't tell me how Alistair knew where Charlotte was. Penchas fixed his bow tie. And even if I did tell the authorities what I think I saw, it would be dismissed as fact. I myself would doubt all that. Should anybody tell me something of the likes? I see, Rosie sighed. And you, Miss Rosie? Yes. Do you believe in forces beyond what we understand? He said in the most serious tone I have ever heard from him. That it may be possible this whole world we think we understand is only a bit? I don't rule anything out at my age, she said, shrugging her shoulders. There are still many inexplicable things that I have seen in my life. And to say that there is nothing but the monotony of our simple lives would be quite disappointing, don't you think? I think we agree on that. Mr. Penchas smiled and headed for the door. If you'll excuse me, I have to go to my routine healing. Please give my regards to Charlotte. And tell her, too, that the house invites lunch with its corresponding dessert when she leaves here. And, of course, you are also invited whenever you like. I will personally take care of giving you my best table. Have a nice day, Miss Rosie. He made a flowery, old-fashioned bow with his big top hat and left the room. Rosie came over to my bed and uncovered my head with a thin sheet. Enough to keep you calm, she told me. Smart woman. He is a good man, I told her with a hoarse voice. But rather impertinent, Rosie groaned, taking another bite of the bane. Although I do appreciate these fresh biscuits. The cupcakes I brought yesterday are already stale. I think he likes you, I ventured. Oh, do you think so? She commented nonchalantly, finishing her beignet and shaking the icing sugar from her hands. I have only had professional dealings with this hat, and the less time we spend in the same room, the better. It's quite loud. I tried to sit up on my own, but Rosie put her hand on my back and yanked me forward so I could sit up. I couldn't help but groan as I felt my numb body straighten up, and the stitches gave me a nasty tingle in one side. Don't try too hard, Charlotte, she scolded me as she arranged a pillow on my back. The nurse told me that it will take you a couple more days to get your full strength back. Come, eat something. She offered me a cup of warm milk, which I drank in small sips. My throat was still burned from crying the day before. I'm sure he'll want answers, I said, looking at my reflection in the milk. If he told the truth and hasn't said a word to the police, maybe there is something that can be done, she said, enigmatically. Before I could ask Rosie for more details, there was once more a knock on the door. Rosie turned around, annoyed. It cannot be. It must be the other person who came, she grumbled, stomping in the direction of the door. Look, sir, I understand that you want to come see Charlotte, but if you have any decency. And she stopped short when she saw who was behind the door. He was tall, with a hump marked with all the years he had on him. His graying, bushy beard had seen better days, and his hands, knotty, stained, and full of blue veins, tightly gripped the fine wooden cane on which the right half of his body rested, and which they combined with a fine three-piece suit. That man with the tired but lucid look of whom had seen many things in his life was like an apparition for me. Good day. Gilbert Brown, at your service, he said, raising his bowler hat cordially to put it on his chest. Excuse my rudeness, but I only got into town last night and had to come as soon as possible. There is no problem, Rosie said, more composed. Gilbert Brown? Aren't you the lawyer for the Magna family? Well, yes, indeed, he said with a pleased smile. Although the truth is that I had lost track of the Magnas, until the authorities called me to inform me about the death of Michael Magna. I remember seeing you with Apple Daddy at my place once. Oh, then you must be Miss Rosie, he said kindly. I was told that you were in charge of taking care of Miss Charlotte, right? I appreciate it a lot. Mr. Gilbert? I said excitedly, setting the cup back on the tray once more. I can't believe it. Mr. Gilbert looked at me for the first time in years. His eyes were wide with wonder, and he exhaled in disbelief. Charlotte! He exclaimed happily. His stride was limited by his limp. Dear child. He took a seat in the chair next to my bed and took my left hand in his. His clear blue eyes sparkled through tears, giving me a huge, frank smile. He rubbed my hands shakily, as if terrified they might disappear. Just by seeing him, I felt the calmness of a little girl seeing someone she trusts. Blessed be God, he said, excited. I thought I would never see you again, I said in a watery voice. Oh, I was so scared when you disappeared, he admitted ruefully, bringing his forehead closer to our joined hands. I thought I had failed you, my girl. It made my heart contract. I couldn't imagine what he must have been through throughout the years. Why didn't you seek me out for help? He inquired. Why didn't you try to contact me? How is that you are here? I put a hand on his and gave him a sad smile. What happened? He inquired urgently. Where have you been all this time? It's a long story, Mr. Gilbert, I said regretfully. He straightened expectantly. That night on the dock, Michael Magna left me to my fate. I continued with as much composure as possible. I couldn't cry at that moment. They chased me. They wanted to kill me for everything Michael Magna did. I barely managed to escape from those angry people, and then I met someone who saved me and offered me a place to stay. LeBlance, he said, nodding. Alistair LeBlance, the taxidermist. Did you already know him? I said, amazed. I saw him on a few occasions working with your father, he explained to me. He took care of fixing all the animal trophies that were destroyed in your father's room. It took quite a long time to restore so many heads. Oh, yes, he told me that. It was not uncommon to see him in some formal meeting with your father. They became friends, although we rarely talked. Such a curious individual with many topics of conversation. Imagining a young Alistair sharing an afternoon chat with my father and Mr. Gilbert came to my mind, so clearly that I could swear I was seeing them. So, he took care of you all this time? Mr. Gilbert said, seriously. Yes, I assured. He always treated me very well when I was his servant. And he always wanted me to feel comfortable in his house. That was no lie. Even though I knew that initially I was something of an experiment for him, where he would wait for the specters to consume my soul when I disobeyed his command to go to the basement, I couldn't deny that I always felt comfortable since I've been living with him. He always had a kind, respectful, and patient treatment with me, and those qualities were sustained over time. None of that was fake about him. A servant? He said in amazement. Yes, I learned a lot working for him, I confirmed. He made sure that I lacked nothing. I see, he said, nodding. It seems that you had the good fortune to meet a person with a heart full of kindness. Oh no, I said, wrinkling my nose and smiling for the first time in days. He's not like that at all. He looked at me with curiosity. Alistair is someone very particular. He is bright and charismatic, though somewhat quirky in his tastes. Dealing with him can be frustrating. He is stubborn and selfish. He likes to have a comfortable life at his own pace, but you can talk to him for hours about music and books. It is also true that it's taken me years to get him to give me a straight, honest answer to what he's thinking. He is more insecure than he appears to be and so jealous of everything he cares about that he's capable of making the most foolish things in order to protect them. He is also very patient in teaching, and he is very skilled with knives and cooking. He was the one who taught me how to do it. He is a great dancer and he likes to sing. He can also be a real self-centered jerk who likes to show off. We can get mad at him for how much of a liar he can be, and he'll only recognize his faults when he's cornered like a little kid in a prank. He is somewhat skittish with people who do not respect his space, just like a cat. But he has a witty sense of humor that can always make me laugh and lift my spirits. I looked down for a moment, lost in thoughts about Alistair, who, at the moment, seemed painfully far away. He can be irritating and proud, I said, tears threatening to fall. But he is charming and intelligent, eloquent and sweet. And now, I wiped away my tears with the back of my hand. And now he doesn't wake up. I hissed through my teeth in anger, hitting my thighs with my fists. My arms instantly complained. I was unable to hold back the tears of helplessness. Rosie came over to me and stroked my hair. I leaned to the side and rested my forehead on her arm. "Easy, Charlotte," she whispered. "He doesn't wake up," I hiccuped, looking at a surprised Mr. Gilbert. "And I can't do anything for him." He stared at me for a moment, then examined the thin silver band on my ring finger. He opened his eyes in understanding. "Can you satisfy an old man's curiosity?" he said with a sweet smile. "Are you and Mr. LeBlance?" I gave him a sad nod. "Oh, I see," Mr. Gilbert said, with a smile. "I suppose finding him is a big reason why you didn't want to look back." "Yes," I said, separating a little from Rosie. I was afraid of looking into the past in the eye, and I wanted to escape the confinement, Michael, and all the consequences that could affect me. But it also dragged the good that was left of my story. Like you. My throat tightened, and I looked into the eyes of the friendly old face that was watching me intently. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Gilbert," I said with my voice tremulous and sniffling. I was so afraid of being found. I was terrified that something from my past would take away the future that I tried to build for myself. Believe me, I thought of everything you did to try to protect me from my uncle. And so I thought it was the right thing not to cause you any more trouble. "No, dear girl," he said with a frown. "You have never caused me any trouble." He took out a checkered handkerchief and offered it to me. I took it out of courtesy, and he took another to dry his own tears. "I guess I can't blame you, Charlotte," he said firmly. "You found a place where you felt safe, and you wanted to stay there, but..." He lowered a downcast gaze. "But at least you could have had mercy on this old heart. It was also protecting you," I said, more composed. "If Michael Magna had shown up at your office, he would try to get information about me out of you in horrible ways. I knew what he was capable of to get what he wanted." He snorted through his nose and stared into space. "Michael Magna," he snapped, as if every word was off-putting. "Your uncle was such an unstable person. Anyone who escaped the control of that madman would avoid looking back. That's why I didn't dare to renounce. It would have meant leaving you in complete abandonment. Oh my God. When I learned that he suddenly left and that he left you behind, I really thought the worst. That's why they dismissed a search. All your records were lost. And they assumed it would be a waste of time. I haven't had an ID or passport for a long time," I indicated. "And none were necessary for the jobs I had." "Well, that can be fixed," he said, more animated. "I have an acquaintance who can help us with your identification." "Is it safe for her to still use the surname Magna?" Rosie asked. "Well, we'll see what can be done," he said with a big smile. He looked at me and smiled at me to give me a couple of light pats on my hands. "But I'm glad you're here, Charlotte." It was incredible to see Mr. Gilbert so close and in detail. In just a few years, his wrinkles had become much more pronounced, and the innumerable gray hairs in his beard showed how time had passed. Mr. Gilbert Brown, as attorney for the Magnas, had been handling all of the Magnas' legal affairs since my grandfather was alive, and he was a very dear friend of the family. He had seen my father grow up, and I had also known him all my life. We shared lunches and dinners, and I loved when he brought his hound, Sylvia, and her puppies with whom I could spend afternoons playing. He taught me my first steps on the piano and how to learn to negotiate with Dad to get a whim. He was always perceived as the figure of a beloved grandfather in my eyes as a child. But ever since my Uncle Michael took control of the estate, my dear Mr. Gilbert's visits became more and more distant. We could barely talk a bit, always being watched by my aunt's disapproving gaze and asking me the usual questions to check my health status. If I was being fed well, if I was receiving a good education and checking what things I was learning with some demonstrations of my knowledge. Always taking care of Dad's will and making sure it was fulfilled, since he couldn't do more for me or free me from my captivity. Only for that reason, Michael Magna allowed these visits every month. If the family lawyer verified that everything was in order with me, the lawyer would not take away the assets that were in my name for the time I was ready. And Mr. Gilbert took advantage of every little instance when Aunt Magna was distracted to sneak me some chocolate or candy. And so the years passed until Michael left me to my fate on that dock, and the rumors of Charlotte Magna's death became known. Then I realized a great detail that I had overlooked. "Who told you?" I said slowly, frowning. "Why did you come?" "Excuse me?" he said, surprised. "How did you know it was me who was in this room?" I said louder, pulling away from Rosie a bit. "Why did they send our family's lawyer with me?" "The person in charge of the investigation warned me," he said, shaking his head slightly, making an effort to understand. "And who the hell is he?" Rosie demanded, defensively. "Well, he's an old friend, and he contacted me right away at the office where I worked in Houston. I was attending a lawsuit in a corruption case, and he informed me that Michael Magna had reappeared. He asked me to come to take care of all the legal paperwork for the death, since I was the assigned lawyer. And he also assured me that you were here and alive. That's why I finished my business as fast as I could to come calmly." "What?" I said with a small voice. "And how did the person in charge of the investigation find out that Charlotte is a Magna?" Rosie said with outrage in her voice. "I don't think Mr. Penchus told you," I said, shaking my head. It would be something he had mentioned to Rosie. Mr. Gilbert looked from Rosie to me a couple of times. "How?" he said, confused. "He shouldn't know. What's the name?" I asked urgently. "John Husker," he said confidently. "John Husker." It sounded very familiar to me. As I told you, he is an old drinking friend. I ran into him in court quite often. He even got promoted, and he moved to Lafayette about 10 years ago. They sent for him to participate in the local police unit when the whole matter of the vigilante got out of hand. He's a guy with a track record. The truth is, he had suspicions that the vigilante was Michael Magna for a while. But since all the Magna properties were auctioned off and no one ever saw him for years, he was ruled out as a suspect. "And how did he find out that Charlotte is a Magna?" Rosie demanded. "It is assumed that only a few of us know it. One of them is dead and one is in a coma right now. Mr. Gilbert," I said urgent. "It is not information that should be disclosed. Charlotte is too well known in this city to create another media chaos," Rosie inquired. "How come she's famous?" He asked, confused. "Don't you read the newspapers?" "I usually travel a lot. I miss out on a lot of local news." "Forget it," Rosie said, rolling her eyes. "The point is that this girl's identity requires a lot of discretion, understood." "Well, yes, of course," he said, feeling confused and intimidated. I kept thinking, racking my brain as to how the head of the investigation could have known. There was no way anyone else could know my last name. I trusted the people who knew that secret. Then a firm knock on the door had startled me, and the door was opened without permission. I saw Husk introducing himself to everyone, serious and shaggy, and he did not care about the reproaches of a nurse who was approaching and telling him about how he shouldn't break into a patient's recovery room like that. It was enough to show her a shiny badge to get her out of the way, and he headed towards me at a steady pace. All in all, I still had a bit of strength left to feel surprised at his presence. "Good morning, ladies," he greeted. "Gil. Husk?" I said, blinking. "Oh, John," Mr. Gilbert said happily. "We were just talking about you." And he proceeded to give him an affable handshake. "What are you doing here, sir?" Rosie said, annoyed. "It is impolite to enter a lady's room without permission." Undeterred, Husk held the badge up again for Rosie and me to get a good look at. It was a police badge. I knew them well. I had the opportunity to see a few of the police officers taking the rioters away from Mimsey's palace. None of that situation suited me. I felt like I was in a strange and ridiculous dream. "I would ask you to get out of here," he said, turning to Rosie sullenly. "I need to take a statement from Charlotte Magna." My insides twisted. Rosie, fortunately, reacted before I did. "Can't it wait until she's recovered?" Rosie challenged him. "She just woke up yesterday and she has received some strong news, for God's sake. Have a little consideration. We already lost 5 days. She couldn't say anything and the investigation couldn't move forward," Husk said, undeterred. "I am in charge of this case and Charlotte Magna is a key witness. I would ask you to leave while I speak with her, ma'am." Rosie looked at him apprehensively. "I'll be around," she told me cautiously while patting my shoulder. And she left the room and her hasty heels disappeared behind the door. Husk surveyed me with a frown of annoyance. He came around the bed and sat on the foot of the mattress, giving a heavy sigh. He pulled a metal hip flask out of his coat and took a sip of something that filled the room with the stench of cheap booze. "Still with your old habits, huh?" Mr. Gilbert chided him, shaking his head. "It is forbidden to drink in the hospital." "Shut it," he snapped. "Your liver must be dead by now. At least I can still walk upright," he grunted. Then Husk took notice of me. His attitude and his gestures were marked by a strange professional distance that I had not seen before. "How are you feeling, Charlotte?" I had the impulse to run away. Without Rosie by my side, I felt extremely vulnerable. I didn't know if it was a terrible joke, a weird dream, or if it was a twin that Husk never told me he had. But the thing was, that person in front of me had mentioned my real last name. He knew about my secret, and he was investigating Alistair. "Who are you?" It was the first thing that came out of my mouth, with surprise and mistrust. Husk gave a dry laugh. He took a couple of seconds before continuing, ignoring my question. "Looks like you're better now," he said, looking at the patch on the side of my head. "I already said that you had a hard head. One hit with a bottle and you collapsed. Many would have ruptured an artery or suffered some trauma to the coconut. A bottle?" I said, instinctively raising my arm to my temple. The nature of the blow that had knocked me unconscious had gone completely unnoticed. "Do you know how I found you at Alistair's house?" he said suddenly. He looked me in the eye almost reproachfully. He continued without waiting for me to say anything. "Mimsy confessed that she, along with Katie Killjoy, had carried out your kidnapping and told me where they had taken you. She gave me Alistair's home address, where I had sent him the piano a couple of months ago. Miss Mimsy had been pushed to the back of my list of concerns, but she now came back to me like a great beast that emerged in my head." "My goodness," Mr. Gilbert said, heartbroken and looking at the patch on my head with concern. "Did they really hit you with a bottle? That's awful." "Miss Mimsy?" I said, surprised, with a small voice. She was Michael's henchwoman?" "Yup," he said, exploding the letter P, indirectly, according to what she said. "She never had any contact with him, but she helped Katie put you in a laundry sack and she lent her car for your transfer. She clearly preferred to cover her tracks and leave you to your fate with a couple of crazy people. And that's enough for me." He took another drink from his flask and looked at it disapprovingly. You would imagine that she is behind bars right now. I felt great anguish. Besides other reasons, he said, exhaling and putting the lid on his flask. She and her entire establishment were destined to fall, sooner or later. What you told me about, Mr. Gilbert commented, settling into his seat. The undercover investigation you were doing, right? From Mimsey's palace? I said with a bad feeling. What about that? Husk gave a heavy sigh that reeked cheap liquor. I worked in the tavern of that seedy place for almost a year to keep track of drunken conversations and see if I could gather some information on the vigilante. Husk explained, tucking his flask into the inside of his trench coat. He said it so lightly and confidently that it made my hair stand on end. My stomach was churning, and the horrible feeling of being trapped was beginning to suffocate me. Working there, I realized a mountain of irregularities. It took time to get enough evidence to shut everything down and send that crazy woman to jail. How much did she do? Mr. Gilbert asked calmly. Husk made a disgusted face. She took loans from several banks to keep her establishment standing. He explained listlessly. She was in debt up to her ears. She restricted cleaning and hygiene services to a single person who was absent without notice for days. The bathrooms were disgusting. There were nests of rats founded in the food holds, and they only cut off the gnawed parts of the food before serving it. She bribed a few officers to keep them from finding the venue after repeated fights between attendees. She charged a commission for the use of sectors of the establishment so that her workers could carry out illegal acts such as prostitution. She paid everyone late, especially the girl who more or less had that place going. Mimsy would get drunk in her office from time to time and occupy the resources of her own premises. And when the prohibition was lifted, she adulterated the vodka by adding water for saving. Mr. Gilbert snorted with his eyes widening. Sounds like a few years in jail or a hefty bail, he commented. Actually, I almost had her arrested right before this whole kidnapping thing, Husk answered with a macabre smile. When she got drunk when that son of a bitch Alistair left her, she told me that she was broke, that she would have to escape from her debts, flee to another city, and that she used all the money from the salary of her employees in the preparations for the wedding, and her wedding dress. It cannot be, I said, horrified. She can and she did, Husk confirmed. I took it upon myself to search her entire office when she passed out on her desk after drinking so much. Her account books and her loan contracts are already in the hands of the police, and all those who were her employees. I demanded, Angel and Vadgi, what happened to them? On the street. It was horrible. All going from bad to worse. All were left unemployed and without any remuneration. Mimsy had stolen from them. Angel and Vadgi were very worried about you, he said, almost listlessly. I haven't seen them since Mimsy's capture. They must be looking for a new job right now. I wanted to scream for them. It was so unfair. Both Angel and Vadgi and all the workers there had been affected. It was horrible. But enough of this, Husk said emphatically, turning his body towards me. I instantly tensed. Charlotte, you must already know what's going on with Alistair, he said seriously. We know that you lived with Alistair for 2 years, and that, subsequently, you made an intimate relationship quite public. Fear began to creep up my spine. Now Alistair's house is in ashes, and we couldn't salvage anything but some charred bones from the basement. We know it was Killjoy, because she was missing a fang and because she had an alliance with Magna, but we know that the fire was not the reason for her death, because her skull was pierced by a bullet. I was paralyzed. We don't know who could have been the one who shot her. We found a revolver on the ground in the patio and another burned by the fire inside the house, in addition to the remains of a rifle without projectiles. So we assumed there was a mutual assassination attempt. I felt that I could no longer breathe well. We also found Mimsy's car parked outside, as well as some things that were thrown in the yard. An ugly rag doll, destroyed things, and absurd objects like an empty salt shaker. Does anything sound familiar to you? That doll no longer had power. And inside your belongings, we found a can of gunpowder. He continued without waiting for answers. What did you need it for? I thought I might set Michael Magna on fire when I took it, but it all happened so fast. I had completely forgotten about it. At my silence, he continued. And we found also a leather folder with some sheets inside. Do you know what it is? That's property of the Magnas. Mr. Gilbert jumped up suddenly and getting the attention of us. It's a family heirloom. It is written in a very strange language, he claimed. And in the corners it has notes about prices of magic. Oh, you're not going to believe that nonsense, Gilbert said lightly. It's just something they pass down from generation to generation. When you see that it is worthless, I ask you to return it to Charlotte. It just makes me understand that LeBlance and Magna were crazier than I thought. Husk sentenced. He was silent for a moment before continuing. Someone told me about the possibility that LeBlance was the vigilante. I had a lump in my throat. At the time, I dismissed it as an utter nonsense, but as the days went by, I realized that LeBlance is worthy of being suspected. There was a needle and thread in his jacket, and the knife we found had blood on it. Magna had a cut on his hand, and you had a cut on your side. But Alistair didn't do that to me, I countered. Not with the intention of harming me. Besides something important, he interrupted me. The vigilante crime spree has stopped since that night he abandoned Mimsy at the hotel. And there hasn't been a single case since he's been hospitalized. Well, but it's circumstantial evidence, Mr. Gilbert indicated. But they can't be ruled out considering there were 2 dead bodies on LeBlance's property, Husk said calmly. So since I know that Charlotte is a smart girl, she will know the consequences of what happens if she stands in the way of justice. He met my eyes and leaned in slightly in anticipation. Is Alistair LeBlance the vigilante? No. I wanted to say no. I wanted to shout it with all the certainty of so many previous times, but I couldn't. I stammered shakily. The lie did not flow. The silence spell didn't work. Why didn't it work? I started to hyperventilate. Charlotte? Mr. Gilbert inquired, concerned. He isn't, I said, feeling my chest burn and suffocating. I felt my hands shake violently. And then, suddenly, I started coughing. A painful, suffocating, and horribly familiar cough emerged from myself. Shit, nurse. Husk yelled while standing up, and he rushed out of the room. Nurse! I kept coughing, trying to cover my mouth with my hands, but without stopping what began to emanate from it. Oh my God, Mr. Gilbert said, terrified. The cough stopped long enough for a ragged gasp of air. Through my tear-filled eyes, I saw the blood staining my shaking hands, my ring, and the white sheets of the bed. What? I muttered, too shocked to react. It cannot be, Mr. Gilbert mused with panic in his voice. Not you, Charlotte, please. Not you. I watched him, confused. What is this? I muttered. I looked back at my red-fogged hands. Charlotte! Rosie came in scared and crying out upon seeing me in that state. Husk's voice and footsteps in the hallway echoed. What did you do to her? Rosie yelled, enraged, as she wiped my face with one of her thin tissues. It just happened all of a sudden, Mr. Gilbert tried to say. I looked at them in a haze. I listened to the muffled sound of screams, claims, and the nurses who began to examine me. They had to call the doctor on duty urgently, and I spent the whole day under observation while they did the rigorous tests. There was nothing decisive, and they put me to rest. Luckily, there was no more of that sudden cough of blood for the rest of the day. And the medical team asked Husk to give me space and no more interrogation attempts until they knew what was going on with me. Rosie had the job of taking care of me overnight again. I was grateful that I didn't have to be completely alone. The same question was repeated over and over again. Why didn't the silent spell work? I said in a whisper, looking at the clear sky behind the window. I don't know how magic works, Charlotte, she said with concern, sitting at the foot of the mattress. And I don't know enough, I agreed. Has that cough ever happened to you before? I just shook my head. I only saw that my uncle had it. I made a face. And I think my dad too. Don't push yourself too hard, honey, she said softly. We don't know what's going on yet, but at least it'll keep the busybodies out of our way for a while. I didn't know what to answer. I did not think that I would be able to give a negative answer with the same ease as before if they asked me directly about the identity of the vigilante, not without the help of the spell. Hours passed and I couldn't sleep. Rosie had settled back like the night before so she could close her eyes. Poor Rosie. She had sacrificed a lot for me. I was in infinite debt to her. I closed my eyes, trying to shut my mind off for the night. But that was when, suddenly, I felt a little tug on my left hand, or so it seemed. It was so subtle I could have imagined it. I tried to ignore it, until a second tug moved my hand more firmly. I opened my eyes and looked around me. There was no one there but Rosie, fast asleep. The next tug, I felt it insistently. It was then that, under the light of the bright moon and the little night lamp, a tiny shadow like a long and sinuous black arm was projected across the ground until it reached mine. Rosie, I said while I was trying to hastily move her shoulder with my free hand. Rosie, wake up. What? She stammered, and then she sat up slowly. What's happening? Are you okay? Look, I indicated, pointing at the shadow. Rosie blinked several times to confirm what she thought she was seeing. What's that? She inquired, scared. A friend, I said. Emotions were starting to well up in my chest. Someone was calling me.
Chapter 27. Harlequin.
Fear, the original feeling, the hallmark par excellence of every conscious living being, from the moment a breath of life fills its existence and takes its first trembling steps in the world. Fear keeps the prudent alert and is dismissed by the unwary who do not measure the hidden hazards between the treacherous lights of the gloomy alleys, an alert signal, or the eventual and unjustified kindness of a stranger. Who could judge us in the face of fear of the unknown? To wild and unexplored lands that take us away from the safety of the unwavering, reliable, and comfortable routine we took for granted, fear keeps us alive, without changes, no risks. All according to plan. But letting fear consume your will and paralyze you would only stagnate the waters. Preventing life from flowing and going through those improbable nooks and crannies will end up drowning you in the cumulus of the murky and dead-end torrent. Refusing bottomless wells, faster springs, or being able to find new waters that join its course. Taking risks, ignoring fear, allows us to change, to keep on moving, to transform ourselves. And there I was, facing the unknown and with fear sitting in my chest, in front of the spectral hand extended to me, asking for help in a silent plea. In front of me was my dear friend, malnourished, weak, dying. That hand was my invitation to a path of no return, an unlikely ray of hope, mercifully offered to me, and yet I was afraid to take it. This, Rosie had to swallow to hide the tremor in her voice. Is this normal? And in a whisper that seemed more like a sigh that contained all my held breath, I could barely speak. Hello. The ghostly arm snaked up to my thumb and began to pull on it. With little force, but insistent. Did Alistair send you? Do you know how he is? He wouldn't stop pulling me. He needs help to wake up, right? I whispered with hope dying in my voice. Charlotte, what is this thing? Rosie asked, much more awake. I watched the shadow with pain. What happened to you, Shadow? I muttered with a heavy heart. You look so weak. Is Alistair also... The prospect of Alistair's life hanging by a thread shook me to the core. The shadow vibrated in response. I'm so glad to see you, I said through a tight throat, in anguish. But I don't know what I can do to help him. I can't even get out of this bed yet. The shadow waved slowly, but it didn't release its grip on my finger. Can that thing understand you? Rosie inquired, confused. Is it some kind of wraith? I really don't know if it's a shadow as such, I confessed. But I know that it's linked to Alistair's magic and follows his orders most of the time. Rosie regarded it with reservations. I don't remember seeing it in all my years of knowing him, she inquired, surprised. I would remember seeing a shadow around Alistair. He hasn't had it for so long and almost always hides, I said vaguely. And what kind of things did you have to do to get something like that? Rosie inquired. I understood the need for answers she had, but I couldn't focus on them. The shadow was still firmly clinging to me. Alistair told me that it appeared the day I arrived, I replied. Oh, wow, Rosie said with her eyes widening in exasperation. Clearly, a naked girl arrives at your house, and suddenly, a shadow specter appears and obeys you. How convenient. Best day of that idiot's life. Had it been another time, I would have even laughed. I don't know the details, Rosie, I told her, exhaling as I ran my hand over my eyes in frustration. Can we focus on this? Rosie crossed her arms and slumped back in her chair with a loud sigh. Her grim expression couldn't conceal her concern. Okay, so the silence spell doesn't work, she said as she moved her foot and her heel clicked on the hardwood floor. Alistair doesn't wake up, and now his little servant wraith appears, and it's also weak. I looked at Rosie and pursed my lips. Then we'll have to move fast, she dictated, as if it were the obvious thing to do. You are the only other magic user I know of. There has to be something you can do. I looked down, defeated. Frustration and fear was turning my guts. I wasn't ready for this. I don't know, I said, stumbling over my words. I don't know enough. Come on, Charlotte, she exclaimed, jumping to her feet. Think, something must be slipping from us. If Alistair's life is fading so fast, it must be because of something else. I mumbled, not knowing how to continue. It was all too much. Rosie, sweet and intelligent Rosie, was losing her composure, begging me for help. Please, Charlotte, Rosie begged, taking my free hand. Give me hope. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that Alistair can still be saved. Tell me there's still something we can do. Looking at Rosie was painful. She was on the verge of tears, expectant, with her illusions about to collapse. I wished I had more training. I wished I have had more time to get better. Even having access to pages that Michael Magna had of, I stopped. The grimoire, I concluded. I looked again at how fragile the shadow looked. I ran my free hand over my mouth, trying to think. The silence spell doesn't work, I said slowly. And the shadow is like this, because the spells in the grimoire don't work. Rosie blew out a content sigh and plopped down on the edge of the bed. So my silence spell doesn't work either? She asked with her eyes panicking. We can do a test, I said, frowning. Rosie say, Alistair LeBlance is the vigilante. Alistair is... Rosie stopped, cleared her throat, and tried again harder. Alistair's not... He's not... She put a hand to her mouth again with her eyes wide. It does not work, I said. Not completely. My goodness, she said, placing a hand on her chest. If they question me, I will not have that support. And I don't know how credible my testimony is to the police. I looked at the nightstand. I snapped my fingers and the burning lamp swung into place, but did not fly into my hand. I tried a few more times and nothing happened. It continued to wiggle, but without getting up from the furniture. What should happen? Rosie asked after recovering from her initial shock. It's supposed to come to my hand, I said, while I tried it with the chair. But the chair barely moved from its place. Your magic doesn't work if Alistair is unconscious? I took a deep breath and sighed. Is not that? I muttered slowly. The magic I use is from the grimoire. Alistair has no influence on my own magic. There is something else. Something we haven't considered. My eyes wandered to the metal bowl that rested on the nightstand next to the lamp. That container had been left for Rosie in case I coughed up blood again to avoid staining the bed. I looked at my fingernails and small crescents of blood had pooled on them as a remnant of what had happened that morning. My mind was in turmoil. Maybe I snapped my fingers and the blood between my nails evaporated smoothly. I examined them carefully, corroborating that, indeed, there was no trace of blood left on them. But this spell does work, I whispered, confused. The body of a child covered in blood in front of his mother came to my mind, a story that Alistair shared with me weeks ago. I remembered in the story he asked, "Would you teach me how to do that?" And then he said that she responded to him saying, "I'll teach you everything you want, my love." I rested my hand on my chest with fear beginning to take over, and I was feeling the frantic pounding of my heart. The spell was not in the grimoire, I said, remembering. It's magic from Alistair's mother. It's different. Was Alistair's mother also a witch? Rosie inquired. I know, yes, I said, following the thread of ideas. She taught him other things since he was a child, and if they work, that means... I looked back at the metal bowl for my blood. What other spells that I don't know about have suddenly stopped working in the grimoire? I whispered, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Charlotte, do you know what's going on? Rosie asked impatiently. Rosie, I don't think this coughing up blood is a coincidence, I announced in a gloomy tone. Only the spells in the grimoire aren't working right. I looked at Rosie with terror settling in my body. And I am almost certain that something happened that night that affected the magic of the book. Rosie opened her mouth to close it again. She shook her head as if trying to stay focused. Wait, she said suspiciously. How can you harm magic? I hesitated for a moment. Searching for the right words for something that I didn't fully understand on myself was vile. Is there someone we can ask about that magic book? I don't know, I responded. Fantastic, Rosie blurted out in annoyance. Frustration was forcing me to massage my temples with my free hand. Look, I'm supposed to be the current owner of that grimoire, Rosie. I tried to explain, trying to give order to my ideas. Or that's what they told me. I don't know what it means in its entirety, but I'm supposed to be able to have more power than before. It's an inheritance. Rosie looked at me attentively, inviting me to continue. That's what Michael said, I said, reliving the harrowing moments of that night at the fire. He told me that he needed to be the owner to access powers that were out of the hands of anyone other than the heir. My dad wanted the next owner to be me. But Michael wanted to be the next owner, and my dad wasn't going to give him that. What horrendous things that maniac would have done with all that power. Rosie huffed in relief, raising her eyebrows. Then came the fight. I continued. The image of a pale, skinny boy with a sad look came to my mind. And then this kid showed up. I narrowed my eyes, forcing my memory. And he told me that my inheritance is ready. It was very cold, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Do you know who that boy was? I shook my head. The next thing I knew was that Michael yelled that the grimoire already had an owner. I didn't know what could have happened next. I didn't know what I could have done. I was now looking at the shadow taking my hand. So Rosie said, slowly, "Do you need to have those documents for the magic to work? Right now the police must have them." No. I explained impatiently, with the certainty that something was escaping me. Even without those sheets at hand, the magic works as long as I have the spell in practice. As long as that compilation exists, I guess, anyone can do magic with it. Some with better results than others, but anyone can. And you say you own it now? Rosie blurted out, somewhat exasperated. Sorry, Charlotte, but it's already hard to keep up with your explanation. But I don't understand one thing. Shouldn't magic work for you better than anyone else? Yes, I affirmed, cocking my head awkwardly. And that you don't need to have those ridiculous sheets for the spells to work, she continued, impassive. Indeed. So what is going on? Rosie asked, raising her hands and widening her eyes. Even when you have hereditary right, you can't use that magic? This is just fantastic. I don't know who wrote those damn files, but frankly, I'd like to hit him right now. A heavy silence filled the room. Rosie tapped her foot impatiently with her eyes closed. I was digging into my memories, hoping to find something that would help me find an answer. Alistair never explained to you why magic just poofs, Rosie asked, clenching a hand. Stops working all of a sudden? Rosie, we're talking about Alistair LeBlance. I said, trying to stay calm but with latent frustration. He is not really someone who gives clear answers. Especially not with everything that belongs to a family heirloom that he shouldn't even have used in the first place. If he was awake, I'm sure he wouldn't even know what's going on right now. It's true, Rosie murmured thoughtfully. I doubt very much that he has left you adrift with something so important. It's not like any day magic stops working for no apparent reason. I agreed, pursing my mouth. Rosie turned to me and gave me a serious look. We are missing something. There has to be something else we're not considering. Think Charlotte. What else could have happened that night to make the grimoire stop working? What could have happened that affected magic so much? I sighed, exasperated. I closed my eyes tightly and started counting with my fingers with a tone of impatience. All right. Michael was possessed. Alistair and he fought. Mr. Pentious tried to hit Michael with the car. Whoa! Rosie blurted out, unable to hide her surprise. I freed Alistair, the boy appeared, Michael went crazy. The dog ate me, and when I came out of the shadow dog, wait a minute. I think I have it. There was, indeed, something I hadn't considered. This is a consequence for using the name of God, I concluded, without coming out of my stupor. Are we talking about blasphemies at a time like this? Rosie complained, massaging her forehead. That's the name of that spell. I rebutted her. It's called the name of God. It's supposed to be a powerful spell that can expel beings from the beyond. The cloudiness of my mind was dispersing with that answer. And that must have scared off the specters that helped Michael Magna, and that power must have affected the functioning of the grimoire. I indicated, feeling the electrifying thrill of solving that enigma. That's why the magic is so weak. It's as if I had run out of strength. Rosie blinked a few times and looked at me suspiciously. Do you have a spell that expels beings from the beyond as well? She asked. I raised my shoulders wearily. Not for pleasure, I said, exhausted. Apparently, it came with me from the other world when my parents revived me as a child. The weight of that confession seemed to catch Rosie off guard. Apple Daddy used magic to revive you? She whispered, annoyed. I nodded wearily. They had said that you had died on the journey. She commented, forcing her memory. But when I saw you alive on the day of the burial that your uncle and aunt had prepared for you in the cemetery, it was wonderful. And it all ended as one big happy misunderstanding. I remembered that day. Getting out of the car after a long boat trip before going home. I was tired, but Dad insisted that we go to the cemetery. Many people dressed in black were at the entrance to the cemetery. Lots of familiar faces. Seeing me, they all rushed towards me. I greeted everyone cordially, but receiving many hugs and tears of joy. I thought everyone had missed me a lot, and I felt very important. I remember seeing Rosie in the crowd and promising me a dress as a gift for my return, which she gave me a few weeks later, and I was delighted. So you did die, Rosie murmured, still stunned. It was not a pleasant thing to think about. The specters have tried to devour me more than once before I even knew something like that existed in me. I said, Alistair says it's because my soul is rare. Charlotte, I didn't decide anything that happened to me, Rosie. I said, feeling overwhelmed. I never had the option to choose. I am bound to what others have designated for me throughout my life. I never asked for any of this. I never decided anything for my life. And yet I'm here. Rosie stared at the ceiling for a few moments before speaking again. Wow, she commented, turning to me. You can use black magic and exorcise at the same time. I looked at her, pouting and slouching. She snorted loudly. Sounds quite troublesome, darling. She concluded simply, touching my forearm gently and giving me a condescending smile. That is, I agreed. And you've endured all of that without breaking down. She commented animatedly. I would have collapsed. I would have changed my name. I would have set up shop and made money pretending to be a medium. A half smile slipped across my lips. "Look, I know that nothing you've been through is easy," she said in a more serious tone. "My goodness, I can't even imagine someone living a life with half the problems you have to deal with. But for what it's worth, Charlotte, you've proven capable of making your own decisions. You're not that little girl anymore, and I'm glad you're here." I sighed again. My tears were threatening to come back. I swallowed and cleared my throat before continuing. But I don't know how I cast that spell that night, and I can't even remember any of it clearly. Everything was light and silence as dense as a wall. Everything returned to its course, and Michael Magna... My mouth went dry. That spell killed Michael, I said with my voice strangled. The tension of a revelation that I hadn't been able to get off my chest, and I'd been trying to avoid. That night, Michael Magna died. The spell killed Michael Magna. I had killed Michael Magna indirectly. But it had ignited the spark that led to his demise. I was no less guilty for having dealt a deadly blow to a dying man who succumbed to powers that exceeded his strength. "Charlotte," Rosie said, concerned. "I didn't want to be the one to kill him," I commented in a sad and alien voice. I just wanted him to leave us alone. I wanted him to go away and never see him again, so that he can no longer hurt Alistair or me anymore. I don't know how I cast that spell, but once it was up and running, it was like blowing on a statue made of dust, and Michael just collapsed. Rosie fell silent at my words and put a hand tighter on my forearm. When I looked up, her eyes were brimming with determination. "Charlotte, it wasn't your fault," she said with conviction. "It was you or him, and he did horrible things to you too. You had no other choice. You acted in self-defense and no one can point out otherwise, but still," I tried to rebut. "It is difficult to assimilate. I never thought of being able to kill someone, and now..." "He decided things, Charlotte," Rosie insisted. "He wanted to decide for your future, and you fought to defend what matters to you. You cannot claim to be responsible for the decisions of others. You can only take charge to what degree they affect you. And thanks to the fact that things happened the way they did, you are here and Alistair is too. And he's not." Rosie's words shook me. When is it fair to call someone a murderer? I listened to my own voice as a child, asking Dad after hearing a story about a girl, a wolf, and a hunter. I didn't know how to feel, really. I had become a murderer to protect people I loved, for wanting to protect my own integrity, for wanting to give Alistair and myself a new dawn. Thanks to that, I could think about how to help Alistair to wake up. Thanks to that, Mr. Pentious had brought the Banes to eat as gifts. Thanks to that, I could be sitting across from Rosie with the shadow holding my hand. The wolf was a killer. The hunter killed the wolf. The hunter was also a killer. I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head to push those thoughts away. Now we have more important things to take care of, I said, sitting up. Rosie smiled encouragingly at me. "All right," she agreed. "I'll help you in any way I can to save that idiot from his own head." I gave her a faint smile, then looked at the shadow who was still clutching with its long spectral arm to my hand. "Alistair is still alive, and he can't wake up," I said, concentrating on the information at hand. "The magic in the grimoire isn't working, so we can rule out that it's a spell that Michael cast on Alistair before he died, to leave him in that state. And the nurse's gossip is that the injuries he had when he arrived couldn't have left him in that state," Rosie continued thoughtfully. "He had a big bite on his leg and a few cuts, but nothing like a major head bruise." "Did you say that Michael Magna turned a shadow into a big dog?" "Phew," she snorted. "Maybe Alistair is just exhausted from facing that." Can you communicate with him?" I asked the shadow. The shadow rippled slowly. "It's a no, right?" Rosie inquired. "But you know, he needs help to wake up." I insisted. The shadow rippled more strongly. "We have neither the grimoire nor the magic on our side." I pointed out regretfully, running my thumb over the corner of my mouth roughly. "And there's nothing we can do from here either." I paused and looked at Rosie. "Then we just have to get to him," I dictated suddenly. "We have to go to his room in the hospital." What? She asked, seriously. And what do you plan to do while there? Talk to him and ask him to wake up? I gave her a meaningful look. She rubbed her eyes with her fingers. Is that really your plan? She asked, skeptical. The other option is to stay here and wait without doing anything. I rebutted, annoyed. It's crazy. Maybe it is. I said, less sure. But maybe if he'd just listen to us, he'd know we're waiting for him. If he hears a familiar voice, it might help him get out of his head and find his way back. I don't know, Charlotte, she said, conflicted. Do you hope that talking to him will be enough? Do you have a better plan? I replied, raising an eyebrow. You have to at least exhaust that option. Rosie, after a few moments' consideration, staring sternly at the floor as her foot waved impatiently, released all the air she was holding in a powerful huff. It's better than nothing. She gave up. I'm not saying it's going to work. I said half-heartedly, but it's the best we have right now. She traced the shape of her fine chin with her index finger and thumb as she thought. All right, she muttered, looking at the void. If that's the case, we'll have to proceed with caution. I stared at her as I could almost see the sinister mental machinations of hers taking shape. Suddenly, Rosie was on her feet so quickly that I jumped. All right, she said with conviction. Let's go. I looked at her, amazed. Now? I said, puzzled. But it's very rushed. You have to think about it and... Look, Charlotte. Rosie began, her authoritative tone so motherly she made me nervous. The least we have is time. And if there's even a remote chance that Alistair will be awakened by this idea, we're going to take it. Understood? But, Rosie... I tried to stop her. Without waiting any longer, she stalked out of the room, leaving me alone with the shadow. I felt restless. Rosie was clinging to such a vague possibility that she had been able to accept it and risk herself for it. But also a surge of renewed confidence grew in my chest. We were doing something. It was worth the risk. You calm down, I told the shadow. Stay with me. We'll take care of this. I only ask you to guide us to find him, please. The shadow clung closer to me, and its slender body was completely hidden within my own shadow. The only way I could describe what I felt when the shadow did that was that of an additional weight that had clung to my body like a thin blanket. Rosie soon returned in a hurry, bringing with her a well-worn wooden wheelchair, which creaked slightly with each turn. Where did you get it? I asked her in amazement. The neighbor won't use it until tomorrow. She explained, placing it at the side of my bed. It's the advantage of not having a lock on the doors of the patients. Did you take it without permission? I exclaimed with a surge of panic in my chest. She looked at me disapprovingly. Does that matter now? She reproached me. What do you have in mind? I asked, confused. Look, there aren't many staff at this time. This is the internship area and most of the nurses have gone to sleep, or they are in the emergency area. Are you sure? I've already gone for a walk to stretch my legs at night, Charlotte, she reminded me. And I didn't see a soul in several hallways. And if what I've heard is true, the only thing that separates us from Alistair are some corridors and the guard on duty for him. The guard? I said in a panic, we can't start a fight, Rosie, and I have no way to use magic. He sure is armed and... Rosie took the 2 banes from the paper bag and put them in her handbag. What is that for? I wanted to know. You follow my game. She interrupted me. I'll distract him long enough for you to stop by to see Alistair, but you'll have to walk inside alone. This chair will not allow you to move well. The thought made my aching muscles tremble. Do you think you can do it without support? Rosie asked. I moved my legs to the edge of the bed and touched the floor with my bare feet. Disuse for almost a week made my legs feel like they were made of cement. I rocked them tentatively, feeling each fiber stretch with each movement, like little cramps. Here I go, I whispered. I pushed myself to my feet, grabbing Rosie's arm to keep from falling. Once I stabilized, I let go of her and took a few shaky steps across the room. Every muscle in my body complained that it hadn't recovered from the numbness. But I stayed focused on keeping my balance and the rhythm of my walk. After days, I was walking again, and I felt like an old woman with weak legs. Finally, after a couple of turns around the bed, I plopped awkwardly into the wheelchair with a loud groan. The chair reeked of damp wood, and years of use hadn't been kind to it. And so? Rosie asked anxiously, "Can you handle this alone?" "I think so," I finally said, letting out a snort. "This is going to hurt tomorrow, but I think I can." "All right." Rosie approved, pulling a scarf over her hair and covering her neck. "Please, guide us." I whispered to the shadow. Despite its weakness, the shadow managed to raise my hand and point forward. Rosie covered my shoulders with a blanket. She put on a thick shawl and we cautiously stepped out. The cold corridor consisted only of a few weak lights that timidly illuminated the path. Rosie's heels echoed off the walls and I snuggled into my blanket to feel the warmth of it. With each step we took, I felt more anxious. I was afraid that we might run into someone on the way and without a credible reason for which to be hanging around in the middle of the night. Rosie strode along and we kept alert for any noise. At the first fork in the hallway, my hand moved to the left, and I signaled to Rosie. She followed the course and quickened her step. A long stretch, followed by another right turn, allowed us to reach Alistair's room around the corner. From our position, we noticed that the room had a door number 207 and a security guard in front of it, sitting in a hospital chair and asleep, his head hanging on his chest, snoring loudly. "You wait here until I take it away," Rosie whispered, adjusting her shawl to cover her head. "I'll distract him as long as I can. You try to be back on the wheelchair before he returns." Rosie cautiously approached the guard and touched his shoulder. "Excuse me, sir," said Rosie as she shook the policeman. "I need you to help me, please." The man was startled and looked around, exalted. He focused his eyes on Rosie and straightened up, clearing his throat. "Good night, missus," he said in a rough voice. "What can I do for you?" "Good evening, officer," Rosie answered in a soft voice. "Sorry for the inconvenience at this time, but I had gone looking for the bathroom, and I got lost." "Oh, it's 3 halls to the right," the officer told her simply, indicating with his arm. "Could you come with me, please?" Rosie said in a perfect forlorn tone. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm not allowed to leave my post, and I lost my glasses this morning and I see very little." Rosie interrupted, mortified. "But, of course, I could distinguish the gallantry of the colors of your uniform from kilometers away, and I was so glad to find you around here, officer." The middle-aged man seemed very pleased by those words, and his disposition changed. "Well, I'm not saying it's very gallant what I'm doing now," he commented to her, modestly but with a big, pleased smile. "In fact, my only mission these days has been to keep an eye on this guy who only sleeps." He concluded by nodding to the door behind him. "Oh, then there would be no problem if you accompany me to find the way to the bathroom," Rosie said urgently. "It will only be a few minutes. You see, the urgency—" Of course," the man said, standing up slowly, with a groan and looking at the door for a moment. "It won't hurt if I escort you to where you need to be, ma'am. I can take advantage of the occasion as well." "Thank you," Rosie said, delighted. "Wait a moment." The policeman stopped. "You are not one of those journalists who have been pestering, are you?" "Not at all, sir," Rosie said, opening her bag in front of the man. "As you can see, I only have a couple of tissues and a midnight snack." And she rummaged in her bag. "Would you like a beanie?" She offered one to him politely. "Oh, gladly," he said, delighted. "I had a very light dinner." The officer escorted Rosie down the dark hallway. "What a treat!" the officer exclaimed, gulping down the beanie. "Did you make them?" "Something like that," Rosie replied awkwardly, but playing along. "I'm glad you like them. By the way, I'm interested to know about your uniforms. They're really impressive." "Oh, ma'am," the officer said happily. "We are public servants and our duty is to dress according to the occasion," and his cheerful spiel trailed off down the hall as they walked away. I got ready to get up from the chair leaning on my arms. I was sitting up slowly and painfully when my hand was pushed forward. giving me a sudden lift that helped me to my feet, but I needed to brace myself against the wall to keep from falling. "Shade," I whispered, annoyed with my knees shaking. "Be more careful." The shadow vibrated at my feet, and I felt a sudden chill move up from my heels to my thighs. I didn't understand what was happening, and I was expectant. Suddenly, standing wasn't so hard anymore. I lifted my robe and saw parts of my pale, bruised legs covered with black patches of the enveloping shadow. "Shade," I said, surprised. It was the same thing that it had did with Alistair during the battle with Michael. Much weaker and ineffective than before, but it allowed me to stand. "Thank you." I walked barefoot as quickly and stealthily as possible down the hall, feeling the numbness in my legs with each step, but I continued without wavering. With a deep breath, I pushed open the door to Alistair's room and entered. Under the light of the night lamp, I could see Alistair lying in a lonely bed. I approached him without thinking about my steps and with my gaze fixed on his face. He was thinner and paler than I had ever saw him. His wounds from days ago were bandaged and clean. A thin tube entered through his nose, attaching it to a bag that hung next to him. Under his eyes, he still had slight dark circles, and his beard, several days old, grew uncontrollably. He was breathing calmly, as if he was having a restful sleep, and it seemed that at any moment he would open his eyes, like every morning, to give me his biggest smile, and asking to share coffee and a good chat. My heart contracted in pain. My dear Alistair was in that state because of me. After having fought Michael Magna, using every last drop of magic in his body, I leaned against his bed and gently took his hand. It was very cold. I kissed his knuckles with a sob and pressed the back against my cheek. "Alistair," I muttered, looking at his face, fighting back tears. "I am here, honey, waiting for you." I pressed his hand closer to my face. Please wake up," I begged. "You have to open your eyes. Michael is no longer here. He will never bother us again." I took a moment, screwing up my face so as not to give in to my tears. "There are still many things that you and I have to do," I continued with my voice shaking. "We have to go to the Mardi Gras festival next year like you promised. And I have to show you everything I learned to do in my singing rehearsals." The seconds dragged on forever. "Rosie gave me the ring," I commented, and I faked a smile. "She said you were going to hand it over to me. I love it. Don't be mad at her, okay? She had the best intention. She has helped me a lot these days." I kissed the palm of his hand, feeling the pulse of his blood against my lips. "You can't go yet," I said, unable to avoid feeling how impotence invaded my chest. "I know that there is no longer a home to return to, but we'll take care of that. Now I want to have you by my side, alive." Hope was dying fast. "I do not know what else to do," I said in a tearful voice, beginning to lose what little faith I had left. "I have no more ideas. The grimoire doesn't work and time is running out. I feel so worthless. It couldn't end like this. Please, Alistair, wake up." My shoulders trembled. I was sobbing, trying not to make a sound, without letting go of Alistair's cold hand. It couldn't end like this. It couldn't be true. "Wake up," I whispered, defeated. "Head down." I froze. The weight of cruel reality was crushing me. It was then that I felt his fingers move against my cheek. It was just a little tick. I froze, fearing that it had been my imagination. But it happened again. My heart jumped. "Alistair," I whispered expectantly. "Honey, wake up. Follow my voice. I'm here." Alistair's eyelids fluttered open slowly. I wanted to scream with excitement. Happiness expanded in my chest. His eyes looked at the ceiling, as if trying to understand where he was. Then he guided his gaze to the side, to then meet my eyes. "Alistair," I repeated, amazed. "You came back." Alistair's hand, firmly caught in mine, twitched. I let go of his hand, and he, with the tips of his fingers, caressed my chin, went up my cheek, brushed my forehead, until resting on the roots of my hair. "It's me, Alistair," I said, ecstatic, feeling his caress as a gift of life. "I'm Charlotte." But suddenly, he clenched his hand tightly, grabbing the front of my head, digging his nails into my scalp. I jerked back, startled, but the grip tightened. I looked at his face, waiting for an explanation. But he wasn't looking at me. His eyes were lost in the void. And my head vibrated. The silence was no longer silence. And everything around me blurred with reality. The hospital room was lost in the laughter of a child, aromas of homemade food, songs between two people, toys stored under the bed, fresh grass, and the sound of rain on winter days. Happiness threatened with fear at the sound of keys and dress shoes in the hall, culminating in a slamming door. Everything was cramped. Nostalgia overwhelmed me. They were memories, but they weren't mine, Alistair. I said with difficulty, trying to overcome those strong feelings. What was happening?
Stay away.
I heard loud and clear rumbling in my head. But it wasn't Alistair's voice.
Leave him alone.
Someone who wasn't Alistair was there. Latent, fearful, desperate. Who are you? I exclaimed defiantly.
All has been just misfortune for Alistair since he has met your family.
And the laughter of a child and the smells of a home filled my senses with more force. The cold air caressed my cheeks. I could almost feel the touch of the leaves and the wood creaking under my feet. That was powerful enough to manifest like this.
Alistair is better off without you.
That voice was wanting to roar at me. That voice wanted to reject me. It wanted me to get away from Alistair. But I had to fight. I could not miss the opportunity to contact him. You're the one who won't let him wake up, I rebutted at that voice. It's you who should leave him alone.
I'm not letting him go.
We are waiting for him here, I rebuked at it. He has a life here. He has to open his eyes.
The world is no longer safe for him. He will be sentenced as a criminal. He will only suffer if he wakes up.
That voice was then starting to go away.
By mercy, I'm going to let him die.
No, I screamed. Alistair's hand dropped and his eyes closed again, into a calm and undisturbed sleep, as if he had never woken up. And I was there, kneeling on the floor, with my heart pounding in my ears, feeling that I was short of breath and with the crown of my head throbbing as if it had been burned. I didn't relinquish my grip on the fabric covering my chest. My tears fell freely down my cheeks and icy sweat drenched my back. Something guarded Alistair. Someone was guarding Alistair, and it wouldn't let him wake up. It took me a few moments to calm down, taking strong, resounding gulps of air. I looked around me. How long had it been? How much noise had I made? Behind me, through the misty glass window in the door, I couldn't see the silhouette of the policeman at his post. I leaned against the bed to stand up, with difficulty. I looked at Alistair's peaceful face again, in a deep sleep that someone was keeping him in. Someone was choosing for him. Someone who didn't want Alistair to wake up out of mercy. Something terrified that wasn't going to let him go so easily. And that was the only thing that prevented him from being with me again. I wiped the tears and sweat from my face awkwardly with my forearm and looked at the sleeping man in front of me. The world is no longer safe for Alistair, I said, gathering my courage. Then I'll take care of making it safe again. If that was the condition for him to come back, I would have to think of something, and fast. Because his body and his mind wouldn't last much longer in that state. Rosie's exaggerated giggles echoed down the hall. It was the withdrawal signal. I leaned in for a quick kiss on Alistair's cheekbone. I will be back soon, I assured. I walked with quick, awkward steps until I reached the door. I peeked down the hall. Rosie's laughter was heard, and it was getting closer. I stepped out to leave the door motionless behind me, and I went through the corridor until I reached the fork, holding my breath. I sat in the wheelchair and pulled the blanket up to my head. I stood very still while listening to the footsteps approaching. Oh, but what a fun anecdote about the monkey in the circus, I heard Rosie say, no holds barred. Yes, had a hard time catching him, the guard answered. He had climbed on the roof of a house and, Officer, I heard a man say, "What is all that noise?" They scared me. I must keep rest. I had a heart attack a week ago. I'm very sorry, sir. The officer's voice responded. Please, don't get upset. I didn't know we were talking so loud. Is not that, the man exclaimed, annoyed. What was all that fuss about with that screaming woman? What? The policeman answered, confused. It wasn't me, Rosie said quickly. I'm not crazy. The man replied, annoyed. I heard a woman screaming loud and clear, and she jumped me awake. Oh, the officer stammered uncomfortably. I didn't hear anything, Rosie said immediately. And the officer hasn't left his job post. It's true, the policeman agreed. I've been here the whole time. What kind of irresponsible man would neglect his duties? But I heard her loud and clear. The other man claimed, Do you contradict an officer? Rosie exclaimed, horrified. It seems that you had a bad dream. Go back to your bed. That would be the best thing to do than to claim to be listening to things. You can go back to your room and relax, the officer reassured him. If there's any danger, I'll be here. I didn't see the man, but he mumbled his agreement and I heard him walk away. Thank you very much, Mrs. Said the officer. I would have gotten in trouble. Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me, Rosie assured. I hope that whoever you're guarding is okay. I heard the scrape of an open door. All in order with the sleepyhead. The officer sighed with relief. Should it be otherwise? Rosie commented like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Well, you never know. Although they won't take eyes off this guy until they prove that he is the vigilante. Don't tell me, Rosie said with false intrigue. Is he? But I thought there was only very vague evidence to judge him. That's what the newspapers say. Nah. The officer told her, bluffing. About 5 days ago, there were 3 of us standing guard. For today, they left me alone, because it doesn't look like he's going to get out of this. Everyone in the barracks is gambling. Some believe that he is the murderer, others think that he's not. Honestly, it would seem incredible to me that a man like him would kill the feared Smith brothers, or the big guy who raped 3 girls in the port, or the murderer of the Ferrara family. He snorted. Personally, it was a relief when they reported that they found the bodies. They had been on the run for weeks, and who knows what all that loose scum can do. It's a real mystery, though, as to how they do it, finding criminals so fast and all. But if it hadn't been for them acting outside the law, they would have been a good informant for the police. Rosie made a vague sound. Anyway, the more days that go by, the more likely it is that this guy is indeed the New Orleans killer. The officer commented, stretching. And if he wakes up by the time they've collected enough evidence, he goes to the chair. I see, Rosie mused. By the way, if you need me to escort you to... Oh, just look, Rosie exclaimed suddenly. How clumsy I am. I just remembered that I bring my glasses here in my bag. Oh, good. I can see perfectly now. Keep up the fantastic work, officer. Good night. Good night, Mrs. And I heard her footsteps approaching me quickly. She turned the corner, and without missing rhythm, she pushed the wheelchair down the hall. I kept absolutely silent and stayed covered with the blanket the whole way, hoping that she would remember the way. A couple of long minutes passed until I heard a door open and close behind me. I uncovered my face and felt like I could breathe again. We finally arrived, Rosie exclaimed dramatically as she poured herself a glass of water from the pitcher on the coffee table. Ask them about their uniforms, and they will never shut up. She was wearing a pair of round-rimmed glasses that I've never seen her wear. Rosie drank the water with an obvious tremor in her hands and sighed. I was nervous, she continued. I gave you all the time I could. I hope you were able to discover something. It was long enough, I said, pulling my hair back with my hands as I began to feel dizzy from everything that had happened. And yes, I think I know what's happening to Alistair now. What happened there? She said urgently as she helped me to my feet. You were the one screaming? I think so, I said weakly as she sat me on the edge of the bed. At least mine. I explained everything to Rosie in detail. The screams, the visions, the way Alistair was still alive, but held captive by someone who said was far more merciful for him to die than allow him to face the world again. Rosie's jaw dropped more by the minute. So he's being held hostage in his own head, Rosie guessed. For someone I punctuated, is someone else living in Alistair's head? Rosie asked. She was horrified. He has multiple personalities or something. No, I dismissed, shaking my head. It was the voice of a woman. She was mad at me, and she wanted me away from Alistair. She said that only my family and I have brought him trouble. That's ridiculous. Rosie said, annoyed. Your presence in his life has only made him happier than I ever saw him, but that being doesn't think so. I commented uncomfortably. She blames me for everything bad in his life. Rosie crossed one leg and settled back, looking thoughtful. Who could be so twisted? She said. Who could consider it better that Alistair were dead? I was silent for a few moments. I was thinking about the sensations I had while talking to that entity. The smells, flavors, the textures, and the powerful sensations Alistair was exposed to, despite the rejection of that voice. I said as I tried to remember, it was as if a portal had opened into Alistair's mind, and all that he's involved in keeps him happy. Rosie looked at me with her face serious. The happiness, the tranquility, the nostalgia, all this he was feeling. He is not being tormented, not even having nightmares. He is captive, but she doesn't keep him in a bad condition. I stopped for a moment. Someone who thinks she's protecting him. I continued, tying loose ends. Someone who doesn't want Alistair to suffer. Someone who cares a lot about him. Someone who loves him, Rosie stated. Someone who loves him, I mumbled. Thanks, Charlotte. She said, more sure. From what you tell me, that being wants Alistair to die peacefully in a deep and happy sleep, right? Yes. She doesn't want him to have to face all the consequences that are left to pay in this world. You should have listened to the policeman on duty. He will go to the electric chair as soon as they gather evidence when he wakes up. From the way he says it, they're trying hard to frame him. She made sense. If there was a choice, death in a pleasant dream would be much better than dying in the chair, where he would once again be in the public eye, this time on record that he was a murderer. I can only think that an immense love would be capable of causing such irresponsible madness as a kidnapping, Rosie pointed out. Someone who loves Alistair with that intensity. Besides, from what you say, she wants him to get away from you. She added, Hey, I doubt Alistair ever had someone that intense in his life. I pondered, somewhat uncomfortable with the prospect. Or did he have a girlfriend he never mentioned? Rosie snorted. Only Crazy Mincy if she counts, Rosie commented. Before you, I had already given up hope of seeing him with someone. You can forget about that option. I sighed. Who loved Alistair enough to defy death to care for him? I asked on the air. A love so strong that it could challenge the limits of life. Someone who wished the good of the person that would want to protect him from bad influences and dangers. Someone who would give up their life for their only love. I only knew one answer. It's his mother, I declared. Looking up, Rosie blinked. Constance? She said. Is that her name? I said, surprised. Could it really be her? Rosie inquired. But she died about 10 years ago. Do you know of anyone else who could do something like that? I asked, shrugging. Protect him from what she thinks is wrong. This is something someone could do for her son. But that sweet woman, Rosie said, touching her cheek in dismay. I remember seeing her a couple of times before she died so horribly. From Spanish flu. I matched. Alistair told me that she died of that. Yes. Rosie went on ruefully. I remember giving them some groceries at the hospital. They had no other family, and they were very poor. They couldn't afford a home nurse. And it was terrible when she caught it while taking care of Alistair when he was so delicate. The hospital was collapsed for weeks. There were horrible scenes in the halls. Dying ones, People mourning their dead who couldn't make it. Anguish covered Rosie's gaze. She came to my shop to ask me if she could give Alistair some bread. She continued. She knew that I gave him coins sometimes when he worked on shining shoes, and she told me about his delicate state of health. She only covered her face with an old piece of cloth. She didn't mind exposing herself to being in the hospital, waiting day and night to be close to her son. But there was no medicine or doctors available, and Alistair needed urgent attention. Just a moment. Did Alistair have Spanish fever? I said, looking up. Didn't he tell you that? Rosie asked, frowning. No, I said, shaking my head. He only told me that his mother had gotten sick. Why would he admit something like that? He was the one who was seriously ill with the Spanish flu. He was on the brink of death. I remember crying one whole night because I felt helpless not being able to help him. I really believe that his time had come from how I saw him. Rosie's fists were shaking on her chest. This is the second time I've seen that idiot Alistair on the brink of death. She whispered to herself, hurt. His mother had gone a couple of days before asking me for bread, and she told me where they were. And that afternoon, I was only able to bring a couple of sandwiches and a bottle of milk to her mother at the hospital. I found them in a corridor while he was lying on the floor from the collapse in the emergency beds. Franklin forbade me to go see him at the hospital again because he didn't want me to expose myself and leave the premises unattended. I looked at Rosie with sorrow. I can now understand her eagerness to try to help Alistair now because she had the chance. But he recovered, Rosie explained, looking me in the eye. Although his mother got sick, she fell very quickly and she died in a matter of a few days. It was terrible. Alistair woke up when everything had already happened, only to find out that his mother had died and her corpse removed and sent to a common grave. He could never know where she was. He was devastated. That part he told me. I said nervously, but that means that Alistair made a full recovery in a short time when his mother's health got so bad and suddenly that it killed her in a couple of days. It was all very confusing, Rosie said. And for Alistair to recover lying on the floor of the hospital full of patients for days without eating well, after being in such a serious condition and without any treatment was almost magical. I said, finishing my explanation, the word hung in the air. I remember Alistair telling me that she died from the Spanish flu and that she was buried with many others to avoid spreading the already declared pandemic. I was horrified when I heard that from him. He told me that it was awful while he was holding the picture of his mother in his hands. He told me that she had a 104 fever, violent diarrhea and vomiting for 2 days, until she died in her sleep, drowning in her own blood in a community hospital. They didn't tell him until they had already taken her body with everyone who died that day. So now her body rests with many others in one of the many common graves in the cemetery. Alistair recovered when his mother passed away. I said, throwing myself back, flopping back against the pillows. You don't think, Rosie said with her eyes wide. Would she have been able to sacrifice herself for her son using magic? I closed my eyes for a moment. I thought of my parents using their own lifetime to give me a second chance. Yes, I believe it, I said, sighing. Rosie was silent for a moment with her eyes contemplative, although everything indicates that it is different from the case of my parents. I continued. Alistair never died and he wasn't revived like I was. They spared him death, but the price was the same. A life for a life. Alistair was very affected after that. Rosie said, stirring up her memories, he was healthy, but he looked terrible. Franklin wouldn't allow me to have him home because it wasn't proper to have a man much younger than myself under our roof. She mentioned, annoyed. So I gave him some things to eat and he went to his house. Thinking of Alistair, quiet and sitting on his couch, looking at the picture of his mom. The same photograph that had been burned in the house fire next to my parents. Perhaps it was not only the great pain of losing his mother like this that affected him so much, but also guilt, Rosie commented. But it wasn't Alistair's fault what she decided to do to help him without consulting him. I jumped upset. She decided for him. I'm sure if he could have, he would have tried to refuse, but he didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to her. Alistair didn't ask for what she did for him. I was breathing hard from the sudden wave of anger that washed over me. Rosie was surprised. "Calm down, Charlotte," she told me. "I'm not blaming Alistair." I covered my face with my hands, feeling suddenly overwhelmed. Maybe Alistair didn't want her to dispose of her own life to save his. I whispered with my head down. Perhaps he felt helpless because he had wished for the opportunity to choose, to look for options, that she didn't get hurt. He wouldn't want her to sacrifice herself for him. Rosie was silent. From the corner of my eye, I could see the first light of dawn peeking through the window blinds. I felt exhausted and my head began to ache. "We're not talking about Alistair anymore, are we?" Rosie asked delicately. I gently shook my head and uncovered my face. "It hurts," I said with my voice cracking. "It burns like hell to know that your parents saved you by sacrificing something as important as their own lives. It was their time, their future, all for the love of their children." I wiped away a tear with the back of my hand, fighting back the anguish. I saw my father among my Aunt Magna's memories. I continued trembling. He was there, so vivid and clear, just as I remembered him. But it was only a memory. I'll never see his face again, or Mom's, except in a photo or an occasional dream, if I'm lucky. It hurts me very much. You feel tremendous guilt knowing that all that love they felt for you ended up killing them. Rosie was watching me in respectful silence. "I know it's not my fault or Alistair's that we're still alive," I said quietly. "We are not responsible for what they did for us. But we didn't even get a chance to complain to them, talk them down, or thank them before they did. And you can't help but feel terrible." I hiccuped. It was hard to think about it. Thinking of never seeing them again and being the reason why they were no longer in this world. If I were in a happy dream with my parents alive, I wouldn't be in a hurry to wake up either. I commented in a low voice. "I think I can understand what Alistair is feeling now. The real world, being alive, hurts." Rosie rummaged in her bag and pulled out a handkerchief to give me. I took it quietly and dried my face. It had been especially hard having to say that to someone. "Thinking like that makes me ungrateful?" I said, taking a breath. Rosie took a few moments arranging her bag before starting to speak. "I remember the day Apple Daddy asked me to make your dress," she said, with reservations. I told him, "It's too early for that. She's only 12 years old," but he paid me pretty well. More than I asked for, even in case the money lost value over the years. He said that he wanted to make sure of the important things for you beforehand, in case something were to happen to him. It seemed like an exaggeration at the time. He also talked to me about you and about the future while I made his tailor-made suits. That he hoped that you could wear beautiful dresses when he became a full woman. That he was always grateful that he had the opportunity to be with you. I never doubted that you were his greatest pride and his greatest treasure." I looked at Rosie. "That doesn't answer my question," I said, grief-stricken. She shook her head. "No, Charlotte." Rosie soothed me by putting her hand on my forearm. "I don't think you're ungrateful. On the contrary. Thinking about wishing that your parents did not have to do that last resort for you shows how much you love them. Both you and Alistair got sick, as anyone could have, but you had a second chance. And that is something that not everyone has. And you have known how to take advantage of their lives since the day you were able to escape death. The moments with all the people I cared about and everything I had done rushed through my head. From the moment I opened my eyes with my parents holding me while they cried, the 4 years that I was able to be with them were immensely happy," I said. "They dedicated more time to me than ever. They pampered me and taught me everything they could. I think they knew that at any moment they could die. Isn't that the case with all of us?" Rosie commented wisely. "You never know when your time will come. If you get a piece of bread stuck in your throat or if you fall from the roof and break your head. Sometimes we live thinking that we will never die. But your parents knew how to take advantage of every moment with you. Time never seems enough," I whispered. Rosie gave me a sweet smile. Apple Daddy wanted you to live, Charlotte. Rosie said with her tone soft, he wanted you to live your life, that you could grow, that you could find someone to love, that you could be yourself. I didn't know what it took for you to be here with us until very recently. But, in his words, there was never any regret for his actions in order to save you. I was starting to remember what my aunt showed me. She showed my uncle in pain and exasperating over what my father said about having no doubts and shouting over what kind of sick answer he was having. I then remembered what else my aunt showed me. Before my father hit something that caused glass to crash on the floor, he loudly said to my uncle, "It's the one a father who loves his daughter gives you." My father said so too. I said, nodding at Rosie right now. Though it's still selfish to do things without asking, very much so. Rosie clarified lightly. But they gave me the opportunity to make you your wedding dress, and I will do my best to work on it when all this is resolved. But now we have to take care of saving the boyfriend, who is in a coma from being kidnapped by apparently his mother. Rosie sighed, exhausted while massaging her temples. Alistair had taken advantage of the life that his mother managed to give him, working hard and becoming a recognized radio host in the city, becoming the most wanted criminal for killing criminals, and being a powerful practitioner of magic too. And I myself had grown up and moved forward. We have met and we have chosen each other to know how to take advantage of opportunities. I whispered, taking courage. That is something that the vigilante knows very well. Rosie blinked in shock, and she gave me a knowing smile. And death is not an option now, Charlotte, she sentenced. I agreed with a smile. And you, Charlotte? Rosie commented earnestly and bright-eyed. What do you choose to do now? I looked at my hands, illuminated by the first rays of the sun of a new day. Despite everything I had experienced and the emotions that I still had on the surface, I had the answer to that question. I am going to continue, I said determinedly, raising my head. I'm going to make Alistair come back. I will make the time that was given to both of us worth our while. Rosie gave me a proud look. Well said, she said. Do you have something in mind? Yes, I said thoughtfully. But we will need help. Rosie left as soon as the morning nurse had arrived. Her tired face and the marked bags under her eyes from spending the night awake, from finding out details and organizing everything, did not stop her from fulfilling her mission. Not before leaving the wheelchair lying in the middle of the hall and forgetting about it. The plan was already in motion. I could only watch the morning move slowly, moving my restless foot, going over what we had agreed to do, praying to a higher being that everything would align in our favor that we had discussed earlier. Go to this address and look for these two people. Are you sure you can trust them? She asked. I have to take the risk, I replied. I can't think of anyone better for the job. And to him too, I said, handing over another piece of paper. All right, it's your plan. Visiting hours began at 3 in the afternoon. My heart skipped a beat when I heard the knock on the door. Come in, I said. A nurse showed up, rather awkward. You have visitors, miss, she said. Charlotte, I heard in chorus from Vaggie and Angel as they clattered awkwardly into the room. Hello, I said, sincerely happy to see them again. I'll give you privacy, the nurse commented, closing the door. Oh my God, Vaggie exclaimed, shocked. You are badly hurt. Baby doll, you look worse than when I got my last beating. Angel commented, coming around the bed to stand next to me. Who the fuck did this to you? I'll kill him. But he's already dead. I barely commented while Angel stuck his thumbs between my lips to forcefully check my teeth. Well, it looks like they didn't knock out any teeth. He said, calmer. That would be a real disgrace for the Ange Blance. Do you worry about that? Vaggie objected. Don't you see that the important thing now is to see her emotional state? Emotions are fleeting, Angel said, dismissing the comment. But adult teeth have no replacement, unless you have enough money, which I don't have. Calm down, please. I intervened. We are in a hospital. You don't want to get kicked out. Vaggie gave Angel one last annoyed look before turning her attention to me, sitting on the edge of my bed. How do you feel? Vaggie asked with concern. We have been very worried about you. All of us. Angel commented while he opened his bag, and then I saw Fat Nugget's head poking out. The little pig then jumped on the bed and sat on my lap. Hello, I exclaimed, stroking his plump jowls. Nice to see you. I wasn't going to take away the opportunity to visit you, Angel commented with a mischievous smile. The little pig huddled up, snorting, and was quiet. I stroked his back avidly. They didn't let us come see you these days, Vaggie commented seriously. A lady came to our house with a message from you, that you needed to see us. This is Rosie, I explained. She is the seamstress who has made me the costumes for my presentations. Is she the one who made you the white leotard with feathers and lace? Angel exclaimed, fascinated, and gave an admiring whistle. I'll have to go talk to her about improving my outfits. She's the one who's been taking care of you all these days, right? Vaggie asked. Yes, I affirmed, with a small smile. Rosie has been a wonderful help. I'm glad you were in good hands, Vaggie said, calmer. They told us that you already had a caregiver assigned to you. That's why you didn't have any more visitors. After a kidnapping, anyone would need rest. Angel narrowed. Did you find out about the kidnapping from the press? I asked them. No. Vaggie answered in a somber tone. We were at Mimsey's palace the day you were kidnapped. We listened through the door of Mimsey's office, Angel said quietly. Her and Katie were discussing how to move you out of there in a laundry sack. I blinked. Were you listening to everything that happened? I said, confused. In our defense, we didn't know it was you, Angel said, crossing his arms. Katie left before I could stop her, and we confronted Mrs. Mimsey to get her to confess. And then she started acting really weird. Vaggie continued with a frown. Someone called her on the phone from her room. The door closed and she was locked. It seems that she had hallucinations and she began to cry loudly. She confessed the crime and tried to jump out of the window. Maybe she got something to fight spite that day? Angel added, looking at his nails. Whatever combination of substances she did, they kicked very bad. My shadow vibrated. Good. I thought I had a vague idea of what might have happened to Mimsy. So Officer John Husker, Angel said, giving bombast to the position and his full name. He took it upon himself to handcuff and take that disgusting accomplice to the police station. I can't believe how low she fell. Vaggie said angrily, doing something like that to you, cooperating with that seedy reporter just out of spite. Husk called for backup. Mimsy didn't even want to cooperate at first. She wanted to call her lawyer and all that shit. I guess that's why the police took so long to get to where we were. I understood. She's in prison for the moment, Angel said lightly. At least until they do their respective trial. And, well, we're without a job now, Vaggie snorted. It has been a chaotic week. I stayed as emotional support for this girl these days, Angel commented, jerking a thumb at Vaggie. I wasn't going to leave her at her worst moment. You went to stay at my house because your landlord kicked you out of the room you were renting with Sherry, and the guy she's dating gave her shelter. Vaggie objected, raising an eyebrow. It's fine if Cherry can have her benefactor, Angel commented. But for the landlord to have kicked us only for 5 months of unpaid rent, it was very rude. He didn't even accept a couple of favors in exchange for letting us live there a little longer. The good thing is that Vags has a sweet little heart underneath all that rough and sour exterior. And she let me and Fatty stay at her apartment. I'm starting to rethink that. Vaggie said sullenly, Oh, tell me you haven't grown fond of these little faces. Angel indicated with a pout as he brought his face closer to Fat Nuggets's. Besides, we have scared away your imminent solitude in that little matchbox that is your apartment. Don't push. Vaggie warned him sullenly. Be more grateful to the one who is giving you a roof. I felt touched to see them concerned about me being present in the room. But I also sensed how much this whole affair had affected them quite a bit. But we are glad to see you alive and nearly complete, Angel said, ruffling my hair playfully. Vaggie discreetly wiped away a couple of tears. It really scared us what that woman could do, she said, trying to keep her composure. And to think of you inside that bag. We really didn't know it was you. If I had known, I would have fought tooth and claw to save you. Vaggie, calm down, I said with anguish. I'm so sorry for worrying you. With the whole issue of your kidnapping and the closure of the place, my hair was already falling out from nerves, Angel said. Sorry, I said sadly. And I'm sorry about Mimsy's palace. They told me that it had been closed due to serious maintenance problems. Vaggie and Angel looked at each other ruefully for a moment. That's an understatement, Angel said with displeasure. Mimsy's lawyer showed up on the premises the next day, with an auctioneer and a bunch of pompous old men and ladies with servants, Vaggie explained. It was with the authorization of Mimsy, and he asked some employees to remove all the things that were inside. I asked him what was going on, and he told us that Mimsy had filed for bankruptcy and that she had to auction off everything in the store to get as much money as she could. It was horrible to see how they took everything they found, like ants, Angel commented regretfully. They even took prop clothes and wigs, and they were auctioned off right there on the street at the best price, Vaggie said sadly. They bought 10 wigs for $1, Angel exclaimed, horrified. They gave us $5 as financial compensation to all employees. Another percentage will go to the investors, and the rest to pay our bond, I suppose. Oh, yeah, Angel said wearily. And the property became the property of the bank. We can no longer set foot there. Imagining all things Mimsy's palace being auctioned off made my stomach clench. This is awful, I whispered. At least Mimsy acted fast, Angel commented. And the bank has already been present? I wanted to know. Angel gave a wry laugh. From his jacket, he took a folded piece of newsprint and handed it to me. It was the news from Mimsy's palace big, closed sign on the front doors. In the headline it said, Popular Events Center closed. Scandals, debts, excesses, poor hygiene and bankruptcy, by Tom Trench. My face contorted in disgust when I read who had written it. The entire premises are already in the hands of the bank, Angel explained. She made us all believe that everything was in order all this time. But she was just stretching, which obviously wasn't going to work. Nobody beats the banks. Even if none of this had happened, they were going to close the place down for bad hygiene, Vaggie commented. They found nests of rats in the food warehouses. When I asked Nifty, it turns out that it was something she was always aware of. Only Mimsy told her to just clean up the excrement and scare away any rats she found. And to buy her silence, she gave her permission to miss as many days as she wanted, as long as she didn't tell anyone. And since she no longer works for Mimsy, she told everything without any guilt. I made a disgusted face. I was glad to always bring something homemade by myself to the rehearsals. Besides, Angel began. Angel pulled out another clipping from the newspaper and passed it to me. This one was much larger and seemed to take up an entire cover. In black, thick, and huge letters, the heading was presented. Scandal, well-known radio host involved in the kidnapping of Ange Blance and the killing of 2 people by Tom Trench. It hurt me to see that headline. The press did its thing with you, Dolly, Angel stated. There were other small articles referring to that one on the same page, which said, Huge fire. Firefighters have not been able to control the fire in more than 12 hours. Total loss. By Tom Trench. I had to put the piece of paper face down. I didn't want to read the stupid things that man had written. The reality was already bad enough to even have to read lies. We read the newspaper the day after the kidnapping, Vaggie said. Also, some things that were fed by rumors. We came to see you as soon as we could, but that day the hospital entrance was packed. We saw a fight between a man who was screaming at the top of his lungs. Angel commented in a darker tone. He said that he was the father of a murdered girl and that the vigilante, If he was Mr. Smiles, deserved to be considered a hero and not a criminal. Then, the brother of one of those executed by the vigilante began a fist fight with him. Soon, more people joined in and several people were taken away by the police. It was terrible. I stroked Fat Nugget's ears avidly. None of you knew, right? I asked seriously. That Husk was undercover at Mimsy's palace. They both shook their heads. It was quite a revelation. Angel commented, fanning himself dramatically with his hand. He took over the entire investigation of your kidnapping from that point on. Daggy said, distraught. We didn't see him until Saturday when he came to my house to ask us questions. He didn't look happy, though. When have you seen him happy? Angel narrowed, shrugging his shoulders in disdain. He did not want to give us details. Daggy said thoughtfully, but he told us that he was aware of what was happening at the premises, and your kidnapping was what made him take action. He asked you questions? I wanted to know, feeling the fear in my guts. What did you tell him? Vaggie fidgeted in her seat. He wanted to know about your last name. Vaggie said with reservations, and about some things you had written in your diary. What? I exclaimed, outraged. Fat Nuggets freaked out and jumped into Angel's arms. How does he have my diary? I said, horrified. We didn't give it to him, Vaggie clarified quickly. I covered my face in shame. I envisioned Husk digging into my diary. Reading everything I had there, Mimsy was one thing, but Husk. I dropped my notebook in Mimsy's office on the day of the kidnapping. I said surlily, he must have taken it from there. Very sorry, Vaggie said with distraught. Had I known, I would have hidden it. I massaged my eyes, sighing in frustration. And yes, about your last name, Vaggie began to say. There was no reason to keep hiding it anymore. Magna? I said, defeated. Charlotte Magna. We were silent for a moment before Vaggie spoke up. Then you are the last of the Magnas, she said, surprised. But that explains a lot, Angel commented, about why you have all those rich girl habits. Sewing, writing your thoughts, singing, and piano lessons. The education they gave you is not usual for an ordinary girl who has been employed in the house. Why didn't you tell us? Vaggie commented hurt. If you had told us that your uncle was looking for you, we would have helped keep you safe. I didn't want to involve you anymore, I said, sighing. I knew how dangerous and crazy my uncle was. You see what state Alistair and I are in. My friend Serpentius got involved unintentionally and ended up with a bullet in his shoulder. And Katie Killjoy, as Michael Magnus' henchman, is dead now. I wouldn't forgive myself if you guys ended badly too. They both looked at me worried. Calm down, cutie, Angel said, with a conciliatory smile. We all have a relative who is not right in the head. I have a second cousin who eats his earwax. Angel was trying to lighten the situation, but it didn't quite work. If it makes you feel better, we told him we didn't know anything. Angel replied, very serious. It's not as if it was a lie, I replied. I'm sorry about all this, guys. I feel like because of what happened with this whole kidnapping thing, Husk had an opportunity to apprehend Mimsy and shut down the place. Hey, it's not your fault that Mimsy did the whole fraud thing, Angel said with conviction. Sooner or later, this was going to blow up in our face. Charlotte, what is the shadow? Vaggie asked, suddenly frowning. My heart skipped a beat. The shadow moved restlessly. What are you talking about? I said nervously. Husk said you mentioned a shadow in your diary. She replied, more determined. I wrote a lot about the shadow since I met it. About how it kept me company and how it was protective of both Alistair and me. It is a cat, I said, quickly. It's a black cat. That's what it's called. I thought Mr. Smiles didn't have pets. Angel asked, stroking Fat Nuggets. It's a cat that really isn't from the house, I said, not looking at them. It got there and settled down. But it's not really Alistair's or mine, but it's good company when it shows up. Husk said that. It has a lot of power, Vaggie inquired. Is good at hunting? I punctuated quickly. Is that what you mean by catch its victims? Vaggie insisted. Is the shadow that important? I said in frustration. It's an ownerless pet that was hanging around Alistair's house. It hunts vermin and appears when called. Point. Vaggie pursed her mouth, annoyed. I guess that makes sense, she said slowly. Could it be a literal shadow, Vags? Angel countered. I told you. Vaggie nodded reservedly. He also asked if he had mentioned anything about the vigilante, Vaggie said. He said that in your diary you stated that you agreed with his actions. I looked down, annoyed. In my diary, the times I talked about the vigilante, I limited myself to comment on a story that appeared on the radio or in the newspaper. I'm glad that the vigilante caught the woman who murdered her children. I wrote one day, I don't know how long the vigilante thinks about continuing working overtime. It's ridiculous how he hopes to attract attention by doing that. I scored on the 4th day of Alistair's murder spree, as if you knew him. Vaggie insisted. Vags. Angel snapped, shooting her a hard look. Vaggie looked down, annoyed. Don't burden her with your doubts. He said sternly. You have them too, hypocrite. She reproached him. Before they could say anything else, I straightened up. Guys, I said seriously, that's why I sent for you. They gave me their full attention. I licked my lips and swallowed, hoping to stay calm. You must already be aware of everything that is said about Alistair. I said, with determination, about his current state, and about how they are accusing him of being the vigilante. Is he really not waking up? Angel whispered, curious and amazed. He defended me from my uncle, I said sadly. He put his life at risk to protect me, and now he doesn't wake up. What happened that left him in that state? Vaggie asked. I remained in silence. Charlotte, please. Vaggie said, kindly but impatient. If we don't know what's going on, we won't be able to help you. Be honest with us. I looked down, concerned. I wasn't going to tell them the truth. The truth was not an option, and without the spell of silence, I had to guard every word. But I felt so guilty that I had to lie to them to get a favor in return. One risky enough to get us all in a lot of trouble. In the middle of my ramblings, I could feel the shadow crawling up my back, and some cold and ghostly limbs hugging my chest, and I felt better. The idea of having to resort to trickery was not pleasant, but if it saved Alistair, it was well worth the risk. Okay, I'm going to tell you what happened. I lied without guilt. I proceeded to tell them a distorted version of what happened with the kidnapping, omitting events and blatantly changing some details. Like, I hit Michael with a chair instead of with the piano, or changing the spell that killed Michael. Like a spontaneous convulsion that he had due to an excess of some substance that must have gotten into his body. So the guy who was already dying wanted you to give him access to your inheritance. Angel summed up. Wait a minute, do you have an inheritance? Apparently. I said, shrugging my shoulders. He wanted an old book that belonged to my grandfather, and my father left me to have it in his will. He probably wanted to sell it to make money. It's old. All this for a book? Angel was missed. Ooh, he was crazier than I thought. Alistair saved me from dying at the hands of my uncle. I said with anguish. If it wasn't for him, I'd be dead right now. Vaggie had her head down. And now he doesn't wake up. I said quietly, and he will continue like this until his body succumbs. And if he wakes up, they're going to sentence him to death for being a murderer. The police have caught someone, and if they get enough evidence, they can put them in the electric chair. They both looked at me nervously. Well, no one can say that that guy isn't having fun. Angel commented, shooting me an incredulous look. Unless I do something about it. I said, looking at them both. That's why I need you to help me. I have a plan. Us? Vaggie jumped upset. But what can we do? Angel said, confused. The shadow's embrace tightened lightly on my ribs. I know who the vigilante is, I said with conviction, and I know where I can find it. What? They exclaimed in unison. I just need you to give me time to go look for him. I continued determined. If I convince him to draw attention, that will put Alistair in the clear. Wait. Angel said, setting fat nuggets down on the bed. What? Do you know the vigilante? Vaggie asked, trying to get over her surprise. And how do you intend to do that? Angel inquired. I need to get out of here. I explained, but they have quite a watchful eye on me. There are policemen at the entrance. Oh, yes, I saw them. Angel said with a mischievous smile. I need a replacement for today. Vaggie, that's where you come in, I said, looking at her. You would stay here pretending to be me until I get back. The nurse only comes 3 times a day. Oh, was the only thing that Vaggie managed to say right now? And, Angel, I need you to help me out, I said, looking at him. I need you to create a distraction big enough so no one notices me. At this point, Angel's jaw was hanging. If all goes well, I'll be back tonight. I continued, without losing momentum. And I will convince the vigilante to act again, to free Alistair from suspicion. They both looked at me with wide eyes. Are you crazy? Vaggie said. We can't do that. We would be breaking. I don't know, about 15 laws? Well, it's not like we have a completely clean life, Angel told her, raising an eyebrow. We were literally working at a location that closed because of it, but we had no responsibility for the things Mimsy did. Vaggie exploded. Here she explicitly asks us. Because we are trustworthy. He pointed out, raising his index finger. You don't have to. I commented, nervous. I know, it's a hasty thing. Nah, a little brush with the law on your record makes you look more interesting. Angel commented, gesturing with his hand. Count on me, Dolly. What? Vaggie exclaimed. Thanks, Angel, I said, excited. Are you aware of what you are saying? Vaggie demanded. Yes. He said, annoyed. We are not going to carry out a kidnapping or steal millions of dollars. She is asking you to fill in for her for a few hours, in order to save the reputation of her lover. She would do it for me. Of course, I said with conviction. You say you're going to see a murderer, Vaggie told me, gravely. I'll accompany you. No, I said, quickly cutting her off. I'm going by myself. I need you to stay here and pretend to be me. It's very dangerous, Charlotte, she said, pleading. If everything goes wrong, not only will we be in trouble, but so will you. And I can't imagine you in jail. You always do things for him. And I don't understand what goes through your mind sometimes. Really, I thought he was the vigilante. I looked at her with pain in my chest. I thought all the weird attitudes of that guy fit the acts of the vigilante, she said. I thought that in time you would forget about him and move on. But you got back together and then all this happens. I don't know if this plan is worth it, Charlotte. She hugged herself. I can't let you risk it like that. She whispered to herself regretfully. I raised my hands and put them on her shoulders. She looked at me anguished. Please, Vaggie. I told her on the verge of tears, this is my last chance to do something for him. I want him to wake up. But I want him to wake up in a world where he isn't targeted and sentenced to the electric chair. I have the opportunity to do something for him. I don't want him to die, Vaggie. A couple of tears fell to my blanket, and with your support, I can achieve anything. I told her, heartbroken. Please, Vaggie. She gingerly raised her hand until it reached for mine. She immediately withdrew it as if she had touched hot coals. She took my hand and looked at it carefully. Her eyes fell on the ring on my finger. From surprise to the understanding, Vaggie sighed. I see, she murmured. That's how important it is. She ran her thumb over the ring and closed her eyes, taking a breath. It was always a lost battle, she said with a sad smile. Then she took my face in her hands and she gave me a loud and abrupt kiss on the forehead. Ouch, I said, pulling away from her and looking at her stunned. What? She rubbed her eyes with her forearm and sighed. I looked at her, confused. So you never say that I never supported you in a crazy thing, Charlotte? she declared with her eyes brimming with tears. Don't even think I'm going to let you do something stupid like this by yourself. Understand? I looked at her amazed. Does that mean you'll help me? I said, hopefully. Yes, she said eagerly. But if you tell anyone, I'll deny it. Thank you, Vaggie, I exclaimed and hugged her. Group hug, Angel said brightly, squeezing us both in his long arms. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the nurse entered with a tray with a cup of milk and some crackers. Excuse me, she said. I bring you a snack, Miss Charlotte. In 5 minutes, they will have to retire. Visiting hours are over. Thank you, I said, breaking away from the guys. Is your aunt not back yet? She asked. She will be back later. I told her. She had to go run some errands. But I can manage on my own until she comes back. Perfect, the nurse said, satisfied. Try to eat this, please. Again, you hardly ate any of your lunch. I will eat it. I lied to her. See you soon. She said and left. Okay, we have 5 minutes, Angel told me cautiously. So talk fast. Immediately afterwards, I began to remove my hospital gown. Don't worry, it's okay, I said with my upper torso bared. Vaggie, take off your clothes. Vaggie and Angel's faces were priceless. Catch that pig, I heard people scream in the halls. Fat Nuggets was running as fast as his little legs could go, being chased by nurses, deftly weaving between patients, and tripping a man on crutches who started whimpering on the floor. What is a damn pig doing in the hospital? Shouted a man hugging his daughter, who seemed delighted to see the animal run. There it is. A nurse yelled. Police! Police! The police officers at the entrance quickly left their post to join the pursuit of the pig. Angel peeked down the hall to watch the commotion. Let's go, he ordered and went out first, with me hot on his heels. I had covered my hair just like Rosie did hours ago. We went out through the exit, keeping our pace fast and firm, so as not to arouse suspicion. The icy February air reached my cheeks, and the sky began to turn orange. We tried to blend in with the families that were going out of the hospital at the time. Should I be in the corner now? Angel said quietly. Pulling up to the sidewalk in the distance, I saw the distinctive green Bentley parked there. There it is, I commented. All right, Angel said, satisfied. Good luck. See you later, I said. Angel put his fingers to his lips and gave a melodious whistle. He went to the left and I headed to the right at a light trot in the direction of the Bentley. Hello, Mr. Penchus said happily, leaning out the driver's window. I got in the car and closed the door. There was a powerful smell of hot food, which made my stomach growl. Good afternoon, I said, shaken. I thought I had the wrong time, he said, relieved. I'm sorry I asked you to drive with a bandaged arm, I commented, seeing his state. It's no bother, he said proudly. Also, it is a favor for you and that elegant lady. She went to my restaurant this morning and she asked me if I could come pick you up because she had an emergency. She's glad you were discharged. And I obviously wasn't going to leave you stranded. I watched as in the distance, Fat Nuggets sped into the arms of Angel, who had jumped on a streetcar and was starting off. A group of nurses and police followed him helplessly with their eyes. You're just in time, Sir Penchus, I said, more relieved. Shall we go to Mr. Rosie's? He asked, starting his car. Actually, she's a lady, I corrected him. Oh, really? He said, trying to hide a huge smile. We made it to Rosie's in a few minutes. As soon as we parked, Sir Penchus took out a package, neatly assembled, that he had in the glove compartment. He quickly got out and went around the car to help me out. I barely leaned on him while seeing him so loaded. You arrived safe and sound, he commented encouragingly. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to say hello to Miss Rosie before I go. Oh, sure, I commented while I watched him blow some fluff off the lapels and shoulders of his suit. I knocked 5 times on the door, which had the closed sign hanging on it. Rosie was out in a few moments, somewhat disheveled and with the strong aroma of coffee coming from inside. "You finally got here," she said with relief and hugged me. "I'm sorry I made you worry," I said, touched. "Good afternoon," Penchus said politely. Rosie looked up at him. "I really appreciate you picking up Charlotte at the hospital, Sir Penchus." Rosie thanked him. "And I'm sorry that my request was so hasty. I promise that the next maintenance of your hat is on the house. Oh, you're very kind," he said with a slight blush on his cheeks. "It was a real pleasure to be able to help you." "Well, thank you," Rosie said, appropriately. "Oh, and I wanted to take the opportunity to give you a little present," Penchus said in goodwill. And he offered her the wrapped package that Rosie took surprised, without any commitment. He commented with a big smile, looking at Rosie. "Take it as an attention from me, so you can replenish some energy after all these days in the hospital." "You shouldn't have bothered," Rosie said, not coming out of her stupor. "You really are very kind. It is no problem," he said, pleased. "It's the advantage of owning a restaurant." "Well, thank you very much again," Rosie said, with a small smile. My gaze went from one to the other several times. "Well, I'm leaving," he said politely. "I will give you space so you guys can be alone. But remember that you can count on me for whatever you need." "Thank you for everything, Sir Penchus," I said, smiling and waving my hand. "Miss Charlotte, Miss Rosie," he said, looking at us respectively, with a big smile. "Have a good afternoon." Sir Penchus bowed with his hat and turned to go back to his car. We saw him leave and get lost among the cars. "Rosie," I said. "Rosie." "Oh, yes?" she said, distracted. "We have to go in." I punctuated. "Yes," she muttered while opening and closing the door behind us. I took the red shawl off my head. I lifted my dress and saw the shadow hugging my legs. "It's enough for now," I told it. "Thank you." The shadow slid to the ground and my legs gave away instantly. I had to sit on the client's sofa. "I thought I wouldn't make it," I commented, running my hand over my face. "Did you have any problems?" Rosie asked. "Nothing like a pig in a hospital to distract the staff." Rosie took the package to the coffee table and unwrapped it. There was a big plate with prawn creole. A generous helping of sautéed potatoes and a few beans were inside. It was enough for about 3 dishes, very filling. It smelled wonderful. "He is very attentive," I said, unable to help a smile. "And how good I like something to eat now," Rosie said excitedly. "It is time for the next stage of the plan," I said, nervous. I looked at the shadow. "In the next phase of the plan you enter, darling," I told it. "Do you think you can help me find that guy?" The shadow vibrated at my feet and slid under the front door. I looked at it in concern. "We'd better eat before it gets cold," Rosie said, touching my shoulder. "I'm going to bring some cutlery." "You need to eat something," I ate distractedly, not really tasting the food. My stomach was a nervous wreck, although it was nice to eat something other than bland hospital food. "Did you find something suitable?" I asked Rosie. "Yes," she said, eating quickly but without losing grace. "I had several things left over from the Mardi Gras, and I was able to combine them and give them a pretty good shape. I wish I had more time, but oh my, this is so delicious." I looked at the clock. It was already 5 in the afternoon. "It's the least we have now," I said, leaving my half-eaten plate on the little table. "Any news?" she asked, serious. I shook my head. "I just hope that I am strong enough to do this," I said, worried. "If you are the owner of the grimoire, it should obey you to its last strength," she commented while wiping her mouth with a napkin. The next hour was excruciatingly slow. The early winter night came, and I felt like I could have punched a hole in the ground with the constant pounding of my heel. Rosie looked just as tense as I did, trying to keep busy combing all my hair back. "I hope he hasn't left town," I said nervously. "I doubt it," she said, pulling a low ponytail and securing it with a ribbon. "I wouldn't leave town when everything is on tenterhooks." More time passed, where thousands of horrendous possibilities invaded my head, until, finally, the shadow reached my feet. "Shade!" I exclaimed, relieved. I was already worrying. Have you found him? It vibrated on me. That was a yes. Okay, I said awkwardly, bringing my hand to the floor. How did Alistair do it to? The shadow looked at me, not understanding. So you can tell him where he is. I said, somewhat nervous. Can you show me, please? The shadow stood still, waiting. At the moment of touching the shadow with my hand, a few flashes of images, places, and faces came to my head. And the exact place came to me. You are amazing. I told the shadow enthusiastically. Thank you. It vibrated excitedly. I know where he is, Rosie, I said, standing up with difficulty. The shadow slid down my legs to give me stability. I stopped in front of the full-length mirror to look at myself, and a stranger was looking back at me. I took a deep breath and sighed while running my hands anxiously over my vest. We have to hurry so as not to lose track of him, I told Rosie. Just a moment, she said, taking a thick black cloak from the coat rack. I looked at my reflection again. It was my face, no doubt, but I was wearing a man's suit. Red shirt, black tie, and gold cufflinks on the sleeves. My hair was pulled back, leaving my face bare. Strangely enough, I felt like it suited me. It was the first time I wore a three-piece suit. Rosie settled a long black cloak around my shoulders and began to button it up while looking at me solemnly. The cloak was elegant and thick enough to protect me from the cold, leaving my arms free to move. Tonight, I have the honor of dressing you up as none other than the vigilante, she said proudly. You have to be perfect. I inspected the results in the mirror. I just hope everything goes well, I said, very nervous. There is no turning back now, she said determinedly. You're just missing something. While I was putting on my black leather gloves, Rosie opened the old cupboard where my father's hat was, but this time she took out a wooden box. She brought it to me with a big smile, and with an enthusiastic nod, she motioned for me to open it. There was a taxidermy knife in it. I saw that this knife looked very sharp and curved. I looked at her in confusion. This dagger is the one that Alistair had used to help me dismember Franklin's body, she said, excited. I asked him to give it to me as a souvenir. Isn't it fantastic? I took it and looked at my reflection in the mirror. It's perfect, I said, smiling back at her. Rosie covered her face with her shawl, and I did the same with a black scarf, and I also had put on a gray hat to cover my hair. Rosie took one last look inside a large blue bag, and she was muttering to herself. Do you have everything? I asked anxiously. She nodded as she slammed her bag shut. Let's go, I whispered. But of course I can get you to meet a movie producer, he was saying. I could hear his annoying voice echoing down the street. I was fortunate to interview him a few months ago, and we became very close friends. Really? Said a sensual feminine voice. My dream has always been to be an actress. Well, this is your lucky day, he said mischievously. Because I could introduce you to him, I just, need a favor in return. Whatever, the girl said enthusiastically. Accept an invitation to dine with me, he told her. He wasn't hiding the intentions in his tone. Oh, of course. The girl answered coquettish. Anything for an opportunity like that. Then Rosie walked towards them, and then she bumped into Tom Trenchard. That made him stumble and almost fall. Whoa, what's wrong with you? He said indignantly. Sorry, I'm in a hurry, Rosie said, feigning her voice with her face covered by her shawl. My son is sick, and I have to go quickly to the hospital. Oh, well, Trench said, still annoyed. If you'll excuse me, sir. Rosie apologized, and she went into the alley at full speed. Hey, wait, Trench said while he had picked up a glove from the floor. Wait, you dropped this. He entered the alley to chase after Rosie. Mrs., wait. But Rosie went on her way without turning around, and she came out on the other side of the alley and into the street. Trench reached the middle of the alley and snarled. Old fool, he said dismissively while tossing the glove into a corner. He turned to go back to his companion, but he was exactly where I needed him. Catch him, I whispered. Tom Trench froze halfway. What? He said, scared, trying to move to no avail. What's going on? The girl who was with him looked at me, covered her mouth in horror, and ran off screaming in fright. Wait! Trench yelled. Paralyzed, it was then that he noticed me. I approached him calmly while his face was disfigured in the purest terror. I could see my reflection on his thick-rimmed glasses. You are... he muttered, terrified. It just can't be. I took a thread and a needle and began to do the work. I reached the back of Mimsy's palace with my heart pounding, and I was breathless. I couldn't believe what I have just done. It was disconcerting, scary, and I was dying of anxiety. From behind the large dumpster, I saw a figure move. I immediately got defensive. Charlotte, Rosie exclaimed, concerned. I'm glad you're fine. Oh, Rosie, I reproached her with my hand on my chest. Don't scare me like that. How did it go? She asked anxiously. Fine. I stammered under my breath because my mouth was dry. It's done. I leaned my back against the wall, still breathing hard. I looked down at the ground and a pair of curious, beady eyes peered at me from the shadows. Will you help us open the door? I said to the shadow in a low and breathy voice, please. The shadow's eyes scuttled under the back door of Mimsy's palace. It took a moment for it to slide the metal latches and the metal doors swung open. We took a look at our surroundings cautiously as we entered. Inside it was dark. I groped for the fuses on the wall and raised the light lever, and then the entire backstage lit up. My heart clenched to see it abandoned and empty. With some broken light bulbs, unmatched shoes, and papers that were scattered on the floor. Where once all the dancers prepared for their musical numbers, makeup was shared, and costumes and glitter filled every corner with music, there was nothing left. We can't stay here long, I said, still in shock. I don't know how long it will take for the people to find out. I took off my leather gloves to see my hands shaking and stained with blood. Rosie helped me out by taking off the black cloak I had on, and then she began to fold it. She stopped and searched inside of it. She took the mask that I had worn while committing the crime and stared at it. We'll just have to wait and see what happens, she said seriously while putting the mask, gloves, and cape into a cloth sack, which she had taken from her bag. Quickly, change. I took a white dress with pink flowers from the bag that Rosie brought, and I proceeded to change my clothes as fast as I could. Rosie helped me zip up my back while she untied my hair. Now we have to go back to the hospital, I said while adjusting the dress to the height of my bust. Rosie handed me a pair of ladies' ankle boots, which I immediately put on. After Rosie had put everything into the cloth sack, she took out a small bottle of cheap alcohol and opened it, and then she started to pour the contents into the sack. After she was done pouring it all into it, she then tied a knot to the sack to hold on to it tightly. Let's go, Rosie said while flipping off the light switch. I covered myself with a shawl from head to shoulder, and then I opened the door. Coming out, we saw many people running down the street at the end of the alley. They were all heading in the direction of where I had left Trench. What's going on? A man asked an old man. You didn't know? The other responded with fear and emotion. There is a new victim of the vigilante. Showed up? They both had joined the stampede of onlookers. Rosie and I looked at each other, and we took advantage of the commotion to go in the opposite direction. Close the door, Shadow, please, I told it, looking at my feet. The click of the locks reached my ears. We located the dumpster in the alley, and Rosie stuffed the sack with the things she'd used inside of it. She struck a match and tossed it on top of it. Ignis, I whispered. Despite how little magic power I had, the spell was enough to light the flame, and it devoured all the clothes washed down with alcohol. Rosie lowered the lid of the trash can, and we made our way at a brisk pace toward the main street. We weren't even looking at the huge plume of smoke that began to rise behind us. We continued steadily, getting away from all the tumult and trying not to attract attention. At the entrance of a hotel, a taxi was parked. Rosie tugged on my arm. Cab! Rosie yelled while raising an arm to the street. Cab! We saw how a lady with suitcases tried to take it, but Rosie beat her to it by giving her a shove. Emergency. Rosie said seriously while we got into the car. My niece has symptoms of a very contagious rare Amazonian disease, and we have to go to the hospital. I faked a cough. The woman gave Rosie a horrified look, and she started to back away from us. Rosie closed the door and gave the driver the directions, and the car drove off. "Excuse me, ma'am," said the nervous taxi driver while looking at us in the rearview mirror. "How contagious is that girl from what she has?" "It's only contagious to those who ask many questions." The taxi driver didn't say anything else the rest of the travel, but from the speed he took from that point, I was sure we were going at the maximum speed limit. In the taxi seat, I shifted uneasily. I looked at Rosie sitting next to me. She kept her eyes closed with a tense expression on her face. The most difficult part of the whole plan was yet to come, and it was undoubtedly what Rosie was most concerned about as well. In incredible timing, we arrived at the hospital. Rosie paid the cabbie and we got out of the car. Until that moment, she did not notice that there were messages written on the walls, some of support and others of repudiation towards the vigilante. The protesters had already withdrawn at that time, but I would not doubt that they would be there the next morning. I swallowed. Vaggie must still be in the room, Rosie said while looking around, and it seems that we arrived before them. I nodded. It was worth the scare for the poor taxi driver. I agreed. It's already after 9. Your friend won't make it to breakfast without being discovered. We will have to go back to the room first. Okay, but right now let's just focus on passing the reception, I said. Let's continue as we discussed. They shouldn't be long in coming. Rosie took a breath and adjusted her bag on her shoulder. She walked towards the entrance while feigning a nonchalant air and practicing a smile. I followed her several steps behind with my head down and past the officers at the gate that were standing on guard. Rosie walked in very confidently and spoke to the receptionist. And I sat on one of the last chairs where a couple slept 2 rows ahead, and an elderly woman wrapped up in a swaddle remained motionless in the front row. "Good night, Mrs. Rosie," the woman said when she recognized her. "So late? Good night," Rosie replied as naturally as possible. "Yes, I had a couple of orders in my boutique from last week and I had to make the deliveries today." "Oh, your works are famous in the city," the receptionist said with admiration. "Bless the people for whoever has one of your outfits. You flatter me," Rosie replied, moving her hand gracefully. I snapped my fingers. The lights flickered. "Oh," Rosie exclaimed with exaggeration. "Is it a drop in voltage?" I snapped my fingers again. The lights flickered a little more until they went out completely. All the people who were passing by looked confused in the darkness. "What happened?" someone said. "Is this only happening on this floor?" said another one. I snapped my fingers again, and the rows of lights in the hallways flickered too, until they went out completely. "And this blackout?" I heard Rosie pretty loud. "I'll call my supervisor." I heard the receptionist pick up the phone. It was when the sound of ambulance sirens reached our ears. But they weren't just ambulance sirens. They were interspersed with sirens from police cars. The ambulance parked at the entrance, along with 2 police cars just behind. EMTs hurried down to open the rear doors. And although we were at a considerable distance, the high-pitched and hysterical screams of a wounded man could be heard. "It's the vigilante!" He was screaming as they moved him on the stretcher, accompanied on each side by policemen. "The vigilante is on the loose in New Orleans, and he attacked me." "What's going on?" said the receptionist. "I don't know," Rosie said, feigning innocence. "The whole city will know." He was screaming as he reached the darkened reception. The vigilante attacked a public servant, but I survived. Because he recognized me and knew that I'm not a criminal, and he was notable to hurt a decent and fair man like me. He wore a mask with 2 faces, like a being from another world. "Please take care of this man. This man needs to be brought in," said a paramedic who was clearly fed up with the man on the gurney. "He has stitching wounds on his lips and a shallow puncture wound on his left pectoral." "What about the lights?" Someone said, "Please, we need urgent care." I heard someone else speak. A flashlight was turned on and pointed at the receptionist's face. She squeezed her eyes shut and put a hand over her face to keep from being blinded. "There was an attack and a survivor of an assassination attempt who can testify," said the officer carrying the flashlight. "Yes," the receptionist said awkwardly. "I'll check in. I would need the patient's data to Tom Trench." Trench exclaimed loud and clear. "Survivor of an attack by the vigilante." They aimed the flashlight at Trench's face. Trench's hideous pustules did not hide how swollen his lips were, with remnants of cut threads. "Sir, don't be irresponsible." Another officer recriminated him. "You have no proof that it was the vigilante who attacked you." "What?" shouted Tom Trench, annoyed. "You are not going to silence me. I know what I'm talking about. I am living proof that the vigilante is still out there and recognizes me as an important member of society who deserves to be alive." Rosie had come up to me in the midst of all the hubbub in the hall. She patted my arm twice. "Let's go." She whispered to me, "It was our chance. Guide me to my room, please." I ordered to the shadow, my hand shot hard forward. With my other hand, I took Rosie's and we slipped down the hallway that led to the hospital rooms. The steps became a jog and soon we were running. We passed between the nurses who couldn't see me because of the dimness of the corridors. "Everyone will know." Trench was still yelling at the top of his lungs, and it was echoing through the halls. "The vigilante lives and it is free." "You heard it well." I never thought something Tom Trench would say would make me feel so relieved. The pain in my body and the tiredness no longer mattered. I couldn't help but smile as I ran. I had achieved my goal. The city would find out that the vigilante had acted while Alistair was still in bed. Everyone would know that Trench had been a survivor. There would be no way they could blame Alistair. The shadow guided me in the middle of the darkness until I reached my room. Rosie was out of breath next to me. "I'm not," she was saying slowly, "I'm not up for these things anymore." I snapped my fingers and the lights lit up the corridors again. I opened the door cautiously. "Vaggie," I whispered. "Are you here, Charlotte?" Vaggie's voice exclaimed relieved. Rosie and I went in. The street lights were the only thing illuminating this small room. Rosie barely managed to sit down on the chair while giving a tired sigh. I proceeded to turn on the nightlight, illuminating Vaggie's expectant face. I almost got caught by the nurses this afternoon. She commented nervous. "Oh no," I said when I was pulling the shawl off my head with concern. "Did she suspect something?" "I had to be under the covers all day," she said with resignation. "And I think my back hurts. I ate your dinner, sorry." "No problem. What happened?" she said with interest. "All went well," I said, excited. "But did you find him?" Vaggie said, surprised. "The vigilante? Really?" "Yes," I said proudly, and I was starting to remove my clothes. "Come, change and put this on." But what is he going to do?" Vaggie insisted. "Will he make a public presentation? A call to the authorities?" I was able to convince him to return to acting. I said as I handed her my dress. "And everything indicates that the vigilante returned from his recess." "Did you encourage him to go out and kill people?" Vaggie said nervously. "I thought you would convince him to send a letter to the police or something the likes." "That wouldn't have been enough," I countered as I took off my shoes. "The police attend to facts, not threats. Killing people isn't exactly good, Charlotte." Vaggie indicated to me harshly. "Did you really go talk to a murderer so he would keep killing?" I stood still for a moment and frowned. "I did nothing but what was necessary, Vaggie." I said seriously. If committing a crime is what the vigilante does to get noticed, there was nothing else I could do. Vaggie stared at me for a few moments, inspecting my face and my hair. "Charlotte, what exactly did you do?" She said, suddenly tense. "You better go, Vaggie. Tomorrow you will have an idea of what the vigilante did in the news." Vaggie stared at me suspicious. But she held back from saying anything else as she slipped out of her hospital gown, and she handed it over to me. She put on the dress that I had worn, and she had problems with the zipper. "Let me help you," I told her. "No need," she said sharply. "I always do it alone at home." She stretched out her arm until she managed to zip it up. She looked at it more closely. "It's a nice dress," she commented. "I'll give it back to you when I can." "It's yours," Rosie said disinterestedly. "It's the least I can do for helping Charlotte through all of this. I really appreciate it." Thaggy said, surprised to Rosie. "Be careful," I said. "With all the power outage, you can say you're lost if they find you. At the entrance, there will be a big ruckus, so I don't think they'll notice you." Thaggy stared at me. "That blackout was convenient," she said suddenly. "Yes," I answered with feigned indifference. "How lucky, right?" "Yes, too much," she murmured. She gave me a furtive look before heading for the door. "You go straight, and when you get to the window with a little virgin," I indicated, "there'll be the sign indicating the exit." "Thanks," she said. "Thank you very much for your help, Thaggy," I told her honestly. "We wouldn't have done it without you. Not at all," she said, not looking at me. "And Charlotte." "Yes?" "Be careful with whatever you're getting yourself into," she said with tense. "See ya." She walked out, leaving me and Rosie in awkward silence. "She suspects something," Rosie said, serious. I know, I agreed, concerned. But it's not something I can fix right now. Rosie poured herself a glass of water from the pitcher on the nightstand. She let out a long drawn-out sigh before she poured another glass of water and handed it to me. I didn't notice how much I needed it. "Let's rest for a bit," she said, sitting down again. The world is safe for Alistair again, but he and his mother don't know it. It was true. There was still an important part of the plan to be finalized. I fiddled with the glass in my hands nervously. "All that remains is to go face your mother-in-law," Rosie commented when she was clicking her glass against mine. "I must say that I don't envy you right now." "Me neither," I muttered. The idea was not, in any sense, a pleasant one. After the blackout, the nurses went on an emergency round, visiting each patient's room and seeing if they had not been affected. When they entered my room, they mentioned that I should get some sleep by my looks before leaving. After a lot of noise in the corridor because of Tom Trench and complaints among the hospitalized as to why so much scandal, little by little the building fell into the typical silence of the night. At about 2 in the morning, I was standing in front of the window, looking at the thick mist. It must have been after 2 at that point. I turned to see Rosie, who was asleep on the bed. She had been reluctant to my offer to lie down to rest her back for a while, but once she accepted, she fell asleep faster than expected. "I'm nervous," I said to the shadow. It was hugging my legs. "I just hope that everything we did was worth it so that she listens to us." The shadow squeezed my legs a little more. "It's time," I whispered. I took the shawl and put it on my shoulders and head. I tiptoed to the exit. "Charlotte." I heard Rosie's sleepy voice behind me. I stood very still with my hand on the doorknob. "Will you go alone?" she said without reproach. "You've done enough, Rosie," I said, turning to look at her. "Let me take care of this." She stared at me without lifting her head from the pillow. "Bring that idiot back, sweetie," she said with conviction. "I trust that you can do it," I smiled at her. "See you later, Rosie," I told her and left the room. I was in the hallway again. The shadow accompanied me on the march through the corridors towards Alistair's room. At a fast pace, the shadow guided me. And, reaching the corner, I could see the policeman on duty from the night before, sitting while humming a song. I hadn't counted on the guard being awake. I clutched at the shawl in frustration. Then, I heard the voices of some women. "They must be nurses, coming from the corridor. Good night," said the officer cordially. "Good night, officer," the nurses said. "Did you know what happened to the lights?" the officer asked. "No," one answered. "We will have to talk to the electricity company. If the nurses kept going, they would see me." I froze. There was no way to run back without being seen. Then my shawl was thrown to the floor and dragged down the hall, leaving a spectral trail across the floor. I watched as the shadow brought the shawl close to the nurse's feet. "Is that from any of you?" the officer asked. "No," both women said in confusion. "How odd," said the officer. "I've been watching the whole time and I hadn't seen it." The cry of the nurses echoed throughout the hallway. The red shawl had trailed by itself through the wall and reached the ceiling, leaving it dangling. "What's that?" the officer yelled, terrified. It must be the spirit of a patient in grief. A scared nurse yelled, "Do something, officer." The other one yelled, "What can I do?" The officer responded nervously, "It's a blasted ghost, so I had an idea." I snapped my fingers and the hallway lights flickered again, and the shadow began to move the shawl across the ceiling. The nurses and the officer screamed in horror and ran down the hall while the shadow chased them with the phantom shawl. I seized the moment and struggled to the door. Without the help of the shadow, it was more difficult for me to move forward. But finally I entered Alistair's room. There he was again, lying down and breathing calmly. Completely absorbed in his head and ignoring the world, I walked over to him. My heart was in my throat. I put my hand over his palm. "Hello," I whispered nervously. "I have to talk with you. I know you don't have bad intentions and you want to protect Alistair, but you have to let me explain something very important to you. And I need to see you for that." Alistair remained still. "Let me in," I begged. "Let me have a chance to see Alistair again, please." Slow moments passed, believing that she wouldn't listen to me, that it had all been in vain. But suddenly Alistair's hand twitched. It rose gently until it touched my forehead. Everything turned white. I blinked. The illusion invaded all my senses, giving them the vivid flavors of yesteryear. A detailed film of yesterday. A vivid dream of Alistair's. It seemed like a lie, but the fact was that it was in front of my eyes, my ears, even my nose. I could feel reality created and transformed around me. I had to cover my mouth to stifle a sound of shock and excitement. Everything was real and nothing was real. It exceeded the limits of logic. An insult to what I thought was reasonable. The only solution to the improbability of this situation was that, indeed, Constance had allowed me to enter Alistair's mind. I looked around carefully, as if it were uncharted territory, but the point was, it wasn't. The whole place was achingly familiar. The bare trees, caressed by the cold winter air, the sky riddled with gray clouds, and the fragrance of the wet earth from the recent rain ached in my chest. But above all, I couldn't take my eyes off the structure that stood in the center of a clearing of trees, with the homely calm that characterized it. Everything was the same, but everything was different. It looked young, revived in its past glories. The paint on the porch railing was not eaten away by humidity, as I remembered it. The lustrous wood of the main beams did not suffer from the natural wear and tear of the years, and there was not a stain on the smooth paint on its facade. I let out a shaky breath as I contrasted my memories. There was not that dense and hot air, contaminated with soot and smoke, nor the screams of memories crying over their charred foundations. There weren't the ashes of the wood staining the earth, nor the remains of the burned and weak wood, succumbing to its own weight, leaving it unrecognizable. No, Alistair's house was intact, complete, bright and proud, without a vestige of the flames that had destroyed it days before, surrounded by perfect planted yellow daffodils growing all around like I've never seen them before. Everything was security. Everything was pure nostalgia, like a subtle perfume that invited you to feel the warmth of better days. And I knew then that it was all a beautiful lie. From the corner of my left eye, I noticed someone approaching the main stairs at a brisk pace down the soil path. He had his cap overflowing with wild mushrooms and did not take his eyes off his precious treasure, barely looking up to verify his route. His childlike face and his enthusiasm were recognizable even from a distance. "Mom!" I heard him scream and I jumped. I hid behind the tree out of instinct and watched him in silence until he crossed the entrance. I waited a moment and ran as fast as the slippery ground would allow. Mud was sucking on my boots. I walked around the house to the back. My heart was pounding. I didn't know what would happen if they saw me, but I didn't want to take any chances. There was only one chance. When I got to the back of the house, I was amazed to see that everything was completely different. The chicken pen had not yet been built, but instead, there was a wooden shed with a heavy padlock on the door. The soft sound of a bird singing caught my attention, and I spied a couple of quail heads sticking out of a wooden box next to the stairs leading to the kitchen. I crept closer and positioned myself under the slightly open kitchen window. The sound of pots and the aroma of garlic sauce escaped through the crack. "Look, Mom!" I heard the same excited voice of a boy. "I got a lot of mushrooms." My heart jumped again. I did not move a single muscle. I strained my hearing to the maximum of its ability. Oh, how good! A woman, whose voice I didn't recognize, enthusiastically responded, "They'll be perfect for fillings tonight." I frowned, trying to better understand the whole situation. I was clearly in some sort of memory of Alistair's, but why? Wasn't I supposed to get to his consciousness? The adult Alistair with whom I could converse? The Alistair I had just seen couldn't be more than 12 years old. Had something gone wrong with the spell upon entering? I looked around me with the absurd hope that there was something similar to an exit door that would allow me to advance to where I had to go. I massaged my temples, trying not to despair. Time was running out and I didn't know which way to go. What would happen if I didn't find Alistair? I had no more chances. He was dying and I was wasting time. What would happen to me if they took my body away from Alistair and they caught me before I found him? Shit, I snapped, trying to calm the sudden fear that was climbing through my chest. I swallowed. Calm down. I ordered myself severely, opening my eyes. "You can handle it, Charlotte." It could have been due to the light, but I thought I saw a light mist beginning to form between the trees. It seemed late for it to be the remnant of a morning mist that I didn't notice when I arrived, but I couldn't ask for precision if it was inside Alistair's head. In Alistair's head, it seemed crazy just thinking about it, but thinking about it carefully, it wasn't enough to think that I was haunting his mind like a ghost. The sounds, the smells, and the sensations that I perceived were more real than I thought I should feel. It was like being immersed in Alistair, and everything he remembered, I experienced as if it was mine. Then I was startled the instant I heard the sound of something breaking into pieces on the ground. That noise came from the kitchen, and I strained my ears. "Mom?" I heard Alistair's childish and worried voice. "Did you drop a plate?" But his mother did not immediately respond. "Mom," he insisted, "are you okay?" "No. I mean, yes." The woman stammered. It just slipped off of my hand. "Do you want me to go fetch the broom?" "Don't worry," she replied quickly. "I got this, but I can." I said, "No, son," she said, unable to hide the urgency in her voice. "I want you to help me select the biggest potatoes." I moved enough to discreetly peek through the window. "Okay, fine," Alistair answered, more animated. "But first, I'll go for the quail. Do not go out." His mother cut him off with an authoritative tone full of fear. She cleared her throat at the astonished look of her son. "That's not what should happen now," he whispered slowly. The woman's eyes widened in panic, but she forced a smile and she leaned down to put a hand on the boy's shoulder. "I will do it instead," she stressed. "You've already helped me so much, love." The silence between the two was prolonged. Good," Alistair said without hiding the disagreement in his words. I frowned confused. I crouched down again. It was really strange about the sudden change in attitude from his mother. The jingle of ceramic being hit reached my ears. And, the mother continued, "I don't want you here when I kill them. Could you go clean your room while I finish beheading the quails?" "Oh, but I could help you," Alistair said excitedly. "I could keep them still while you slit their throats." "No, my beautiful boy," she countered with sudden affection. "I don't want you to get your hands dirty with things Mommy can do for you, and it's quite an unpleasant sight." "Oh, don't look at me like that," she countered. But how can I learn to be as methodical as you if you won't let me do the dirty work? Methodical? She said between laughs. Did you start reading fancy words in the dictionary again? They're not that fancy. Alistair countered, clearly embarrassed. My teacher said that it is good to learn many words. That way I will never run out of things to say. I risked peeking out again. You don't need to prove anything to anyone, love. She commented lovingly. The right people will know how to appreciate you for who you are. The little boy stared at his mother in internal debate. Until, after a few seconds, he asked a painful question. And why didn't Dad appreciate me for who I am? The woman was taken aback by that question, but she remained calm. He's not the right person for anyone. She whispered, not looking at him. But this year, he will not be with us at Christmas dinner. We're not going to be awkward at dinner, and you and I will have a great time together, right? She breathed a defeated sigh into the air as she noticed the sadness on her son's face. We will do the following, she said, recovering the good cheer in her voice. This knife is too big for you, and quails are slippery. But next year, you will already have grown a few more inches, and you will be much stronger. For next Christmas, you will be in charge of slaughtering the quails by yourself. And meanwhile, we can practice with a chicken from the market. I will buy a couple of chicks on Sunday, and we will breed some. Really? Alistair said hopefully. You promise? I promise, love. Her mother assured him. All right, the boy said, satisfied. Then I'll go tidy up my room. And his footsteps echoed out of the kitchen. I waited a few moments, and the woman walked, stomping her feet, to the back door of the house. I felt afraid, but there was nowhere to run. She would see me. She calmly went down the steps and took the box she had with the sweet quails, completely ignoring me. The crazy idea of being invisible crossed my mind. However, she raised her face to look at me, completely upright and with an annoyed expression, directly into my eyes. I looked at her like mesmerized. It was her, Alistair's mother. I recognized her immediately, from the countless times I had cleaned the old photograph on the fireplace in the living room. But the photography of her did not do her justice. She was very young and pretty. Her straight black hair, pulled back into a tight bun, made her smooth, slightly tanned skin look a little tighter on her strong cheekbones. She had powerful eyebrows that didn't overshadow her almond-shaped eyes. She had a curiously thin nose, and her lower lip was slightly thicker than her upper lip. I calculated that she was barely over 30 years old. I knew that the sharpness of everything that was there was the product of Alistair's mind and memories. But something strange was happening. The weight of her presence was intimidating, but she felt completely different. The clarity of her features gave her a striking density. Everything about her seemed out of place, almost as if she was the only stranger in this whole scenario. We stared at each other for a few seconds, in complete silence, while she inspected me from head to toe. I didn't know what she expected to find, but the silence lasted a few more moments, and I didn't dare move a single muscle. I didn't know what I was thinking, and my first instinct was to brace myself for an attack. But it was ridiculous. That was a memory. Nothing more than a mirage of a past experience. There was no way I could intervene in something that was to go on uninterrupted, just as it had been years before. I glanced over my shoulder quickly to make sure she wasn't looking at something through me. But no, she was looking directly at me. And the heavy load of energy that she transmitted made it difficult for me to maintain a visual connection with her. A memory shouldn't change, but if the person in front of me could interact with me, it meant that she was something different. I was facing Constance LeBlance, or what was left of her. Finally, after she observed me carefully, she balanced the weight of the wooden box and turned her back on me to head for the stairs. Come, she said. It was an order. There was definitely no one else but me in the entire area. I let out the breath I'd been holding and followed her with my gaze until she was through the door and into the kitchen, carrying the box with her. I ran my hands over my face hard. I then touched my chest to calm myself down as I leaned against the outside wall of the house. A ghost. That was how it must feel to see one. A disembodied entity that manifested itself before me. She certainly had more presence than the trees, the earth, and the very house that felt humid under my hand. Something was more alive in her than in all that landscape. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to compose myself. I'd gone on a mission, and she seemed to be the only being who could provide me with answers. I snorted and steeled myself as I rushed up the steps and into the kitchen, without looking back. All the aroma of the hot food that she prepared reached me like a blessing to my heart. The smell of garlic, onion, and spices was so much stronger than when I was outside. It was filling me with the wonderful feeling of a warm, vibrant home. But that magnificent welcome of the environment was out of place with the only other person who was in the kitchen with me. On the table was a huge and beautiful bouquet of yellow daffodils and a broken plate. Its pieces were together in a pile. I recognized that plate from the set of plates and cups that had intricate patterns of blue vines that Alistair used to use at special dinners and holidays. It was usually just the two of us, so the odd number of each piece wasn't a problem. Alistair's mother moved the pan with the onions that she was sweating and then went to take a butcher knife and check the edge of it, lightly running her finger along the blade. I got nervous instantly. "Excuse me," I said with my voice quavering as I took a step forward. She continued to stare at the knife, unfazed. I swallowed and cleared my throat. I was still dazed, but I had to try to control my nerves. "Excuse me." I tried to say again with more force. "Madame Leblanc?" "Constance, please," she said wearily and without looking at me. Her tone was definitely not welcoming. She grabbed a cutting board that was hanging on the wall and turned to put it on the table. She bent down to the wooden box on the floor and opened it to remove a restless quail, which tried to take a frantic flight to freedom, but Mrs. LeBlanc had a firm grip on its legs. The bird cawed, frightened, but Mrs. LeBlanc reached out her arm, dangled it upside down, and blew into its face. The bird immediately calmed down, as if it had fallen into a sudden state of sleepiness. "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you," she said, not leaving her work. I didn't know if it was me or the bird she was addressing. She laid the already calm bird down on the cutting board on the table and began to pet it. "That's it," she said approvingly. "If you are tense, your fibers will be tougher." The quail remained docile, calmly accepting the caresses. And in one swift movement, its head had been severed from its body by the well-aimed cut of the butcher knife. Its head flew off and landed at my feet. The blood bubbled into a container that she deftly placed on the animal's decapitated neck. I had seen the process firsthand from Alistair when it was time to slaughter a free-range hen, and I'd always admired the way he calmed down the chicken when it was time to cut off his head. Undoubtedly a magical trick he had learned from her. Madame Leblanc took the body of the quail and began to pluck it avidly. "So you dared to come," she said quietly, finally looking at me. "I figured you'd be brave, but not skilled enough to get to this point." I licked my dry lips with my tongue. I had a little help. It was all I could think of to say, "Oh," she said, grabbing the bird's breast feathers to pull them. I looked at her, trying to hold my ground with my jaw tense. "I hope you understand that I don't want you here," she replied sternly. Her hostility was not going to intimidate me. "I achieved what I promised you," I said firmly. I diverted the attention of the police and the investigations to a new focus. I posed as a vigilante, and what I did is going to resonate throughout the city. In a few days, Alistair will be clear of suspicion because he is still sleeping in his bed while everything happened. "And you had to resort to that putrid magic, right?" she said dismissively. She forcefully pulled out the last feathers of the quail. "You mean the magic of the grimoire," I said instantly. "That damn disgusting magic," she snapped angrily. "You reek of her." Alistair was tainted with her for far too long, but its presence here has finally disappeared. Alistair has come to his senses. "I already did what you asked me to do," I replied, annoyed. "The world is safe for Alistair again. Now you must set him free. All I asked of you is to leave us alone." She yelled at me angrily. "What?" I said, outraged. "You still prefer Alistair to die? How can you be so selfish?" Constance laid the dead plucked bird down on the cutting board hard. Her lips were pursed and tight. She seemed to be having trouble containing herself. I went against my husband's wishes in due time so that I could teach him the arts of magic. She started to say through gritted teeth. I ended up enduring blows and mistreatment. I even managed to make Alistair understand that it was worth it for him to learn, even though his father looked at it with bad eyes. I wanted to teach him something that could be of benefit to him in his life, so that those teachings would not be lost. But my son was unfortunate enough to be seduced by other kind of forces that brought him to where he is now, on the brink of death with his reputation tarnished, homeless and without an honorable future. She gave me an accusatory look. I'm not going to let you expose him to another humiliation again, she whispered with her voice heavy and tremulous. I'm not going to let my son be with someone like you. I was waiting for the first attempt to repel me when she raised her hand. Do we have a guest? Constance spun around so quickly that she lost her balance. The horror on her face when she saw the boy behind her, she tried to hide with a practiced smile. Alistair, treasure. She whispered her conciliatory. Don't scare me like that. There's nothing to see here, love. She wiped her bloody hands on her apron too hard. Did you clean your room yet? She asked quickly. How about you go find more delicious mushrooms in the forest? But little Alistair was staring at me with an expression of childish fascination. Hello, miss, he said, taking a step forward, his innocent eyes filled with longing. I froze. Have I seen you before? He asked casually, narrowing his eyes, but without losing his smile. You look familiar to me. Are you a teacher from school? My heart sank seeing him like this, sweet, fragile, and curious. That expression hadn't been lost. Alistair? I mumbled with an effort. Yes, that's my name, he said proudly. And what's your name? Charlotte. I responded immediately. The light coming in through the windows made the room a little brighter again. The mist that I had seen appeared inside the kitchen. Alistair stared at me. He opened his mouth to say something. Son, let the adults talk. Constance interrupted him with a nervous smile. Go play in your room. Alistair wouldn't take his eyes off me. His expression was lost and shining. I want to stay here, Alistair said slowly. Alistair. Her mother replied with a more severe tone. To your room?
No.
The voice of a small Alistair said out loud, even though it was calm. It resounded everywhere. I was undaunted and scared. Alistair walked over to me and took my hand. Let's play, he said with a big smile. I'll show you some cool marbles that I won at school. I glanced at Constance, who looked clearly alarmed. I let myself be guided by little Alistair to the room. The same room where I remembered where an adult Alistair had treated my wounds when he first brought me to his house years ago. Where I had also treated the wounds of an injured adult Alistair, where I played melodies on an old piano, where he told me the truth about my first death, where we sealed a pact of silence, and above all, where we made love for the first time. Come, sit here, indicated little Alistair to me with a big smile, pointing to the rug in front of the burning fireplace. He sat on the ground, pulling a small bag of marbles from his pocket, and I sat on the rug next to him, never taking my eyes off him. I want to show you these marbles that I won the other day at school. I got the top 2 from Jim Thompson. He showed me a metallic marble and one with small diamonds inside the glass. He started crying after I won them over to him, he said proudly. But he couldn't do anything because he bet them himself. Then, in a confidential whisper, he said, the truth is that I cheated a bit. But he deserved what I did to him for making fun of Ezra Pratchett for being shorter than him and pushing him into the mud. He's a bully, so it was fair. He looked at me, slightly uncomfortable, and leaned a little closer. Would you keep my secret? He whispered in a confidential tone. I am not supposed to cheat. I couldn't help but feel the tears come to my eyes. I passed my index finger and thumb from end to end of my mouth, simulating a closed zipper. Then I turned my hand as if closing an imaginary padlock, and tossed the invisible key into the fire. "I'll take care of your secret," I replied, giving him a smile. He smiled at me, beaming. "I knew you were trustworthy from the moment I saw you," he exclaimed. It was touching to hear him say that to me. He began to look closely at the marbles. "Do you like being here with your mom?" I asked him, being careful to select the right words. "Yes," he replied without much interest. "She teaches me many things, but she can't when my dad is home. When dad is working or traveling, those are the only moments where I really feel calm. He is very strict and he doesn't like the things that mom teaches me. So I spend most of the time at home and in my room. And wouldn't you like to do other things?" I asked, leaning in a bit. "I like to cook with mom." Little Alistair responded enthusiastically. "Really?" I said, trying to hold back the tears. "And what other things do you like?" "Well, I like to read books," he said while looking at a marble up to the light, and to also play with my marbles, and also to sing. We said in unison. He looked at me with surprise and smiled. "Yes," he exclaimed. "I like to sing." "And do you like to sing?" "I am a singer." I nodded, smiling. "Really?" he asked excitedly. "Would you sing me something?" "Please." I looked into his big, bright eyes and couldn't resist saying yes. "Sure, Alistair," I said, closing my eyes. "The lullaby." That lullaby that I had sung on the closing night of Mardi Gras at Mimsey's palace, and also the one I had sung for him that night at the hotel before he fell asleep, had came out of my mouth, and I sang with all my heart.
Look at the sky, all the bright stars are kissing us goodnight, and it's there in your eyes, and it's there in your smile. Tonight you're mine. Ooh, hold my hand, feel the love that I have to share. Let me take away your tears, let me take away your fears. Tonight you're mine. This mystic night I will always remember, like the first time ever I saw your face. Oh, my angel, look into my eyes, and you'll see all the happiness I need. 'Cause I have you by my side, and with this beautiful sight, tonight you're mine.
Opening my eyes, I saw that little Alistair had been staring at me, almost entranced. He was breathing slowly, ecstatic and at peace. "What do you think?" I said cautiously. He blinked a few times. He snapped out of his stupor and sighed. "Wow," he said, embarrassed. "You are very good." I couldn't help but laugh. "Thanks," I said. "I worked in an event hall." "That's incredible," he said happily. "Your talent must be shown to the world." I put a hand on my chest. He was completely adorable. "Are you staying for dinner?" he said with a big, eager smile. "I would love to spend more time with you." and talk about many other things, and hear you sing. She won't be staying for dinner. We heard Constance's stern voice behind us all of a sudden. She has to go now. We were startled to hear that from her. But Alistair stood up dismayed. But why does she have to go, Mom? He said with anguish. I don't want her to leave yet. She has just arrived. She has no business here, son. She said harshly, shooting me a scathing look. She shouldn't even have come here, so she's leaving. No. Alistair said firmly, looking at his mother. I don't want her to leave. Alistair, treasure, Constance said, looking at her son. You should go to your room because she is going to go. I don't want to. Alistair emphasized defiantly. She's going to stay with me. And you can't kick her out of the house. You have no right to take her away from me. She's not good for you. Constance said, starting to get upset. You deserve a good life, Alistair. I don't want you to separate me from her. Alistair yelled enraged. You are going to obey me. Now go to your room. Alistair's voice echoed throughout the house. Everything started to shake, and I covered my head instinctively. I looked at Alistair, who was unfazed by the tremor in the house, and he was still standing with furious while looking at his mother. I reached out and grabbed the boy's forearm. He seemed to react and looked at me confused. Calm down, Alistair. I said in a conciliatory tone, his face twisted in pain. I don't want you to leave me. He said distressed. I'm not going to leave your side, Alistair. I told him surely. The shaking slowly stopped and I let go of his arm. He closed his eyes for a moment, and he lifted up his face to see his mother. What other things do you want to decide for me? Alistair said. Constance seemed terrified of her own son. Why didn't you do anything before? Alistair said, with years of pain in every word. Why didn't you dare to defend me from Dad? And in the blink of an eye, the boy had become an adult before my eyes. The adult Alistair was standing in the middle of the room, watching his mother, without his smile. No masks, just raw pain. He looked so fragile and so unbreakable at the same time. I was a child. He paused before continuing. How many times did you let my dad hit me without doing anything? How many times did you say that we were going to run away from him, but you would rather stay here at the end? I stood up while looking stunned at Alistair. He was confronting his mother. You had to wait for him to beat me until it left a permanent scar on my body, for him to lock me in the shed with that dog. You had to wait for him to almost kill me to do anything, instead of just watching, like you have for years. He was reproaching her by speaking about their past, their story, and her reasons. How can he talk to me like that? She reproached him. Don't you see everything I did for you? You wouldn't even be alive right now if it wasn't for everything I've done for you. I know, Alistair said regretfully. I can imagine what you had to do to save me when I was sick. You see it? She said with a nervous smile. I know what is best for you, Alistair. If you don't live well, it will not be worth it. You don't have to go through bad times or discomforts. She took a tentative step towards Alistair while he kept his head down and his fists clenched. I never wanted you to have a hard time, son. She continued. Yes, I preferred that we received your father's blows, rather than to have to starve. And when we were finally freed from him, we constantly lacked bread. We had to go through terrible jobs to be able to count the pennies and choose which foods to eat. And because of that, I wanted you to live a good life no matter the cost. But you would no longer suffer the hunger. You don't know how I wished you could be with a woman who didn't lack the resources to ensure a comfortable and peaceful life for you. Constance wanted her child to have a good life where the consequences didn't matter. The image of Mimsy came to my mind. Just a moment, I interrupted outraged. That's all? Does his living well mean not starving to you? They both looked at me. You say you want the best for him. I continued. But the only thing you repeat is what you want for him and that what you hope for him in life is the best. But without letting him risk something new. So many times Alistair ran away from what he wanted to do. How many times did you do this to him? I said angrily. How many times did you talk to him to have him change his mind? Into going back on what he wanted, to accommodate on what you thought was right? You shut up. Constance yelled at me, furious. You've been nothing but a thorn in Alistair's life ever since you arrived. Since he found you, he has done nothing but live without measuring the consequences. He has kept himself from the man he should have become. I stared at her while her face showed all her frustration once she was serene. You are afraid, I said defiantly. You lived your whole life in fear and you expect Alistair to do the same. Who do you think you are? She told me angrily. You can't try to live through him. I exclaimed exasperated. You had your life, and you must let Alistair live as he sees fit, and you should respect it. You have done nothing but confuse my child, she said, narrowing her eyes. He was going to have a good life until you crossed his path. You and your putrid magic have done nothing but harm in influencing him. Alistair had remained silent until frowning. He then stared at his mother. You are wrong, Mom. He said, upset and hurt at her. Are you defying me, Alistair? She said, outraged. I decided to learn the magic of the grimoire. I decided to accept her into my house. I decided to become the vigilante so that she could continue living. I looked at him surprised. It was the first time I had seen Alistair like this. You can't blame me for things I've decided to do. She didn't force me into anything I've done for her. He sighed. And you shouldn't try either, he sentenced. She looked at him horrified. Love, son? Constance said pleadingly, taking Alistair by the shoulders. Listen to me, please. You don't have to wake up again. We can stay here, together again until it's all over. No one would interrupt our happiness. We will continue to live the same happy memory. You can go back collecting mushrooms in the forest now, as we have been doing so far, and stay happy in this little moment of bliss. The sound of footsteps on the stairs of the house and the sound of keys had suddenly reached us. Alistair turned towards the door and looked at it with fright. But the memory does not reach here, Alistair said, watching as the doorknob began to move. Behind the door, the loud barking of a large dog began to be heard, along with desperate scratching on the wood. That day, Dad arrived earlier. His trip was canceled and I was in my room. And he saw me with the things I had won from my classmates. So he pulled out his belt and the door opened and a cold winter breeze swept into the house, dousing the fire in the fireplace. There was no one there. No, 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 her mother said desperately, taking her son's arm. You don't have to remember that part. Just think of the beautiful moments. The good, never the bad. It's easier to live like this, son. Go, let's restart the memory and you left me alone. Alistair said hurt. That day you let him beat me until my back was unrecognizable. You let him beat you again? That had to happen. Alistair swallowed hard. So you killed him, Alistair said while closing his eyes with regret. Constance brought her hands to her mouth with anguish in her gaze. From that point on, it was just you and me. And when I got sick, I recovered for no logical reason. And when I had strength, I found out that you were already dead and buried among a pile of unidentified corpses. Son, Constance said, overwhelmed. You left me alone, he said. You didn't even leave me a message. It was as if one day you just decided to leave without warning, without telling me that you are sadly never coming back to me again. Alistair sighed, tired. I still had so many things to tell you, he said quietly. So many things I wanted to share with you, and suddenly you just disappeared from my life. I couldn't even tell you that I didn't want you to drain your own health to give it to me. You never gave yourself enough importance. But you were the most important thing to me. I was crying at that point. It was Alistair, not hiding behind a smile. Hurt and with the cruel truth accompanying everything he said. His words hurt. Constance remained still. I wasn't ready to say goodbye to you yet, Mom, Alistair said, sorrowful. I wasn't ready either. Her mother whispered through her hands, muffling the sound. I felt like an intruder. That conversation was so powerful and charged that I didn't think it was something that should concern me. I was alone for years. Alistair said in a slow voice. I didn't want to be afraid of losing someone again, someone for whom to care so much. But despite everything, someone came into my life and knew how to manage to keep me company. It was then that Alistair looked into my eyes, and my heart clenched. A sincere smile graced his face. He offered me his hand, and I took it, smiling at him emotionally with tears streaming down my cheeks. Charlotte, he whispered, and then suddenly the house and everything around us vanished in a strong breeze that carries away the morning mist. I can now see a field of yellow daffodils stretched out as far as my eyes could see. The dark clouds of memories began to move away, leaving a vast clear and bright sky. Without letting go of my hand, Alistair looked at his mother. It was very difficult to carry on since the day you left, Mom. He said to her, but I can no longer allow the fears that you instilled in me in the past continue to affect me in my present. He looked at me again, or in my future. He said, looking at me. Constance sat down among the flowers. But son, she said, beginning to cry, you don't know what can happen to you if you keep living this life. I don't know what things will come, and I don't want to be unable to be there for you. Alistair released my hand and reached down to take his mother's. I'm afraid something may happen to you, whispered Constance with her voice strangled. I'm not to blame for your past mistakes, Mom, he said slowly. I am not to blame for the decisions you made, and you can't blame me for trying to take mine. Alistair, she said, touching her son's cheek. I appreciate everything you did for me, Alistair said seriously, and I will never stop loving you. But I'm not ready to forgive you for some things that still affect me, and I have to learn to live with that. Constance whimpered. You grew up. You became a man, and I missed it, she said, sobbing. Her thumb was stroking her son's cheek. I didn't want you to feel guilty for me giving you my health, Alistair. But given the chance, I would give 1,000 lives to save yours. And I don't regret that. She swallowed, looking at her son with longing and tenderness. The only thing I have always wanted is for you to be well and you to be happy, she said to him with conviction. I have the opportunity to build my happiness now, Alistair said. She smiled at him and hugged her son tightly. I loved you. I love you, and I will love you as I have not loved anyone's son, she said. Her voice was very tearful. And I love you, Mom, Alistair whispered. But now you're just a memory. He broke away from her and helped her to her feet. Constance took both of Alistair's hands and smiled at him. I've always been proud of you, she said. Just be careful. She looked at me for a moment, and then she looked at her son again with concern. I have a good companion, Alistair said. She knows when to tell me when I'm going astray. Constance smiled. Tears were beginning to stream down her cheeks. Goodbye, Mom. And then she suddenly vanished slowly, like mist on the wind with a bunch of daffodil petals lost in the sky. We stayed looking at the sky, with the cool breeze moving our hair. Alistair fell to his knees with his head bowed and sighed. With his back to me, he rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. I walked over to him and knelt down so that we were facing each other. And Alistair just collapsed, resting his forehead on my shoulder. I hugged his shoulders and his head while stroking his hair. He sobbed quietly some more. I think it's one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. He whispered softly, but I needed to. I know, honey, I said regretfully. Are you really here? He said without raising his head. I'm afraid my mind has only created you as a lie in order for me to wake up. I broke away from him and rested my forehead on his. How do I know you'll be alive when I wake up? He whispered, almost pleading. I had to push his insecurities away. I had to tell him something that could convince him that when he woke up, I would be there. Something only Charlotte Magna would know. Well, I know my lavender lotion didn't disappear by itself from the drawer next to the bed, I said, closing my eyes. That you hid from a puppy the night we sang in the park, and that you forgot that the Wednesday of the kidnapping was Valentine's Day because you were so tired. I was going to bother you when you got off work that day. I heard him stop sobbing. And also, I have the ring you asked Rosie for. I said. She chose a silver ring with engraved flowers. She told me that you trusted her good taste, and she wanted it to match my dresses. Alistair looked up in surprise. And really, I loved it. I assured him, smiling. Then Alistair kissed me. He kissed me over and over again, on my cheeks, on my forehead, and again on my lips. Amid flower petals and a bright light that enveloped everything, I could only hear Alistair's subtle voice echoing in my head. I love you, Charlotte. Alistair's hand rested next to mine. When I opened my eyes, I looked around the dark room. It was still early morning. I stood up leaning my arms on the bed, and then I looked at Alistair's face carefully. He groaned a bit and slowly opened his eyes. He was blinking at the ceiling, confused. He growled again and snorted. Then his eyes landed on mine, and the hint of a smile appeared on his lips. A sincere smile of relief and happiness blossomed on my face. I approached him and caressed his cheek. Good morning, Alistair, I whispered.
Chapter 28. Res non verba.
It's going very well. Just a few more steps and we're done for today. Is all this necessary? I retorted, suppressing a complaint. If you want to be discharged, you will have to do the exercises properly, Mr. LeBlance, the nurse replied in an authoritarian tone. I took 3 more laborious steps, holding onto the cold metal railing and enduring the sharp pain in my leg. When I reached the end of the section, I was able to lean against the wall and allowed myself to give a sigh. It wasn't so difficult, was it? The nurse asked me while writing in her notebook. I feel like a toddler learning to walk. I sighed. It will take a few more rehabilitation sessions, sir. I suggest you get used to the idea. It's not a promising future. You're getting better, Alistair, Rosie said while bringing me a wheelchair. You shouldn't complain so much about the nurse's instructions if you want to recover. No complaints. I'm just stating my frank discomfort. I said, sitting down in the chair she offered me, and I noticed her annoyed expression of superiority. What? Your euphemisms have gotten you into more than a few scrapes, Alistair, Rosie remarked, shrugging. Honesty is something you should practice more often. Your comments won't make me heal any faster, Rosie, so you can stop showering me with them so generously. Huh. She laughed sarcastically. We can be glad that his cognitive abilities were not affected after being asleep for so many days, the nurse said, smiling. Charlotte didn't complain that much about her therapy. Rosie replied. I sighed, but I didn't say anything. Your muscles are still sore and need to readjust their movement with therapy, Mr. LeBlance, the nurse continued. Also, we have to be careful that the stitches in your wound don't open, and that gives me the advantage. Rosie sneered a wide and spread a macabre smile across her face. He can't get away from me until he can walk on his own. And I've accumulated quite a few things I want to say to this young man, even before he fell into a coma. Is it necessary for her to be present during therapy, Mrs. Negredo? I asked the nurse, pointing at Rosie with my thumb. Rosie slapped me on the shoulder, annoyed. It's beneficial to have a trusted person present to motivate you in a positive way. The nurse explained to me. You've got the wrong person, I replied. Rosie hit me on the shoulder again, which I ignored. Furthermore, you know your current situation, and Mrs. Negredo told me with a note of seriousness. I know, I said bitterly. It was frustrating feeling constantly watched. The nurse searched Rosie every morning before she came in, hoping to find some kind of weapon hidden in her skirts that I could use against the staff. My food was handed to me with a spoon, which was terribly inconvenient, and they needed at least 2 people around me to make sure I didn't do anything crazy like run away from the building. Mrs. Negredo was a woman in her 50s. with a stern and reserved demeanor. Although she maintained a degree of professional courtesy toward me, we never spoke more than necessary. But she was the only nurse who dared to keep tabs on me and who put her profession first throughout my recovery. The other nurses, who have refused to continue caring for me, didn't even dare to look into my room when the rumors that I was the vigilante had died down. And the doctor who treated me had certain reservations about me during routine checkups. Furthermore, he was aware of Mrs. Negreto's constant surveillance, a task the police must have assigned to her, and that she should report any indication on my part that might support their suspicions about me. But you've progressed well, Mr. LeBlance. The nurse encouraged me, making a note in her chart. If you continue at this rate, you'll be able to get around with a cane in a few days. And once you're discharged, you'll require checkups from time to time. Fantastic, I said, without much enthusiasm. Oh, independence, Rosie said willingly. You don't appreciate it until you lose it. At least your leg injury won't affect you permanently. If you take good care of him, the nurse remarked. I tentatively moved my leg. I still felt the tight stitches in the wound and the unsteady strength of my muscles. I suppressed a grimace of disgust as I remembered Michael Nagna's shadow dog biting my leg in the subsequent fight that only worsened the injury, while the shadow steadied me to stay on my feet. It was a miracle it hadn't been worse. Okay, that's all for today, Mrs. Negreto declared. Can I see Charlotte now? I wanted to know. For the 5th time, you know visiting hours are at noon, the nurse reprimanded me, and you're no exception. Come on, Alistair, Rosie said, pushing the chair. Let's go back to the room and you can freshen up a bit. Don't worry. Charlotte must be counting down the seconds until she sees you. Rosie and the nurse led me down the hospital corridor, leaving the recovery room behind. As we walked, some residents looked at me curiously, and some staff members openly murmured about me. There he goes, I heard a nurse say. It's incredible that he's still alive, his partner replied. Could it be true that he could be... someone else said. That's how it had been since I woke up a week ago. From what I'd learned, Rosie herself told me many people claimed I was the vigilante, based on the sensational headlines that had fueled the city's wild imaginations. I didn't have any first-hand details of these things, and from each visit from Rosie was just to bring me some basic toiletries without any real chance to talk, because of Mrs. Negreto's constant watch. All I could think about was seeing Charlotte again. I hadn't been able to see her since the moment I opened my eyes. That morning, she could barely stay by my side. It was dark and I wasn't wearing my glasses, but she knew I was awake. The pain in my numb body, the disorientation, and the discomfort of the tube in my nose were noticeable and too palpable to be mistaken for a mere illusion. Then I saw her. She was standing next to me, and I knew she was real. Good morning, Alistair, Charlotte whispered excitedly. Her face was beaming. Darling, you're really here. You made it back. With barely any awareness of what was happening with my throat tight and too weak to move, I allowed myself to feel Charlotte's hand on my cheek and smile. I have to go now, she said hurriedly. The police and the nurses will be back any minute. I'll tell Rosie you're awake. I'll see you as soon as I can, love. Charlotte kissed my knuckles and stood up with difficulty. She cracked her knuckles and walked quickly down the dimly lit hallway. The next thing I remember was the nurse returning to the room to check on me and letting out a scream when she saw me with my eyes open. She barely approached to examine me and confirm I was awake before rushing out, shouting hurriedly down the hallway, Doctor! Doctor! He's awake! Mr. LeBlance has just woken up. The policeman who was guarding the entrance hurried inside and looked at me. He took off his cap and scratched his bald spot. What a strange night. He murmured, dismayed, Ghosts and the undead. A doctor and 2 more nurses quickly arrived at the room, visibly concerned. It's incredible, he woke up. The doctor murmured, taking out a small flashlight and checking my eyes. Where am I? I muttered with my mouth dry. Sir, you're in a hospital. the doctor told me, taking my pulse while glancing at his watch. You've been asleep for quite a few days. How are you feeling now? A little disoriented, I replied. My voice was raspy. Okay, I need to ask you a few quick questions. Please answer as clearly as possible, the doctor said hurriedly. What are you asking? I said, a little annoyed when one of the nurses looked at me in horror. They were all being so intrusive. Where was Charlotte? Can you tell me your first and last name? Alistair LeBlance. What year is it? 1934. What state are we in now? Louisiana? How many fingers do I have here? He said, pointing to his open hand. 5. Okay, he doesn't appear to have a concussion or memory loss. Can you feel his lower extremities? I tried to move my legs and toes. Every inch of my body felt like lead. Yes, I replied, sighing. Excellent. What happened? I said something erratic. All consultations in due course, sir, the nurse tried to tell me, trying to calm me down. The physical tests and questions continued like this for a long time. They touched my arms and legs and asked me silly technical questions, which I wasn't about to answer, and they weren't giving me the information I was asking for. I had missed so much. I needed answers as soon as possible. Do you feel this? A nurse asked, pricking my toe with a pin. I reflexively pulled my foot away. Charlotte, how is she? I insisted, trying to sit up without success. Please, sir, we need to know your general condition, the doctor told me. I don't need that. Where's Charlotte? He's going to need a sedative, the doctor told the other nurse. No, just tell me what happened, I pleaded. My body was aching. What happened to everyone who was with me? I don't remember anything clearly before I fainted. The doctor and one of the nurses looked at each other in frustration. Sir, you know you are not in a position to receive news in your condition, the doctor said sternly. Don't underestimate what I can endure, doctor, I said as I felt anger rising in my chest. I will not cooperate with your examination unless you tell me what happened. Fine, if you insist, the doctor explained, sighing. The police found you and 2 other people unconscious in a fire. The lady who was with you is still in the hospital, recovering well, and the gentleman has already been discharged with a cast on his arm. Charlotte was recovering and was in the hospital too. I was somewhat relieved to have someone confirm that she was alive. Also, Lucky Pentious was out of danger. That was good, I guess. And Michael Magna? I wanted to know. He was already dead when the patrol cars arrived. The doctor said gravely. What? But how? I said confused. How did he die? I don't have any details, the doctor said. Please raise your left arm. Michael Magna was dead. I saw him alive, his shadow devouring Charlotte, before I lost consciousness. And if he was dead now, who? Sir, please follow the instructions. The doctor reprimanded me when he was seeing that I wasn't doing anything. We need to move forward with your checkup. With thousands of questions swirling in my mind and my body weak, I reluctantly felt compelled to answer their questions and do what they asked. They asked for the contact information of a family member to notify them of my condition. Charlotte, I replied without thinking, the young woman who was with me that day. Charlotte? Oh, the Ange Blance? I don't think she can come to look after you while she's also being a patient herself, Mr. LeBlance, the nurse said, opening the curtains to see the sunrise. She's been a very good patient, and she hasn't stopped asking about you. Rosie Finalteri, I suggested, sighing. She has a clothing store downtown. I can give you the address. The nurse stared at me puzzled. Isn't she the same lady who is looking after Miss Charlotte? She asked me. I suppose so, I remarked. I don't know any other Rosie. Good, that speeds things up. I'll be back in a few minutes, she said, satisfied. And she left the room. Rosie showed up before you knew it. Disheveled, with dark circles under her eyes, and lacking her usual glamour, she rushed towards me for a big hug, which I resented, and the nurse was scandalized when she started shaking me around in the embrace. You damn idiot. Rosie yelled at me with tears streaming down her face. Do you know how nervous you made me? Do you know that? I sighed. I would never tell her how touched I was to know she was worried about me. It's good to see you too, I said in a weak voice, which was lost amid her whimpering. Madam, please. Be more gentle with him, exclaimed Mrs. Negredo. Don't you ever scare me to death again. Rosie said, pointing an accusing finger at me as the nurse pulled her by the arm. Do you have any idea how much you've aged me these past few days? I'll try not to do it often, I said, sighing with relief at seeing her so energetic. After calming down and having a drink of water, Rosie told me everything she could under Mrs. Negredo's watchful eye. Her social skills shone through when she omitted events or replaced them with others. Charlotte is still recovering in her room, and she's very worried about you, she told me. They wouldn't let her come in right now, but I'll keep her updated on your progress. She really wanted to jump into your dreams and wake you up. What a clever idea that girl had. Oh, really? She replied with a smile. It wouldn't surprise me at all coming from her. And you wouldn't believe the things I've heard about this hospital, she said with feigned surprise. That a specter roams the halls, like some kind of shadow I heard, and appears to scare the staff at night. Can you imagine it possessing a patient's body? How awful! How intriguing. But not all the news was so pleasant. She filled me in on some events that had occurred in the last few days. Although I noticed how carefully she selected what she told me, it made me anxious. She couldn't tell me anything that might remotely implicate me as the vigilante. She couldn't tell me about the fire, the investigation, or Michael Magnus' death. And she only focused on the most trivial matters. She told me about the collapse of Minzy's palace and the scandalous rumors, which spread like wildfire about the motives behind Charlotte's kidnapping. They ranged from the plausible to the ludicrous, from a crime of passion orchestrated by Mimsy, to organized crime, to terrorist attacks. Mrs. Negredo also kept Rosie's visits to a minimum. When she felt Rosie was overwhelming me with information, she would ask Rosie to let me rest and would ask her to leave the room. I was grateful that Rosie could help me cope with the loneliness. She also brought me a magnifying glass she no longer used. It was a bit awkward, to be honest, but it came in handy for reading at times. One of those nights, after Mrs. Negredo had retired, I received a letter from Charlotte. It was a small piece of paper that slipped under the door and crawled onto my lap. My friend, I said, turning on the light. It's good to see you. The shadows circled the sheet, and I picked up the note. It was Charlotte's handwriting. At the top of the paper was printed, Brown & Sons Law Firm. I unfolded the sheet, and with difficulty I could read what it said. Dear Alistair, I hope these words find you feeling better. My heart is soothed every time Rosie tells me about your progress, and I'm counting down the minutes until I can see you soon. I know they make sure Rosie doesn't leave anything for you, and your room is thoroughly checked, so I can't ask her to send you messages on my behalf, nor can you save them. So this is the best method I could find. But your door is constantly monitored, so I hope this letter reaches you without any problems. I know it's complicated, but I ask for your patience. They won't let me see you until I'm discharged for fear that I'll have a relapse if I go now. I am already talking to Mr. Gilbert about the best way to proceed. He said he hopes we can have a meeting with him in his office once you're able to leave the hospital. I'm thinking of you. With love, Charlotte. P.S. If you have nothing to write with, I ask for some indication that you received my message. P.P.S. I know you don't have your glasses, so I'll refrain from sending you letters. We'll have plenty of time to talk later over a cup of unsweetened coffee, just the way you like it. I promise. I sighed. Charlotte's handwriting filled me with an indescribable peace. I had no way to write back. I didn't have a pencil handy because of the potentially dangerous point, so I folded the paper, leaving it like a small paper flower. Could you take this to Charlotte, please, my friend? I said into the shadow. The shadow took the paper and slipped back through the door. Only then did I begin to feel a little calmer. There were long stretches of time when I was either alone at the mercy of my thoughts or locked in a staring contest with the ceiling. So, in those quiet hours, I amused myself by reading the considerable number of letters that had arrived from me from citizens, letters that piled up over the days. Mrs. Negredo brought in 2 whole sacks, which she dragged with difficulty beside my bed. It was an interesting pastime. Some letters were signed, others came from entire families, and still others were anonymous. Most praised me, but some arrived without a return address or signature, perhaps out of fear of being found out. No fewer than 5 lawyers offered their services, ready to defend me. Among the things that stood out were the unsettling children's drawings of the vigilante with a bloody knife, smiling with the caption, "Hero of the City," at the top of the notebook page. There were also discount coupons for laundry, tires, and men's shoes, good wishes for my recovery, requests for assassinations of people with extensive criminal records. Another one asked me to kill his neighbor who let her cat relieve itself in her yard and urgently demanded her execution. But there were also letters from detractors, those who wished me the worst, who longed to see me in the electric chair the moment I opened my eyes. And a few letters, a minority, from true fanatics of the mysterious figure of the vigilante, bordering on the pathological. They seemed to experience an inexplicable sexual attraction to me, simply from the mere suspicion that I was a murderer. There are some real people out there. But it wasn't until 3 days later, when a letter arrived bearing the official seal of the State Investigative Police, that Rosie's anger was unleashed. "John Husker," Rosie blurted out, crumpling the letter in her fist. "Him again, that cop has no tact." "Oh, don't tell me everyone already knows," I said with interest. "What thing?" What a disappointment. I expected to have exclusive assets from his double life. "Do you know him?" Rosie asked, amazed. "He's a police officer," I explained wearily, taking the crumpled letter. "He went undercover at Mimsey's palace during his investigation, gathering information on all the establishment's irregularities." "Undercover?" she inquired, astonished. "And you knew about it?" "I knew it almost immediately. And how?" "A sore loser and a drunk," I said emphatically. In every poker game, the badge on his inner lining was visible every time he pulled out his liquor bottle. He didn't even bother to hide it properly anymore when he was drunk. I told him I wouldn't tell anyone about his identity or his betting habits if he delayed his investigation of Mimsey's palace. It wasn't in my best interest for him to shut everything down before I knew he was getting more shares in the place. Rosie hit me in the face with a towel. "You're a terrible strategist, LeBlance." Rosie scolded me. Blackmailing a cop? Really? There are plenty of ways something like that could backfire. "I never said it was my brightest idea," I admitted. "If I had known the problems I would have with Mimsey running loose, I would have let her close the place down last year. You're no longer an investor. You will barely get paid a tiny fraction of the proceeds from the auction of that seedy place now that Mimsey's in jail." Rosie condemned me. "Should I interpret that as an attempt to cheer me up?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "And you already tried to question Charlotte about the suspicions they have about you." Rosie exclaimed, annoyed. "What do you mean he interrogated Charlotte?" I asked, intrigued. She was barely woken up. The poor thing just began processing about what was happening. It was very negligent. "And that only made her health worse," Mrs. Negredo added, shaking her head. "They shouldn't let the police be bothering recovering patients. She lost a lot of blood that day." What happened to Charlotte?" I said, struggling to sit up. "What did he do to her?" "No, Alistair, don't get up," Rosie said nervously, pushing me back down onto the bed. "She's fine now. He just made her upset a little and she suddenly hesitated for a moment. They're going to discharge her tomorrow. They couldn't find anything wrong with her." "But Mr. LeBlance? I ask that you rest." The nurse reprimanded me. Apparently, after Charlotte's incident, Husk had the kindness to inform me in writing that I would be questioned once I was well enough, due to complaints from the medical staff about how harmful it was to be so invasive with such harsh questions, especially on someone in such a delicate condition. But all I could think about was how Husk, reeking of liquor and with a twisted face, had dared to proceed like that with Charlotte. and it only fueled my desire to get better soon and settle the score. The days of my recovery were slow and confusing. I hadn't been able to see Charlotte, nor had I received any more of her letters. She was prevented from visiting me while I was under the strictest surveillance. But I was constantly reminded that she was all right, and, in part, that helped me maintain my sanity. Once we arrived at my room, the two women carefully, and with my pride slightly bruised, helped me into bed. I sank into the pillows and closed my eyes for a moment. My legs were still aching and throbbing from the rehabilitation exercises. I watched as the nurse connected the forecatheter to my thin forearm. 10 minutes to go. Rosie answered a question no one asked. "Thank you, Rosie," I murmured, still with my eyes closed. "You could try to look a little more presentable," she emphasized, handing me a comb and a mirror from her purse. "You haven't seen Charlotte since before the accident. If it weren't for me, neither of you would know anything about the other." "I don't understand why either," I said, checking the teeth of the comb with my fingers. "Because we're like family," she said arrogantly, puffing out her chest. Poor me. I muttered sarcastically without looking at her. My reflection was a sorry sight. My face was gaunt, and my beard hadn't let up. My eyes were still bruised, and I looked tired. Some of the scrapes from the fight were healing well, but a couple still had patches. I made a half-hearted attempt to tidy my dirty hair. I longed for a long, relaxing hot bath with the sprigs of lavender that Charlotte always added. "I told Charlotte to stop by and buy some underwear for you," Rosie said, wringing out a towel and a bowl of water. "Here, wipe the sweat off your face. You've given her too much power," I said, taking the towel and wiping it over my face and neck. "I trust your judgment," she replied with a smug smile, and she placed a dry towel on my lap. "I don't make men's underwear. Besides, that would be venturing into Charlotte's territory." "We agreed on that," I accepted while drying my face. "As soon as you're discharged, we'll have to sort out your wardrobe," she said thoughtfully. "Mr. Penchus donated some of his suits for you to wear while you stock up. Charlotte has already put them away in the closet. They'll fit you well while you put back the few pounds you lost." The idea wasn't pleasant at all, but I couldn't complain. All my clothes had been lost in the fire. It's not appealing to think that everyone is busy sorting things out for me while I'm still stuck here, I said. I was barely concealing my annoyance. I've already lost entire days of my life in complete unconsciousness. "Don't worry. We've got everything under control," Rosie said confidently. "Oh, and Mr. Penchus told me yesterday that he found your goats. He took them home and kept saying how adorable they are running around his backyard, and they get along really well with his chickens. I think he wants to adopt them. It would be nice if he kept them for a while," I told her. "And Charlotte has done wonders with my old spare room. She changed the curtains and polished some furniture that Mr. Penchus gave her. They'll also have a quilt I knitted myself. The very best for my guests." "Guests?" I whispered, looking at the ceiling. "And don't you say a word about not wanting to live in my house, Alistair," she threatened. "I already told you it's no trouble at all. Consider yourself lucky that you guys have somewhere to stay, given the circumstances." "I could thank you properly," I said, sighing, "but it still feels strange." "You'll get used to it," she replied, as she hung the damp towel on the bed frame. "Just think, it won't be forever. And soon Charlotte will come to see you so she can keep you company. Both of us safe and sound," she emphasized. "That I can certainly be grateful for. Haven't they said yet what will happen to you when you're discharged, for trial detention or—" Rosie probed. "Nothing yet," I replied, staring at the ceiling. "All I know is that I'm still here under arrest and surveillance. I find it strange that they haven't said anything about a possible trial after all the media attention it received," Rosie said, puzzled. "It's been 7 days since you woke up, and besides the letter you received from the police, they haven't told you anything relevant about the matter. Don't let your guard down, Rosie. Hask takes his time to do things, but if he thinks he has a solid lead, he's not going to let it go. But there's nothing they can use against you," Rosie said. They're just circumstantial facts. Frankly, you've been very positive in thinking that I can stay at your house when I leave here. You know, as well as I do that, I'm in a disadvantageous position right now. If I lost hope that things would get better, I wouldn't be here. And you know it, she told me seriously. She took my silence as an affirmation. Well, at least I hope they let you go to a good barber. You need it, she remarked, adjusting the pillows. I wish I could bring you a good razor so I could trim your hair myself. It makes me nervous to see you so unkempt, nothing cutting. I reminded her annoyed. Rosie glanced quickly at the bowl of cold, forgotten breakfast oatmeal and said, "And you need some good food for the soul. Mr. Pentious has an open invitation for you. When you're ready to go out and eat solid food again, preliminary arrest," I reminded her. "And convalescent," the nurse added sternly as she entered the room. "You'll have a police officer at your door, but I'm responsible for ensuring you comply with the regulations for your recovery, Mr. Allister. You know what? I'm so glad the real vigilante showed up just as they were framing you. I'm sure that's why they're taking so long," Rosie said emphatically. Then she looked at the nurse sympathetically and added, "Don't you think so, Mrs. Negredo?" "That's true," the nurse said with a half smile. "People aren't crowding at the entrance anymore. Besides, it was a little hard to believe you could be him, Mr. Allister. No offense. Why do you say that?" I wanted to know. "Well, there have been so many lies these past few days. You don't even know which one to believe anymore. But from what I've discussed with you since you woke up, I can't imagine you doing such an exhaustive investigation to find so many criminals before the police, and killing much larger men without getting hurt and without leaving a trace of blood. It doesn't even seem like the work of one person. It seems more like a group of people working in sync. That's more believable." "That's a good theory," I said, smiling. "If there are no answers, we'll have to invent them," Rosie remarked, wrinkling her nose. "Just days ago, they were claiming this charming young man was the killer, and now they say they've seen the vigilante in so many places this week. The whole truth has been lost in a sea of speculation." I didn't even say anything about how Rosie referred to me. She was handling the situation quite well. "It seems so," the nurse said with a smile. "I just hope the vigilante continues his activities. He's done so much good for the city." Before I could say anything else, someone knocked on the door and my heart skipped a beat. Mrs. Negredo opened it, and there was Charlotte, wearing a new red coat and holding a vase of white daffodils. "Good afternoon," Charlotte's sweet voice said. Her excitement was barely contained. "Can I come in now?" "Good afternoon, miss," the nurse said. "With your permission, I need to register you." "Oh, good," Charlotte said, surprised. The nurse patted with the back of her hands anywhere Charlotte might be hiding something. Finally, she smiled and stepped aside. "Go ahead, please. I ask you to be very careful with him." "He is still delicate," Mrs. Negredo told Charlotte. "And yet, I'm subjected to grueling physical therapy against my will," I said aloud. Rosie snorted, covering her mouth. "Of course, I'll be careful," Charlotte assured her. And without waiting any longer, she entered the room quickly. She placed the flowers on the small table next to my bed and approached me cautiously, never taking her eyes off me. She was tense and she opened her mouth, then closed it again, her eyes filled with tears. She looked overwhelmed, and I couldn't blame her. The wave of relief I felt seeing her in front of me would have made my legs buckle if I'd been standing. Then I raised my hand closest to her and touched her cheek, and she released her pent-up breath. She blinked to clear the tears that clung to her eyelashes. She placed a hand on mine and turned her face slightly to kiss my palm, letting her moist breath escape onto my skin. I sighed, feeling the calming relief that flooded me at her warm touch. It was real. "Hello, Charlotte," I said gently. "Hello, Allister," she replied. Her voice was trembling. I could see her better up close in the daylight. She still had bruises on her face, which she managed to conceal enough with makeup, and a bandage on her temple where she'd been hit with the bottle. She looked tired and happy, and I realized how much I'd missed seeing her beautiful eyes. It feels like it's been months since we last saw each other, I said, moving my thumb against her cheekbone. I feel like I've been asleep for so long. I think. You were having a pleasant dream, she told me with a sad smile. It was, I replied. She cradled my hand in hers gently. You were in it, I continued in a low voice. You were telling me it was time to wake up. It was difficult to get there, she added with a note of seriousness. You were very well guarded. I know, I replied, closing my eyes for a moment. Thank you for coming to find me. She leaned in to kiss my forehead. I felt my soul comforted by such a simple gesture from my sweet Charlotte. Sorry for the delay, she murmured, looking at me with a big, affectionate smile. No, darling. You arrived just in time, I replied in the same tone as she rested her forehead against mine. I felt an indescribable peace being near her. The sensation of her touch, mingled with her lavender scent, allowed me to let out a sigh of contentment. All the fear that had gripped me when I saw Charlotte devoured by Michael Madden's shadow, all the pent-up anguish of days without seeing her, the terror I felt when she was kidnapped, the stressful fight we had with Michael Magne, all of that seemed so distant in that moment. We were together again. Charlotte hasn't stopped thinking about you since she woke up, Rosie said, breaking the tension. She wasn't even eating properly. She was so worried about you, Alistair. Charlotte laughed sheepishly, tucking her hair behind her ear. And the wailing, where is Alistair? Where is my sweetheart? Rosie cried dramatically. When will my beloved awaken? Rosie! Charlotte exclaimed, then looked at me mortified. I didn't mean it like that. I sighed and covered my mouth. Yes, Charlotte demanded. If you could have seen how restless she was in her room, Rosie said willingly. She wanted to wake you up herself. Am I to assume you were stubborn enough to go beyond the bounds of the mundane and basic logic? I said, giving Charlotte a meaningful look and pointing my index finger at my temple. If you put it that way, it's another way of saying that thinking about it was complete madness, she said, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. To push boundaries for the sake of another, I said, smiling and kissing her knuckles. That's another way of saying extraordinary. I should thank you then, my dear. You two are so lovey-dovey, Rosie said, shaking her head, still smiling. Do I have to get used to this? Most likely, I said, and Charlotte let out a little giggle. Sleeping Beauty and his princess, Rosie scoffed. Well, I guess that's what I get for supporting them so much in their antics. You endorse that idea of a dream intrusion as something viable, Charlotte told her, in the same tone. You can't say you're the only stubborn one here. Rosie winked at her conspiratorially. What an imagination, Mrs. Negredo said, smiling, but it's very romantic. I wish it were that easy for critically ill patients to get better just with the good wishes of their partner. These two are a special case. By the way, I'll have your hat ready for you tomorrow, Mrs. Negredo. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Negredo said, taking it. I have bags of nuts, if you'd like to buy some. Rosie willingly engaged in trivial conversation about nuts and almonds with the nurse. Charlotte sat back down in the chair, taking my hand again. She looked at my bruised fingers and stroked them tenderly. I missed you, she said suddenly. I know, I replied. Charlotte seemed offended, but without losing her smile, she gave me a light push on the arm. Alistair, she exclaimed with her face red to her ears. I chuckled. It had been so long since I'd laughed. And with Charlotte there, I felt completely free to do so. She covered her face in embarrassment, vividly recalling a certain hotel night. Old habits die hard, my love, I said, with a toothy grin. Then she started laughing too. I got lost, Rosie said, looking at us. Private joke, I explained. That's not fair, she replied, annoyed. I support him on that, Charlotte said, smiling sheepishly and running her hand along her cheek. Okay, I'll give you some space, Rosie said, putting a bag of nuts in her purse. I'll grab something to eat at the cafeteria before heading home. Thanks for everything, Rosie, Charlotte said as she took out a bunch of keys and handed them to her. Here, I locked everything up tight at the shop before I came. Oh, but I don't think I'll leave without you, she said, putting away her keys. I don't want you wandering around alone. Things are still a bit crazy around here. I'll catch up with you when visiting hours are over. Okay, take good care of him, Charlotte. He's still delicate, so don't move him around too much, she said suggestively. Rosie, Charlotte exclaimed, her face turning red. Rosie just walked away, laughing. See you soon, she crooned, closing the door behind her. I shook my head and turned to the nurse. Would you mind giving us a few minutes alone, Mrs. Negredo? It's a special occasion. Fine, but on one condition, she replied sternly after a few moments of thought. Then she picked up the bowl of oatmeal from the tray. I'll get your lunch. You'll have to promise me you'll eat it this time. I'll make sure he has a proper lunch, Charlotte replied diligently. I hope that with her here you'll be more responsible for yourself, sir. Mrs. Negredo told me properly. You have good reason to strive to improve. I'll be back in 10 minutes. The nurse left, giving Charlotte a warm smile and walked away. She takes her work seriously, Charlotte commented. Too much. She seems to enjoy seeing me suffer in therapy. I replied, settling in with difficulty. How are you feeling, darling? Right now I'm feeling so many things, Charlotte replied, sighing. I'm so happy to see you awake and okay. All things considered, I still can't believe the plan worked. I'm happy to see you too, I told her. She looked down for a moment, smiling. She toyed with her thumb, pressing the back of my hand. I am also worried about how your recovery is going. She continued in a low voice. I'm getting better, I assured her. A few blows won't stop me, and my leg wound will have to heal completely one day. She swallowed hard before continuing to speak. But it was very dangerous, she replied. The fight with Michael affected you so much that it left you in this state. You have no idea how the guilt has consumed me since I woke up, knowing that you still haven't. Her hand trembled and she took a quick breath. I was so afraid, Alistair. I even thought I'd never see you again. She finished with her voice trembling and then fell silent, unable to continue. I closed my hand to squeeze hers. For the first time, I felt something metallic against her ring finger. I studied her hand closely and smiled. The metal was bright and the engravings were exquisitely delicate. That ring truly suited her. Charlotte, I said. She looked up. Her tears were there, supporting every word. And I couldn't help but sigh. It was my old Charlotte, the one who overthought things, the one who gave herself completely to what she believed in. The lady I'd chosen was alive and beside me with a whirlwind in her head and heart. And you're here, she murmured, sobbing. Then she began to cry. I couldn't do anything. She just broke down. She wept bitterly, covering her face, her shoulders trembling. Suppressing her sobs, she gritted her teeth. Alistair, forgive me for involving you in all this, she whimpered with her voice muffled in her hands. This was all my fault. If I had listened to you and stayed at Baggies, I wouldn't have been kidnapped at Mimsey's palace, and you wouldn't be under suspicion now. Or badly injured after everything that happened with my uncle, and your house would be. Her voice broke as she continued to whimper. Everything Charlotte held in her heart began to overflow. Hours of contemplation after the battle, swirling with remorse. Entire nights without sleep, wondering what could have been different. Wishing she could turn back time and change the past to her advantage. I watched as Charlotte finally let out what she'd been holding back for weeks. My heart clenched as I listened to her words, but I didn't dare to interrupt her. You have no idea how much I regret this, Alistair, she said with difficulty, running a hand over her rain-soaked face. I haven't slept in days. I was thinking about everything I did wrong. How guilty I feel for dragging you and everyone else into this. She looked up, her beautiful face consumed by an overwhelming sadness that seemed to burn her. Please forgive me for not listening to you and... She said, but she couldn't finish her speaking. I hugged her tightly, with the strength I'd held back for weeks. With the throbbing pain in my body, I pulled her close. I couldn't let her sink into such unjust agony, knowing she was carrying a burden that wasn't hers to bear. "Charlotte, it wasn't your fault," I said firmly, burying my face in her hair and shoulder. "Don't think like that. Staying at Vagatha's was just a suggestion. I'm sure that Michael Magna and Katie would have taken advantage of any other circumstance to take you by force and kill you. I prefer to be thankful that the shadow was with you that day and was able to warn me in time, and that Penchus was nearby to get me quickly to where you were, so I could help you. Because if it weren't for that," I took a breath and sighed. I was afraid to let her go, that this beautiful scene where she was with me would vanish, and she would go far away, where I wouldn't be able to feel her scent against my nose, or the soft fabric of her clothes under my fingertips, or the warmth of her body close to mine. With my heart pounding painfully in my chest, but unable to look her in the face, I could barely murmur, "I almost lost you." It was then that Charlotte raised her arms and pulled me closer, releasing all the pent-up desire she'd been holding back. She sobbed against my shoulder, unable to move, and we stayed like that for a few moments, letting Charlotte cry out what she'd been suppressing. It was strangely comforting, despite the physical discomfort and my less-than-ideal appearance, to have Charlotte soothe me with her close, without any distractions. It was like sinking into a warm bath. "Forgive me for getting you involved in all this," she whispered through tears. "You didn't drag me into this, Charlotte," I said without moving. "I went on my own." Something twisted inside my chest. I didn't want her to feel guilty because of me. I didn't want her to live with her heart eaten away by regret. And even less so with her being the victim of resentful opportunists who were on her trail. I'm the one who should apologize for taking so long to get here." That's what came out of my mouth, my voice muffled by the fabric of her coat. "I couldn't handle the fight with your uncle without involving you. I wasn't up to the task. Besides, Charlotte wasn't the only one who had things to say. Michael Magna's shadow devoured you before my eyes, Charlotte. I could do nothing, and I believed. Something was gnawing at my chest, and it had been growing for the past few days. It was guilt. I felt the crushing weight of my limitations. I left her alone when she needed me most. Charlotte had to face Michael Magna on her own. My body gave out before I could stop his shadow from devouring her. Thinking about it sent a nasty chill down my spine, and the mere memory of what happened made me nauseous. When I thought she had died before my eyes, without me being able to do anything more. "Don't apologize for that," she said, soaking my shoulder. "I wouldn't be here now if you hadn't come to save me that day, Alistair. I should have been better prepared to face someone like your uncle." I said, regretfully, "I underestimated what he was capable of doing to get rid of you. Alistair, you hadn't slept well for many days by then." Charlotte tried to calm me down. "You weren't at your best. And it all happened so suddenly. There was no way we could have predicted that Mimsy would make things so easy for you." Mimsy, the images from that day replayed in my head. The kidnapping. Mimsy's confession over the phone. My stomach churned with anger at that woman. But there was something I needed to ask Charlotte days ago. A question Rosie couldn't answer properly. "Charlotte, is Michael Magna?" I asked in a whisper. She shuddered and clenched her fists in the fabric of my robe. After a moment, Charlotte nodded, resting her head on my shoulder. "Does that mean you?" I asked tentatively. She nodded again, beginning to tremble. "I understand," I sighed. "It wasn't safe to talk about it there. There were too many ears in the walls. The last thing we needed was my Charlotte to get caught up in a murder trial too." She turned her head and rested her cheek against my chest. I rested my chin on the top of her head and sighed. We stayed like that for a few moments. Charlotte wasn't crying anymore, but she seemed lost in another world. I stared into space, feeling exhausted. "You'll have to tell me all the details about what happened," I said, gently stroking her hair. "I don't even really know how it happened." She replied, distressed. "We'll take care of that matter." I still can't believe it. "Don't torment yourself over it, Charlotte. He didn't hesitate to try to hurt you, or those around you." "You're right about that," she murmured, dejected. And if you want to blame someone for my condition, blame him, I reminded her, holding a strand of her hair between my fingers. You did nothing but stand up for what mattered to you, and I did the same. She sighed again and closed her eyes for a moment. And if it's any consolation, you won't have to live in fear of ever having to meet him again, I said softly. A little, she said weakly after a moment. That's when I saw a spectral arm climbing up the bedsheet, carrying a handkerchief to Charlotte's hand. Thank you, Shadow, Charlotte said, sitting up. Oh, hello, friend, I said, looking into the shadow. In response, the shadow whizzed around the fabric and seemed to curl up in my lap. I'm sure he's happy to see you, Charlotte assured me with a slight smile as she dabbed her tears with her handkerchief. He was a good postman. I received the paper flower. It's good to see you, buddy, I said as I felt the shadow gently tug at 3 of my fingers. Now that I can see you better, it looks like you've been badly damaged. You're back to the size you were when I first met you. What did you say? Charlotte asked. It arrived at my house this size, I explained, as the shadow played with my fingers. It grew as I fed it. That is to say, Charlotte began to say. A knock on the door interrupted us. The shadow slithered away and disappeared under Charlotte's coat. I am back, Mr. LeBlance. Mrs. Negreto's voice came from behind the door. Oh, I'm a mess now, Charlotte lamented, looking at how much she had stained with her tears. Then I snapped my fingers, and everything evaporated in the blink of an eye. Charlotte stared at me in amazement. Human bodily fluids, darling, I reminded her with a mischievous smile. You still have it, LeBlance, she told me in the same tone, shaking her head. Under Charlotte's watchful eye and with Mrs. Negreto's willing consent, I was forced to eat the hospital's salty soup. The visit had to focus on less controversial topics due to the lack of privacy. Charlotte told me how Vagatha was working as a receptionist in a third-rate hotel, and that Angel Dust had tried working in a fish market, but couldn't stand ending each day smelling awful, so he quit. She also told me that Mimsy had been prosecuted for the financial and health scandals surrounding Mimsy's palace, and how her sentence was being increased because she confessed to being an accomplice in the kidnapping. Mimsy will pay for what she did to you, Charlotte, I said in a low voice with my anger barely contained. She's already paying, Alistair, she replied sadly. She's in jail right now. The newspaper says her defense is appealing for bail. I highly doubt it will be cheap for her, I said while placing the empty plate on the small table. Vaggie told me that Nifty is going to visit Mimsy in jail, and she said that her father is taking care of her legal fees and bail. He certainly doesn't want his daughter to be in jail for long. Oh, the other big investor, I said while settling in more. If it weren't for her father giving her the initial capital, Mimsy would never have been able to get her project off the ground. Was he entitled to the other percentage of her investments? Charlotte asked, surprised. And who else? I gave her a meaningful look. Mimsy has a reputation for not paying. Besides, she didn't have any bank support after defaulting on the loan when she used to renovate her shop. I was hoping to sell my share to her father right before all this happened. Bad idea, she scolded me. Rosie already made sure to remind me of that. I commented with annoyance. I suppose her father would have bought your share for whatever price you offered after breaking his daughter's heart in Tom Trench's media humiliation, just so he never had to see you again, Charlotte continued, raising an eyebrow. I didn't expect Trench to write that piece, I defended myself. I assure you the last thing I wanted was for Trench to be interested in my personal life, especially after being so insistent with you. I think that if Trench hadn't written that malicious note, Mimsy wouldn't have had a breakdown, Charlotte said sadly. Perhaps if that trigger hadn't existed, he would never have been involved in my kidnapping. You still think the best of people, Charlotte, I said with a snort. A newspaper article where you were mentioned in passing made it easier for them to take you to your possible death. Do you think that's just revenge? Everything is so relative, Charlotte said, massaging her right temple. Hey, if Mimsy's father could be an investor, why didn't he take care of his daughter's wedding expenses? I offered it to him, I replied, making a face. Something discreet and tasteful. Mimsy didn't like the idea and refused the help. He wanted things done on a grand scale and with a lot of fanfare. Oh, don't be surprised if she wants to keep a low profile after all this. Surely, if she's released, Mimsy will leave New Orleans, Charlotte deduced. She has nothing in this city, I told her. Her business was shut down. Her belongings were auctioned off, and her reputation is in tatters. Her sister hates her because she blames her for her nephew's accident. Some alcohol may be a good way to numb the pain that overwhelms her, but it's not good for maintaining a stable mind. All she has left is her father, and he lives in New York. I didn't know Mimsy had told you so much about her life, Alistair, Charlotte said, frowning. I never thought you'd go down such sensitive topics. That's not how it was. A friend told me. I replied, giving a quick glance at the shadow peeking out from Charlotte's sleeve. She opened her mouth after understanding, and the shadow seemed to stand up with pride. Besides, you can be sure she won't want to see me again. Especially not now that it doesn't do her any good to be linked to me. Engaged to the public suspect of being the vigilante. Right now. Someone like Tom Trench must be hoping for a headline like that for his pathetic newspaper, don't you think? Oh, I know Tom Trench is busy, Charlotte said with a twinkle in her eye. Why is that? I asked, intrigued. Trench has used all his media power to strengthen the image of the vigilante as a misunderstood hero, and has practically proclaimed himself his personal friend. He is even engaged in debates with detractors of the vigilante in Congo Square, and has spoken out in defense of his honor. I looked at Charlotte suspiciously. Her smile had a mischievous tinge that had me completely captivated. And what is the reason for this? Unexpected support from Tom Trench, I said in the most nonchalant tone I could muster. She glanced quickly at the nurse, who was knitting, sitting in a chair at the other end of the room. Then Charlotte raised the palm of her hand where the shadow had been on her skin and pressed it to her mouth. Can you show him, please? Charlotte whispered softly. The shadow became a dark circle in the palm of her hand, and she held it out to me with a blush rising to her cheeks. I touched the shadow, curiously, and images flooded my mind. Charlotte talking to Rosie in the early hours of the morning. Charlotte switching places with Vagatha. Charlotte escaping from the hospital with angel dust and a piglet, causing chaos wherever she went. Being picked up by Pentious in his car. Rosie helping Charlotte dress in a man's suit. An alley with Tom Trench paralyzed and a masked figure sewing his mouth shut. Tom being stabbed, breaking into Mimsy's palace. A garbage dump on fire. A taxi and back to the hospital with a power outage and Trench arriving on a stretcher, shouting in support of the vigilante. The shadow levitating a red shawl to scare the nurses and a police officer. The fit of laughter that came over me was enormous. I didn't control the volume, and I was left breathless. My eyes filled with tears as I laughed, and I didn't care about the pain in my ribs. It was a liberating, joyful laugh. Charlotte's embarrassed face was the icing on the cake. I can't believe it, she said, laughing. It's just, of all things, she said, her voice breaking. I had to put my hands over my face to stifle my laughter, but I couldn't stop laughing. How could I have missed such a stunning performance? I was so grateful that I was able to see the footage firsthand, thanks to the shadows. A written account wouldn't have done it justice. Charlotte managed to use every resource at her disposal to her advantage. There was no doubt that a plan of this nature was a real spectacle for the masses. Mr. LeBlance, the nurse admonished me, please lower the volume of your laughter. It took me quite a while to stifle my laughter. I held it back, then gathered my strength, and then I let it out again. Okay, I think that's it. I managed to say, barely able to breathe, the lingering effects of laughter still present. My cheeks were numb, the muscles in the back of my neck were pulling, and my stomach ached. Oh, my ribs. Here, Charlotte said, handing me a glass of water, which I accepted. The water helped me recover a little, and I let out a long, satisfied sigh. I looked at Charlotte, who was smiling at me sheepishly while she covered her face with one hand. That must have been a great joke, the nurse remarked, returning to her knitting. It was ridiculous, wasn't it? Charlotte said, with a note of resignation in her voice. It was brilliant, I assured her with a big smile, kissing her cheek. I've never seen you with such a long beard. It tickles me. Charlotte pointed out, pouting. Rosie keeps reminding me, I said, raising my eyebrows. Just one more thing on the long list of things I need to take care of. Oh, I brought you something, she said, rummaging in her bag and pulling out a package wrapped in brown paper. New socks and underwear. I also got some soap at a good price, and I brought you some baking soda too. I hope it'll be enough until you leave. Thank you, darling, I said, looking at the package. As far as I understand, I'll be discharged in a week. But I'm still undergoing tests, so I fiddled with the ribbon on the package for a moment. The sentence hung in the air. We both knew that being in the hospital was temporary. The truly complex part would be the entire process that followed. Regarding that, Mr. Gilbert offered to be your defense attorney at the trial, Charlotte said seriously. Gilbert Brown, right? I said with interest. I remembered the sheet of paper where Charlotte had written her letter. How did you manage to find him? The truth is, he found me, she said wearily. Then she told me that him and Husk had visited her while she was still recovering. She couldn't give me details, but she mentioned that he visited her several times after that, and she was able to fill him in on the specifics of my situation. And he's willing to appeal for your innocence, she assured me. I'm sure that with him on our side, we could win. Besides, he assured me that we don't need to worry about his fees. So, her voice trailed off, and she looked at me anxiously. I stared at the ceiling for a moment. Mr. Brown had been the Magna's lawyer since Charlotte's grandfather's time. At that moment, even though I had offers from other lawyers, and I was entitled to a public defender, I preferred to have someone Charlotte trusted completely. Certainly, I would feel much more at ease if someone with Mr. Brown's vast experience were to take my case, I finally said. Charlotte looked at me in surprise. Did something happen, honey? I asked. I thought it would take more work to convince you, she said, a little confused. Because? Well, he's not a lawyer you chose yourself, and since he was also my uncle's lawyer, she commented, beating around the bush. All the more reason I can see how skilled he must be, I replied confidently. If he could get someone like Michael Magne out of trouble, I can trust that he'll defend me well. Charlotte seemed genuinely relieved. She told me we would have to meet with him as soon as possible to sort out all the legal procedures at his office. You have the right to remain silent during questioning until you have a lawyer, Charlotte told me seriously. So, when you are questioned, Mr. Gilbert will be present on the date of the summons. She didn't say it, but it was clear how worried she was about the case. I knew how hard she tried to cover my tracks and divert attention from both the police and the public by impersonating the vigilante for one night. But I knew that a distraction and a witness's word wouldn't be enough to get them off the hook for the only suspect they had. Miss, your visiting hour will end in 5 minutes, Mrs. Negredo said, looking at her watch. Has it been an hour already? Charlotte said, amazed. It never seems like enough time. Will you come tomorrow? I asked, trying not to sound too anxious. Of course, Charlotte assured me. You can count on it. She leaned over and gave me a warm kiss on the lips. We still have a lot to talk about, she said softly, looking at me affectionately. Especially a certain ring you have on your hand, I hinted, narrowing my eyes. Oh, I'm keeping it as a reminder of a conversation we need to have, she replied with a mischievous smile. A certain man has yet to speak directly on the matter. This isn't the right place to talk about it, I said, shrugging in resignation. But I promise we'll resume the conversation with the urgency and respect it deserves. Perhaps in a restaurant or while walking in the plaza. You have a thing about the square. She laughed. It's a good place, I said willingly. It attracts good music, pleasant conversation, and the right person to sing to. She smiled, shaking her head, and kissed me again. Well, I should go now. She muttered more to herself than to me. I'll go see Mr. Gilbert today to discuss how to proceed. I'll let you know tomorrow, okay? Good. She took my hand and placed it on her chest. She looked at me with teary eyes. I sighed, and the peace I felt made me act instinctively. I took her hand too and placed it on my chest. Her cheeks flushed, and she gasped in surprise. We gazed at each other with palpable affection. Neither of us needed to say anything. We just knew. Ahem, Mrs. Negredo said, trying to suppress a smile. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's time for the lady to retire. The atmosphere disappeared and Charlotte jumped to her feet. Yes, I'm sorry. She apologized, her cheeks flushed, nervously adjusting her bag on her shoulder. I'll be back tomorrow, Alistair. See you. See you tomorrow, darling, I said. She signaled to the nurse and walked quickly out of the room. You have a special lady, Mr. LeBlance, the nurse blurted out with a mischievous look. You have no idea. I sighed, sinking back onto the pillows. For the next 2 days, Charlotte showed up on time for her visiting hours and kept me updated on the progress. Mr. Gilbert has already made his feelings about your case clear to Husk, Charlotte had told me. He says that this might be his last big case before he retires, so he'll do everything he can to defend you. Although I don't know how Husk took it, because I know they've been friends for quite some time. He probably wasn't expecting it, I replied. Being emotionally involved in the defense of a case he's investigating himself might make him angry. Charlotte looked at me suspiciously. I assure you I didn't know, I told her frankly. I don't think that will stop Husk from making the case against you, Charlotte thought aloud. There's nothing we can do until we know the charges they plan to bring against me. So, we just have to wait for the letter from the prosecutor's office to arrive, Rosie said nervously. The delay of that darn letter is starting to get worrying, I told them. That's true, Rosie said thoughtfully. All the headlines did was point the finger at you for weeks without any evidence. I understand they informed you of a date for your deposition, given your current condition, but seeing as they weren't subtle with Charlotte, it's strange that they're taking so long to send you a warrant for your arrest from the district attorney's office. If they clearly suspect you, why would they delay the investigation for so long? Charlotte asked, worried. Are they sure they can convict you, and is this why they're in no hurry to get you out of here until you recover? It's not a favorable view, but we shouldn't rule it out, I told them. Charlotte's visits were the extra help I needed to get better. Just seeing her sincere expressions and hearing her loving words made me want to leave that hospital soon. My progress in physical therapy sessions was remarkable from that point on, and my wound was healing well. I even agreed to eat what they gave me without complaining too much. However, during the remaining 7 days, there wasn't a single letter or arrest warrant. But the assigned police officer kept watch at the door until the very last day, and the nurse continued her strict duties until I was discharged. As the doctor suggested, there was nothing preventing me from leaving. Without an arrest warrant or anything of the sort, I was free to walk through the front door. The guard had orders to watch my room until that very day. He left just minutes before my scheduled departure time. Isn't anything left behind? Rosie said urgently, checking the large bag she had brought. There wasn't much in the bathroom, to be honest, Charlotte said, returning with a vase of flowers that was empty of water. I think we can leave peacefully, I said, finishing buttoning up my shirt. I was surprised at how good Penches's clothes fit me. With everything that had happened and the days without eating properly, I'd lost about 11 pounds. Then Mrs. Negredo peeked out of the door and watched us, clearly nervous. Excuse the interruption, she began. But someone would like to speak with Mr. LeBlance, right now when he's leaving, Rosie exclaimed, annoyed. Yes, you see. The nurse tried to say, but a man pushed her aside and entered the room. Husk stood before us with his face sullen. He was wearing his full police uniform and his badge was proudly displayed on his chest. Good day, he said. The aroma of aged wine was emanating from him. I require a quick chat with Alistair. So, I would ask that you leave us alone for a few moments, please. Nobody moved. Did I speak clearly? Husk insisted. Charlotte looked at Rosie and then at me with concern. I continued buttoning my vest calmly. Husk, it's not the date of Alistair's interrogation, Charlotte said seriously. As I said, it will be a quick, unofficial chat, Husk replied sharply. Leave us alone, please, I asked them. Clearly, my esteemed Husk plans to discuss with me something that falls outside the scope of his profession. They both looked at me cautiously. I'll be fine, I assured them. Fine, Charlotte said tentatively, after considering it for a moment, and took Rosie by the arm to leave the room. When I was alone with Husk, I finally looked at him with a big smile. So you're alive, you piece of shit, he said, raising an eyebrow. It's great to see you too, I replied cheerfully, adjusting my new glasses. The last time I saw you, you were lying unconscious in front of your burning house. Then I suppose I should compensate you for your invaluable help and timely rescue, my dear Husk, I remarked, wrinkling my nose. You helped us get through that unfortunate incident with my house. House where there were 2 corpses, he blurted out. I would expect those kinds of statements during an interrogation, Husk, I said calmly. And also, I believe I have the right to remain silent until my lawyer is present. Don't give me that crap, Husk said, frowning. You can hide behind Gilbert, but you can't escape the obvious evidence. Guilty until proven innocent? I said, checking my shirt sleeves. I thought you should back up your judgments with solid evidence. Just tell me the truth. He threatened me. How did you kill Magna? I didn't kill him. I told him frankly, looking him in the eyes. Husk looked at me suspiciously after my statement. Listen, Alistair, he said slowly. I'm not in the mood for games. I need to know what you did to that man. I'm sorry to tell you this, I said, holding up my palms. But I don't know what could have happened to him. I didn't even know he was dead when I woke up. You can ask the doctor and the nurses. Husk stared at me suspiciously, then massaged his eyes with his index finger and thumb. Your trial has been postponed until further notice, he told me suddenly, with annoyance. I raised my eyebrows with interest. And what's the reason for that, Husk? I wanted to know. Magna's body is a skeleton, he told me. It's as if it decomposed in 3 weeks. What would have taken 5 years? The coroner is baffled. He said he's never seen such rapid decomposition and doesn't even think it's natural. And Kay's body, already with charred bones, was reduced to ashes as well. Immediately, I thought of my mother's words. Black magic takes everything you once were. It collects its due on everything that remains of you when you leave this world like insatiable worms. The main reason why it had not been possible to find her among all the bodies in the mass grave of the cemetery. It was impossible to gather the dust. I don't know what powerful friend you have, Alistair, Husk told me. But you've been granted a conditional release until the prosecution can build a stronger case against you. I couldn't hide my surprise at his words. Release under supervision? I said, trying to understand. How did they arrive at that decision so suddenly? Husk tossed a letter onto the stretched-out bed. The envelope bore the official seal of the prosecutor's office. It's official. The interrogation date has also been postponed. The 3 judges who volunteered to take the case withdrew one by one, he explained sternly. And I'm sure someone bribed them handsomely to drop the case, citing a lack of evidence against you, so you can leave here without any restrictions. He looked at me with a silent accusation. Contrary to what you suspect, I assure you I had nothing to do with that matter, I said cautiously. I don't have any friends with that level of influence, nor can I use some kind of magic to reduce corpses to bones from the comfort of my hospital room. You're free to ask the guard at the door and Mrs. Negredo, who's been watching me like a hawk. I haven't left this building in almost a month. Husk pondered for a moment before growling. I don't know what you're planning, Alistair, Husk said. But you almost seem to be telling the truth. Nothing I say will be enough to satisfy your sense of justice. Am I wrong? I said calmly. You seem quite sure. All I know is that I'm very possibly facing the vigilante, he declared. I kept a serene expression. I'm honored that you think that, although it seems that even the judges believe they have no grounds to convict me, I said calmly. And if I were as dangerous as you suggest, the possibility of being released on probation would have been improbable, Much less sensible, wouldn't it? Is this the case where you want to question your superiors? You know you can't escape this forever. He threatened. His anger was barely contained. The trial will take a little longer, but it will come. And I will make sure to work hand in hand with the truth. While you're wasting your time with me, the vigilante is on the loose, I said, pointing to the door. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to clear this room. I took the bag and leaned on the walking stick that Rosie had brought me. But then Husk pulled a notebook, the one I knew well, from an inside pocket of his jacket. Do you recognize this? He asked, questioningly. I know about the relationship between Charlotte Magna and you. About the things she thought about the Equalizer. And about her constant fear that her uncle would come to kill her. All her little thoughts are in this notebook. Every single one. I narrowed my gaze and stood up straight, confidently. Is it mentioned in that notebook that I am the vigilante? I asked him. Never, he admitted. But it's more than clear that Charlotte has an alarming tendency to support bloodshed. And that includes her repeatedly expressing admiration for Death Wish. She was in charge of cleaning the deer blood when I did my taxidermy work, I replied dismissively. She saw me carrying animal carcasses for years. It's normal that death doesn't affect her the same way it does most people. And I took note of what you said, Alistair. He took a step toward me like a predator. If you lost consciousness before Magna died, that means that guy died because of the only person who was awake when I arrived at the fire. I felt the anger begin to consume my stomach and start to rise. You wouldn't dare. I hissed. It's just speculation, he said, putting the notebook back in his jacket pocket. But considering how hated Magna was, it wouldn't be surprising if a certain niece, an admirer of the Equalizer, and with a distorted view of death and justice, would try and take matters into her own hands. I used all my self-control not to jump on him and smash his face with my fists. Leave Charlotte out of this, Husk, I threatened quietly. Are you planning to intimidate me into giving you a forced confession? None of that, he told me while buttoning his jacket. I take precautions. This is just a notebook full of dreams and youthful fantasies Charlotte had about you. It was hard to read without feeling nauseous, to be honest. But I promise I'll keep Charlotte's last name a secret, unless you run away like a coward before the trial. I looked at his face. He had that damn look he had when he thought he had me cornered at poker. I don't plan to run away, I told him, matter-of-factly. I saw you slinking away like a vermin earlier, Alistair, he replied suspiciously. I already told you I'm just taking precautions. If you try to frame Charlotte for anything, Husk, I said, gripping the cane handle tightly. Oh, by the way, do the leaves Magna had mean anything to you? He interrupted me more relaxed. The grimoire. That's something that belongs to Charlotte's family. It belongs to her, I replied seriously. What do you plan to do with a compilation of sheets like that and in such a strange language? It's a relic. I suggest you return it to her. It's important to her. No, not yet, Husk said, turning and walking to the door. That's all I had to say. I'm leaving now, Husk. Tell me? He asked without turning around. Don't drag Charlotte into this, I told him. Because if you're bragging about what you think you know about me, you'll understand what I'm capable of if you involve her in this. Have a good time on your way out, he replied, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. He left the room in silence, leaving me with the feeling of helplessness at not having the shadow by my side. All the magic I had at my disposal was different from that in the grimoire. And for the first time in a long time, I felt the urge to learn and strengthen the magic I'd inherited from my mother. Alistair? Charlotte's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. She and Rosie were standing in front of me, looking worried. What happened? Husk knows, right? I asked Charlotte. He has your notebook. He showed it to me. Yes, Charlotte said sadly. I don't know what I could do with that information. Enough, I assured, taking the letter from the bed. I told them about the postponed trial. And while I sensed their relief that we could go to Rosie's for the time being, their unease was also evident. So someone doesn't want you to be imprisoned, Rosie said thoughtfully. Perhaps an anonymous benefactor, Charlotte suggested. Someone grateful for the vigilante's work and wants to support you, given that you're the prime suspect. I wouldn't trust someone who goes to so much trouble without expecting anything in return, I said. We went through the bedroom door. It took me a little while to get used to walking with the cane at first, but I managed to find my rhythm. Is everything all right? Charlotte asked me attentively by my side. Don't worry, darling, I told her. I'll continue like this for a while, until I can heal completely. Are you leaving already, Mr. LeBlance? Mrs. Negredo asked as she saw me walk by. It was a pleasure meeting you. Likewise, I said cordially. I appreciate the rather sadistic care you gave me. Then I did my job well, she said, shaking my hand with a proud smile. I'll miss your complaints. But remember, you must return to your rehab every Tuesday for the next 4 weeks. Goodbye then, madame, I said with a small bow, unable to hide my discomfort at such a terrible fate. By the way, Mr. Penchas covered the costs of our stay, Rosie told me, resuming her walk. Oh, I said with interest. I suppose I should thank him, I guess. You should be nicer to that sweet man, Rosie chided me. He's been so thoughtful of us this whole time. He's given me rides several times. He even went to the trouble of bringing us a basket of eggs to my shop. I've also noticed that someone is starting to pay him some attention, Charlotte said, with a rather mischievous smile. What are you saying? Rosie said haughtily, though a pinkish hue had crept into her cheeks. I only mentioned that he's a good person. He's quite sweet once you talk to him a bit, and he's a good listener. And before all this, we only ever made small talk about the upkeep of his hat. Besides, she makes too many excuses, Charlotte whispered to me. As we passed through reception, we were immediately drawn to them. My departure had been handled with the utmost discretion away from the public eye. No one wanted any more people crowding the exit, so they tried to keep a low profile. But it's not always like that. A sizable group of people were at the hospital entrance. It was a chaotic scene of shouting, banners, and pushing. Mr. LeBlance, we are with you, a man shouted. Our prayers are with you, Mr. LeBlance, shouted an older woman. Murderer, murderer, chanted a group of people who were being restrained by others before starting a fistfight. Thank you, vigilante, shouted another person. We moved forward with difficulty. Charlotte clung to me and wasn't afraid to push past those who were blocking her way. And Rosie covered my head with her shawl to protect me from the things they were throwing at us. Make way, Rosie repeated angrily. Mr. LeBlance, a reporter called out, holding a pencil and a notebook. A few words for the people of New Orleans? No comment, Charlotte exclaimed, stepping forward. You deserve to be shot. A man shouted at me and tugged at the sleeve of my coat. Don't touch me, I snapped, roughly pulling my arm away. The sound of a horn rose above the din, and we could make out Penchas's green Bentley. He was honking insistently and leaning out of the driver's window, waving at us with his arm. This way, Penchas shouted. We hurried to his car through all the commotion, and not without some difficulty, Charlotte opened the back door. Get in, he ordered us. We went inside as quickly as possible, and Charlotte made sure to close our doors. Through the glass, we saw people crowding together, and a camera flash blinded us. Step on it, Rosie ordered Penchas, who obeyed immediately. The wheels squealed on the asphalt, and we sped out of the hospital entrance, leaving the crowd of people behind. Is everyone okay? Penchas asked, looking at us in the rearview mirror. What a bunch of savages, Rosie said angrily, fixing her hair. I think one of them spat on me, Charlotte said, looking with disgust at a stain on her coat. How did they find out you were being discharged today? Penchas said from behind the wheel. I understood that it was all pretty secret. And did you notice there were no guards or police? Rosie inquired. Your departure was supposed to be monitored to prevent these kinds of scandals, Alistair. I took a breath and snorted. It was Husk, I said, handing Charlotte a tissue to clean herself. I'm sure he was involved. He spread the word and got the surveillance stopped. It's his way of trying to mess with me. How mature, Rosie complained, looking at herself in the mirror on her handbag. He can't lock you up and he sends a bunch of lunatics after you. If what I think is true, they might try to follow us to Rosie's house, Charlotte said. Fantastic, Rosie muttered, annoyed. We can come to my house if you like, Pensius offered. But I should warn you that my brother and his 5 children are still there, and they aren't very quiet. Also, 2 of them have the plague, so... That's fine, Mr. Pensius. I interrupted as politely as I could. Thank you for the offer, but I don't think it's the best course of action. Wait, I think I know where we can go, Charlotte said suddenly. After a fairly quiet journey, we arrived at a large house with tall black railings and well-tended rose bushes in front. The front garden was especially spacious. It even had a water fountain. Is this the address? Rosie asked. Yes, Charlotte said. Looking at a business card, we all got out of the car and Charlotte took my hand. I know that they stay home on Sundays after going to Mass. Charlotte told me, Okay, I'm coming. I told her. Charlotte took the metal handle ornate with birds and banged it against the gate. Good afternoon, Mr. Gilbert. Charlotte shouted toward the house. We waited a while and an older woman opened the door. Oh, little Charlotte, said the old woman, delighted, approaching the gate. I wasn't expecting you so soon. And she took out a large bunch of keys and unlocked the gate. The woman had a kind face and pale blue eyes. Good afternoon, Mrs. Amelia, Charlotte said affectionately as the woman took her hands. Will Mr. Gilbert be home? Of course, dear, she said with a broad smile, still showing all her teeth. He's a creature of habit, but enough talk. I see you've come with other people. I'm Amelia Brown. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure as well, madame, I replied, kissing her wrinkled hand. Alistair LeBlance. Oh, I see you're the famous Mr. LeBlance, she said matter-of-factly. Charlotte told me a lot about you. Only the good stuff. Charlotte assured me with a smile when I looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I suppose I know why you're here, the old woman said, heading toward her house. Are you coming too? She added to Rosie and Pensius, who kept their distance. If you don't mind, may I stay in the garden? Rosie said, fanning herself with her hand. A little fresh air would do me good. Of course, Mrs. Amelia said. I can offer you a glass of water. I would really appreciate it, Rosie replied, sitting down on one of the metal benches in the front yard. I'll stay with her, Pensius offered quickly, just to make sure she's okay. You don't have to get upset, Rosie tried to say. It's no trouble at all, Pensius replied politely. I looked up in annoyance and offered Charlotte my arm. Shall we? I asked. She took it and we headed inside the house. It was enormous, elegant. It had the faint scent of wood and dust from the mementos piled up on the walls and shelves. Gilbert is in his study, the old woman indicated and led us to a closed room. She knocked and approached. Gilbert? Darling, Charlotte and Mr. LeBlance are here. We heard a chair scrape and unsteady footsteps until the door opened. The famous lawyer Gilbert Brown stood before us. Good afternoon, he said cordially, shaking her hand. Charlotte, it's good to see you. Hello, Mr. Gilbert. Charlotte replied with a friendly expression. I'd like to introduce you to Alistair LeBlance. Oh, it's a pleasure, Mr. LeBlance, Mr. Gilbert said politely, offering his hand. I finally have the pleasure of being introduced to you. I must admit I'm a great admirer of your work as a taxidermist. The trophies you made for the Magnas were of exquisite quality. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Brown, I replied, shaking his hand and feeling a surge of pride at the compliment. I appreciate your kind words. But Mr. Lucifer Magna also had a very good eye for selecting the finest specimens for display. I simply used my skills to make them shine as they should. How I envied that dear head you had in your living room, he said resignedly. It was fantastic and looked so lifelike. But, well, come in, please. Amelia, could you bring something for the guests? Of course, dear, his wife replied. Would you like tea, coffee, or something stronger? Coffee, please, Charlotte and I said in unison. We both chuckled when we noticed. We entered Mr. Brown's office. It was a rather cluttered room. There was a gramophone playing, but I couldn't identify the classical piece. A bookshelf was piled high with volumes on criminal law, and a walnut desk was covered with several small metal assembly sets and papers. And, as a finishing touch, elegant cushioned chairs upholstered in red suede with floral gold studs stood on opposite of the desk. "Please take a seat," he invited us, limping until he settled into his chair. "We apologize for the sudden visit," Charlotte said, sitting down next to me. "No problem," he said, pulling out a large filing cabinet. "I've been investigating the vigilante case, gathering information from the newspaper. I even spoke with one of the police officers who saw some of the crime scenes. And frankly, they don't have much of a case against you. He's a vigilante who doesn't even have a face. And the only one who confirms the vigilante's existence is a journalist who claims to have been attacked by a masked man while he was in a coma, Mr. LeBlanc's." "Correct," I told him. "I've already been informed that the trial will be postponed," she told us, clasping her hands together. And frankly, considering the seriousness of the accusation, it's a little unsettling. "I told him about what Husk told you," Charlotte said seriously. "About the suspicion of insider interference. It's very likely," Mr. Gilbert remarked. "Don't you know anyone who might take pity on you at that level?" "I have to admit I'm just as lost as you are," I told him. "We just came from an overwhelming outing from the hospital, with a crowd that made sure to remind us that this issue is still very much alive. The delay of the trial will be reported in the newspapers and will keep everyone on edge, fueling public opinion until there is a trial." "I see you're quite eloquent, Mr. LeBlanc's," he remarked with interest. "Look, I'll be frank with you. I personally don't care whether or not you are the vigilante. Is this an invitation for me to be frank, to trust you, and to gather all the reliable information to use it in my favor?" I said in the same tone, "Ah, I see you know how this works," Mr. Gilbert said with a pleased smile. "It is very important that you know the facts, and this here is a secure place. Nothing leaves this office. You can speak with complete candor." We looked into each other's eyes without blinking. Then someone knocked on the door. "Come in," Mr. Brown said, and Mrs. Brown came in carrying a tray. "Here's your coffee, dears, and some cinnamon rolls that I made myself," said the old woman, arranging the cups on the desk. "Thank you very much," Charlotte said, adding sugar to her coffee. "If you need anything else, just call me," she said calmly. When Mrs. Brown left, silence returned. "Why did you accept my case?" I asked, picking up the cup and taking a sip. "I accepted this case because it's intriguing," the lawyer replied. "I love a good puzzle, and this one looks particularly challenging. Besides, Charlotte has complete faith in you. And as her defense attorney, my commitment is to ensure you're fully acquitted once the judge gives the final gavel. That, to me, is a victory." "Do you expect me to tell you who I am?" I asked, narrowing my eyes. "I hope you can give me the information. I need to lay the groundwork for the case. Nothing good comes from starting with lies, especially with someone who will be speaking on your behalf. Otherwise, we won't be able to choose the best strategy to move forward. Any self-respecting lawyer needs their client to be able to provide the truthful facts of their version of events." Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Charlotte watching me anxiously. "So, it would be very helpful to know if you are the vigilante, Mr. LeBlanc's," Mr. Gilbert told me calmly. I felt the tension in my muscles at that moment. I had held my breath and moistened my lips. "No witnesses, no conclusive evidence, and no blood on my hands," I said defiantly. "What do you think, Mr. Gilbert?" He took a breath and leaned forward, resting his head on the desk. "I believe you are the vigilante, Mr. LeBlanc's," he told me with a confident smile. "Undoubtedly," I said in the same tone, looking him in the eyes. There was a heavy silence in the room, broken only by the insistent ticking of the clock. "Good," Mr. Gilbert said, pleased as he sat back down. Charlotte sighed and I leaned back in my chair. "I don't know how you did it, Mr. LeBlanc's, but I must say I admire your work," he said calmly. If you only knew how many times I've had to defend people who accused others of atrocities like rape or the murder of an infant, with evidence and everything, but they weren't convicted. I saw them walk free, smiling from the courthouse, destroying entire lives with their actions, but they went unpunished. Those monsters got away with it. Mr. Gilbert stared into space with resentment. How many times I wanted to go after those vermin myself, he spat. Especially that filthy Richard Lamond and Theodore Johnson. I had to build the case against them. They escaped before the trial. I saw the father of that poor girl, raped and murdered, weeping on the floor, begging me for justice. And a little over a month ago, when they were found dead and decomposing, he visited me and told me that he was the vigilante, that he had been able to avenge his daughter and her boyfriend, that the plea he had left at the statue in the cemetery had been heard. And then I remembered that justice can come in many forms and take on many faces. He remained thoughtful while trying to hide a discreet tear. I know many might consider this an unbiased view, he continued. But having seen so much at my age, so many cases with conflicts of interest where the guilty were acquitted, so many innocent people suffering, you reach a point where you believe the police aren't enough to stop every monster. If that were the case, we wouldn't need a figure like the vigilante. And the worst part is that you can't detect a monster until it does something monstrous, I said gravely. That's the sad part, Mr. Gilbert admitted. But it will be an honor to defend your freedom, Mr. LeBlance. I give you my word of honor. I'm glad to hear it, I said, pleased. Mr. Gilbert, Charlotte said suddenly, I'm sorry for the trouble my uncle caused you. Mr. Brown sighed. He was the only client I ever wanted to kill with my own hands, he said gravely. I'm not proud of everything I had to do to defend him, but I felt obligated to protect and watch over you and your inheritance. Husk has the grimoire, Charlotte said ruefully. There's not much I can do. Oh, no. Mr. Brown jumped in with a big smile. I'm not just talking about the leaves. I was hoping to talk to you about this, but I think it's ideal since you're both here today. He stood up and went to the back of his office. Charlotte and I exchanged a few puzzled glances at his sudden enthusiasm and waited, listening to him moving books around. I kept it safe, just in case Michael Magna decided to drop by my office, he said, bringing in a dusty box, larger than a shoebox, and tied with a red ribbon. He placed it on the table and looked at Charlotte with a broad smile. This is your father's. Charlotte covered her mouth with both hands, overwhelmed. What? She muttered, standing up. How? Why? You know, your father was a bit eccentric, Mr. Brown said with a wistful smile. He asked me to give you this when he got married. But we don't, Charlotte said nervously, giving me a quick glance. Yes, I know, he said, dismissing the comment with a wave of his hand. Clearly there's no formality yet. We're working on it, I told her, and Charlotte made a sound similar to a frog croaking. Oh, what? Wait, Alistair, she muttered, staring at me in disbelief. Her face was flushed to her ears. Let's not interrupt the gentleman, Charlotte. I interrupted her calmly without looking at her. She made a face of disgust, and she crossed her arms. I imagine they'll have time for that later, Mr. Brown remarked, smiling. But given the circumstances, I thought it would be more useful for you now than having to wait for them to hold a traditional ceremony. Charlotte stared at the box, mesmerized. She glanced cautiously at Mr. Brown, and he gave her space, taking a few steps back. Go ahead, it's yours, he assured her with a smile. Charlotte, with utmost care, untied the red ribbon and slid open the lid of the box to see inside. There were papers, a bunch of 4 keys, and a couple of small wrapped packages. Charlotte took out the papers, lightly yellowed with age, and examined them carefully. I personally handled all the legal matters, Mr. Gilbert said proudly. It will need some maintenance because of how long it's been abandoned. But I personally made sure to check on it once a month, ever since your father passed away, that it was still in perfect condition. Charlotte stood with her mouth agape, staring at what the document's heading said. Property title, Mr. Lucifer Armagne, 4621 Prytania Street, New Orleans. A house? Exclaimed Charlotte, looking closely at the paper. For you and your future husband, Mr. Gilbert said, pleased. Oh, how I wish your father could have seen this, Charlotte. Charlotte was slumped in the chair, her fingers clenched on the paper. Her eyes were wide open from the shock, and after a few moments, she let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Honey, are you okay? I said, fanning her with my hand. Oh, my dad, she said in a whisper, visibly overwhelmed. How could he even take care of that? Wasn't everything he did for me while he was alive enough, and he kept this a secret from me? You know, he didn't want to leave anything to chance. Knowing he was going to pass away, Charlotte, Mr. Brown said with his voice so heavy with seriousness. He knew the family money would be in danger in his brother's hands, so he didn't want to take any chances. He wanted to make sure you'd have a property in your name with whomever you chose. Also, this is one of his wedding gifts. Charlotte was leaning forward, covering her face with her hands and beginning to sob. He still takes care of me to this day, she murmured with her voice muffled. Why did he have to go to so much trouble for me? I stroked her back while she took her time to recover. Lord Lucifer loved you very much, Charlotte, I assured her. He never stopped talking about you whenever he went to his office. I can vouch for that, Mr. Brown agreed in a conciliatory tone, offering her a handkerchief. Nothing was ever enough to brighten his day. And he was doing all of this while he was recovering from the accident. Charlotte sat up a little to dry her tears with the handkerchief as best as she could, and then looked at the deed. Her eyes were red from crying. She kissed the paper gently. Thank you, Dad, she murmured, closing her eyes. Are you okay now to check the rest of what's in the box? He asked cautiously. Yes, yes, Charlotte said, running a hand over her face and taking a sip of her cold coffee, then sighing. That's shocking news, I said, with a smile. Quite a bit, Charlotte agreed, with a small smile, and carefully placed the paper on the desk. And to be honest, it will be extremely useful. Charlotte checked carefully. There were 2 envelopes. One was quite large, made of ochre-colored legal-size paper, and the other was a regular letter. I think this one's for you, Alistair, Charlotte said, cautiously handing me the ordinary envelope. I examined it with curiosity. It appeared to contain only a folded sheet of paper. On the back it said, "For whomever my daughter has chosen." Charlotte looked up at me and I put the envelope in my coat pocket. I'll read it later, I told her. In the larger envelope are letters he wrote to you, Charlotte. Some instructions and administrative advice, Mr. Brown said, pointing to the large envelope, as well as what he knew from the grimoire. How much do you know about the grimoire? Charlotte asked him seriously. Enough to thank you for many things, the lawyer replied with a sad smile. And I know how important you are to your family. I know John has the documents, so I will try to retrieve them, dismissing their use in the case. Thank you, Charlotte said. Then she looked again at the large envelope and opened it. Inside were some folded sheets of paper with the words, "For my little apple. Build your happiness. With love, Dad," Charlotte sighed and clutched those leaves to her chest. If you don't mind, I'll read the contents privately. I think I need to do that alone. Charlotte excused herself. I understand, the lawyer said. He took the other sheets of paper, which were held together by a rather large paper clip. And here is your extensive list of suggestions for starting a business from scratch. Why would he do that? Charlotte asked, looking at her father's longed-for handwriting giving her instructions, point by point. Without money, there's no business, Mr. Gilbert said. Finance was never your spendthrift uncle's strong suit. And your father feared that when it came time for you to inherit the mansion, the business would be in the red. So he left you some initial financial backing to build whatever business you want. What? Charlotte murmured, surprised. Did my dad leave me capital for a business? Yes, although we'll have to transfer it to paper, Mr. Gilbert said, standing up. Please clear the front of the desk. Curious, we stood up and moved our chairs. Mr. Brown limped around the desk. He tapped one of the wooden ornaments. It came loose, and he inserted a key into a hidden lock. Something clicked, and the front panels of the piece of furniture opened like doors. Inside were 7 gleaming gold ingots. Your father always said that gold doesn't devalue or suffer from inflation, he explained. And he believed it was best to keep your capital in cash. And he was right. Charlotte had to sit down again. Honey, I think it would be best if you stayed seated, I said, seeing her pale. Why am I not surprised by anything he does anymore? She said, covering her face with her hand. What crazy ideas my father has. Is that why he was so strict when he taught me about managing resources, and why he spent so many nights insisting on teaching me about finance? I always believed I was preparing you to take the reins of the family business, I suggested, offering her my cup of cold brew coffee. Charlotte drank it down in one gulp, not caring that it had no sugar. And me, she said, sighing in exasperation. He used to think 3 steps ahead, Mr. Brown said simply. Charlotte stared at the gold with a disapproving expression. Charlotte, I asked. Perhaps it was for the best that he didn't tell me any of this before, Charlotte said suddenly. Who knows what I would have done with so much power and so little experience in life? Perhaps I would have made bad decisions and impulsively wasted a lot of resources. I understood what she meant. It seemed that the inheritance had arrived at just the right moment. Had that money come at any other time in her life, she would have spent it differently. In her childhood, she would have squandered it on frivolous things. In her teens, she would have run away from the city, fleeing her uncle. When she was left to fend for herself, she would have gone to live on her own and wouldn't have come to work with me. And during our time apart, she would have lost the motivation to sing, finding herself comfortable and without the need to explore her talents. Charlotte sighed again. He was so worried, she said softly, with regret. You could say your father was a bit of a worrier, Charlotte, Mr. Brown said, picking up one of the heavy ingots and placing it on the desk. But knowing his death was near, he wanted to be prepared. He knew you'd be mature and responsible enough by the time you were married. Because it's a big decision. And I can say with certainty that he just wanted to make sure you'd never lack a roof over your head, food on the table, or a source of income of your own. That's what I call a good strategist, I admitted. That's true, Charlotte told me, with a small smile. And I think I have a couple of business ideas that might be interesting. After that, Charlotte checked the packages. One contained a small metal bird with visible gears. It had a toy string attached to the back. It looked very well designed and looked carefully crafted too. What is this? Charlotte murmured, examining it closely. I suggest you wind it up somewhere else, the lawyer said, a little nervously. I avoid contact with those artifacts ever since your grandfather became obsessed with them. My grandfather? Charlotte asked. Maybe I'll tell you something in the letter, I suggested. But please, somewhere else, okay? Mr. Brown said, uneasy. I've already done my part by delivering it. Charlotte placed the little bird back in the package and turned her attention to its contents, a pair of long, delicate, and very beautiful silver earrings. Charlotte gasped as she stroked them with her fingertips and the palm of her hand. They were my mom's, Charlotte murmured, touched. She promised she would give them to me when I grew up. They're yours now, Mr. Brown said, smiling. From your mother. She told your father she would give them to you, and he made sure she did. Charlotte started crying again, slouching slightly. I went over to her and hugged her. She leaned against my chest and allowed herself to break down a little more. It's her way of saying enjoy your life, I said, stroking her hair. She just nodded while sobbing. After a while, Charlotte was feeling much better. And she carefully put everything back in its box. You can come and see the house whenever you like. The larger key is for the front door, and the one with the diamond-shaped handle is for the gate, Mr. Brown said, walking down the hallway. Whenever you deem it convenient, we'll exchange the gold bars for dollars. But we'll need trustworthy people to accompany us to a bank. I have very trustworthy people who can help me, Charlotte assured him. And, Mr. LeBlance, I'll keep you informed of everything that I have learned about the trial, Mr. Brown told me with a smile. I'll take every precaution so I can build a strong case for you. Wonderful, I told him. Oh, one more thing. he said, checking his jacket and pulling out an ID booklet, which he handed to Charlotte. I have a friend in the records department. It's already stamped. He just needs you to fill in his details and add a photo. What is this for? Charlotte asked. I understand you're currently undocumented, the lawyer said seriously. The last thing we need in a situation like this is for you to be without your current identification. Using the surname Magnet is risky in this case. So, as a precaution, it would be wise to legalize your union, at least on paper. Charlotte was looking at the inside of the notebook with a red face. I leaned towards her and smiled at her. Charlotte LeBlanc sounds pretty good, I remarked. She said nothing and put the blank ID in her purse. Her hands were trembling. I'll fill it out later, Mr. Gilbert, she said nervously. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Much of who I am I owe to your father and your grandfather, Mr. Brown said, looking at Charlotte with affection. The least I can do is give you what is rightfully yours, help you find a new identity, and of course, help you stand up for what you believe in. Thank you, she said, again. We said goodbye to him and his wife too. And as we looked out into the spacious front yard, we saw Pentious and Rosie talking. She was clearly uncomfortable, refusing something Pentious was offering her. Rosie noticed us and stood up. How did it go? She asked hurriedly. Great, I said willingly. We have a lot to talk about. I could use something to eat. Oh, I'll carry that for you. Pentious offered, taking the box Charlotte was carrying. Shall we go to my restaurant for dinner? That would be, Rosie began resiliently. We'll take you up on that, Mr. Pentious. Charlotte said suddenly. Good, Pentious exclaimed willingly. He offered his arm to Rosie, who, although she hesitated a little, accepted gracefully and walked beside him. Before I could follow them, Charlotte grabbed my coat sleeve. Is something wrong, dear? I asked, turning to face her. Alistair, will you marry me? She said, looking me in the eyes. I felt like an arrow had pierced my heart. What? I muttered in a whisper, feeling quite disoriented. So, will you marry me? She asked with a small smile. Wait. Aren't I supposed to be the one asking you? I objected. You took too long, she replied annoyed. Charlotte, since we got back together, there was a kidnapping. I was in a coma and in recovery. Today, I left the hospital after almost a month. Yeah, that doesn't mean I didn't want to ask you. I tried to explain patiently. Now you could, she said impassively. They're just words, Alistair. You don't need to put on a show for the masses, or the trappings of a stage. It's just you and me. For the first time in a long time, I was speechless. I covered my mouth with my hand and looked away. I didn't have a chance to prepare anything up to par, I said, unable to hide my disappointment. Did you want a song? Maybe? She snorted and showed me her ring, which glittered in the afternoon sun. You prepared this a long time ago. That's what you asked me to do, she said simply. Technically, I accepted. And I'm using it not just because I love it, she encouraged me. It's my answer. She took the other ring that matched it out of her pocket. Since when have you been bringing the other one? I asked, amused. Rosie gave it to me this morning, she explained. She said that if she gave it to you herself, she was afraid you'd take your time making a proposal. So she blessed your initiative, I remarked, shaking my head. Something like that, she replied simply. I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed in defeat. I figured it was fair to let my guard down just this once. You know I love you, I said, looking at her. I know, Alistair, she replied calmly. I heard it loud and clear in many ways. And couldn't you wait for me to tell you? I said, a little dejected. When will we be able to go to the plaza without being surrounded by onlookers and interrupted? She said, nodding toward the rose garden. This is the closest thing we'll have for a while, where we can be alone in a nice place without being bothered. Touché, I said, running my hand through my hair. I admit you're right about that. So I cleared my throat. I took the offered ring and slipped it onto my finger. I looked at my hand and felt as if it had always belonged there. "I gladly accept your proposal of marriage, Miss Charlotte Magna," I said, bowing to take her hand and kiss her knuckles. "Nothing would make me happier than to be your partner." Charlotte started laughing and jumped on me to kiss me. I lifted her into the air in a tight hug and spun her around. I set her down and we looked at each other in a perfect moment just for the two of us. I looked at our hands with our matching rings. And in the midst of this stormy situation, I felt that with Charlotte by my side, I could overcome anything that might come my way. "So, Charlotte LeBlance?" I suggested with a toothy grin. "I like the way it sounds." She nodded mischievously. In the car, I spotted Rosie and Pentious, both watching us intently. Rosie was leaning against the window in the passenger seat, and Pentious was standing, leaning against the chassis. They seemed very pleased with what they were seeing and gave me a thumbs up. "Congratulations," Rosie shouted. "Long live the newlyweds," exclaimed Pentious, without scruples. I just ignored them. Lucifer's letter fell out of my pocket and onto the floor. "Oh, your letter," Charlotte said. I watched as the small arm of his shadow excitedly moved the letter on the floor. "I think the shadow wants you to read it," Charlotte said, picking it up. She looked at her father's handwriting inside. "It's weird to think that our first kiss almost happened in the Magna Mausoleum," she remarked, making a face. "It doesn't really count as a first kiss, to be honest. There was barely any touching. No, our first kiss was in the hallway of my house in the early morning." I corrected her. She looked at me confused. "No," Charlotte said slowly. "It was the night I took the oath of silence, and we just stared at each other without saying anything. The vivid dream." I indicated, raising my eyebrows, amused. She thought for a few seconds, until she covered her mouth with both hands, blushing like never before. "No!" she exclaimed, mortified. "Yes," I said, with a big smile. "No, no, 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 no." She whimpered and let out a muffled squeal into her hands. "I'm glad you remember," I said cheerfully. "And you didn't tell me until now?" she exclaimed. "There wasn't really a right time to bring it up. Besides, things escalated quickly after that," I told her frankly. She massaged her temples, still embarrassed. "Fine. I kissed you against your will when I was still your servant, against the rules, and you didn't tell me until now," she declared. "We're even." "That seems fair, future Mrs. LeBlance," I replied, with a bow. "She's a great businesswoman." "Shut up," she said, annoyed. "But I never said I didn't enjoy that quick kiss," I assured her, leaning in and kissing her cheek. "It was a glimpse of just how passionate you can be. Let's just say it was the prelude to many pleasurable events that followed and will continue to follow. And you can be sure of that." "Bragging," she said, unable to stifle a small laugh. "Oh, my unique sense of humor is legally part of the contract." I agreed with a big smile and showed her the ring on my finger. She rolled her eyes and handed me the letter. I took it and opened the envelope. I quickly read what was inside and smiled. "What does it say?" Charlotte asked me, with interest. I handed her the paper, and I gazed at the reddish afternoon sky, feeling spring begin. I inhaled deeply, gladly feeling fortunate. "Something you don't need to ask me for," I replied, sighing. Charlotte carefully read the only sentence on the sheet of paper. "You'd better take good care of her. Lucifer Armagna." Charlotte smiled at me, and I offered her my arm. She took it eagerly and leaned on my shoulder. Rosie turned up the radio, which was playing a wonderful orchestrated melody of Sweet Lorraine, and I started singing along as we walked toward the car.
Now I've just found joy. I'm as happy as a baby boy with another brand new choo-choo toy. When I met my sweet Lorraine, Lorraine, Lorraine. She's got a pair of eyes that are brighter than the summer skies. When you see them, you realize why I love my sweet Lorraine. Now when it's raining, I don't miss the sun, because it's in my baby's smile. And to think that I'm the lucky one that will lead her down the aisle. Each night I pray that no one will steal her heart away. I can't wait until that lucky day when I marry sweet Lorraine. Now when it's raining, I don't miss the sun, because it's in my baby's smile. And to think that I'm the lucky one that will lead her down the aisle. Each night I pray that no one will steal her heart away. I can't wait until that lucky day when I marry sweet Lorraine.
The days passed like a dream. We stayed at Rosie's for a few days, and I avoided going out too much. People were still pretty agitated, and the last thing I wanted was for them to know where I was staying until things calmed down. I continued with my rehab sessions, always anonymously, and Penchus drove me. For some reason, I didn't trust him to drive his car. Penchus visited us frequently. He brought freshly baked bayonets for us and a special treat for Rosie, a package of Colombian coffee, much to her delight. Rosie appreciated his gestures, but maintained a discreet cordiality. "You should accept his invitation, Rosie," Charlotte said, a little worried. "You already said he's a good man. Give him a chance." "I don't want to rush things," she said, knitting in her chair. "If I didn't know you, Rosie, I'd say you weren't a romantic woman," I said, turning the page of the newspaper. She threw a ball of yarn at me, which I managed to dodge. There was no mention of a trial nor any kind of arrest. But the lawyer came to see us at Rosie's place and mentioned something very interesting. "I managed to find a trail," Mr. Brown said. "It seems the suspicions that someone prevented you from being imprisoned are true. Aren't there any names?" I asked. "Nothing, but I think we can be sure it's an anonymous beneficiary with a lot of influence. Maybe the mafia is involved," he said, stroking his mustache. "I urge you to be careful. They might be watching you and possibly be looking for something on you." "It would be for my death sentence," I declared. We also exchanged 2 of the gold bars. I had to cover my face with a scarf, but I kept a watchful eye on Charlotte while she handled everything. The person who helped us was so surprised that she had to call her supervisor to verify the bar's authenticity. It took them quite a while to tally up all the money the bars represented. And after what seemed like an eternity, we left the exchange with 2 suitcases full of cash. Charlotte went with the lawyer to buy the ransacked Mimsy's palace. And once she had the deed, she rushed to Gatha's house. "What did she say to you?" I asked her when she came down from her apartment. She didn't want to at first, but she said, sounding a little flustered, "She told me she needed the job. As a receptionist, she doesn't earn much, and she'd like to go back to working as a coordinator at an event venue." I emphasized how crucial she was to this project, given her experience, and offered her a deal she couldn't refuse, a better salary than Mimsy was paying her, and she could stay in her old apartment free of charge. So she accepted. Angel is also willing to come back if I let him use one of those rooms. Vaggie wasn't too keen on the idea, but they'll both be living upstairs. "I suppose Vagatha had her reasons for resisting," I said, putting my arm around her shoulder as we came down the front steps. But something must have made her change her mind. I looked up at Agatha's building, and she was watching me with disdain from her window. She pointed at her eyes and then at me. I waved her aloud and accompanied Charlotte to the next stop, her inherited house. The house had the charm of a traditional, well-to-do family home. Painted a soft yellow, it had 2 stories, large windows, and a small staircase at the entrance. The front yard was quite overgrown, and a group of grumpy squirrels had made their mark in the apple tree at the back. Inside, everything had a thick layer of dust on the floor, and some furniture was covered with a white sheet. Cobwebs clung to some corners, and the year's neglect was evident, but despite that, everything seemed in perfect condition. "It's quite livable," I remarked, glancing at the chandelier in the living room. "It has everything it needs to be successful. It just needs a little maintenance. Some new curtains, a bit more light, and it'll be perfect." Charlotte pulled back a sheet from one of the pieces of furniture against the wall and found a very elegant and well-preserved white piano. She approached it almost reverentially and played a couple of out-of-tune keys. "What do you think?" I asked her. "I say we can work with this," she said with determination, turning to me. "You're the boss." I winked at her, smiling. The sound of the tires braking made the leaves crackle. "We're here," Pensius said, parking the car. "Are you sure you can handle this? A lot of water has flowed under the bridge." I replied, unfastening the passenger seatbelt. "Okay, then I'll wait for you here," he said a little anxiously. "Thank you," I said, getting out of the car and heading towards the ruins of my burned-down house. I felt a strange mix of longing and peace when I saw what it had become. Good and bad memories trapped in the walls had suffered the same fate. In the surrounding area, the police barricades were still in place, though they had fallen down over the days, and the smell of soot was still lingered in the air, despite more than a month having passed. I went to the back of what used to be my house and kicked open the charred door. The fire had raged on, and the entire second-floor floor had collapsed, leaving the beams exposed in a hole that took up a good portion of the ceiling. The furniture, once so well cared for, was unrecognizable, and Charlotte's piano lay burned to a crisp on the floor. I kept going, careful where I stepped. Then I saw her. Above the fireplace, its frame charred, lay the photograph of my mother and me untouched. I approached it, hoping it was a cruel trick, but it was without a scratch. Only the frame had been burned. I moved a few things with my feet as I walked forward, and when I reached out to pick up the picture, it instantly fell apart. The remains of the frame and the glass shattered. The photograph fell, along with something inside the frame that clanked as it hit the floor. I quickly took the photo, and after confirming it was in good condition, I looked at what had fallen, a ring. I examined it carefully. It appeared to be made of brass, quite thick and heavy. I held it up to my eye to see through it. At that moment, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end when I heard a woman's weary voice behind me.
"Oh, you smell like Constance's blood."